started as a promise. A promise of something different. A promise of heroes. But the path to glory is never promised.
This is a knockdown, drag-out, no-holds-barred brawl.
What devastating loss.
Heartbreak City.
This is the largest mountain to climb.
But somewhere, a glimmer of hope persists. The promise of a new era.
The stakes get ratcheted up a notch.
Oh! No way does he win that! That's what you want to see!
Are you not entertained?
An era that celebrates where we came from. At a place we call home. Which heroes will fall? Which heroes will rise? The Overwatch League playoffs continue right now.
Welcome one and all to Watchpoint. It is day number 3 of the Overwatch League 2022 playoffs. We are live from beautiful Southern California at the Anaheim Convention Center. My name is Zoe Schwind, and joining me on this beautiful sunny afternoon are Jonathan Reinforced Larson as well as Rosemary Necra Kelly. Friends, it's been 2 days of exciting play already, and I gotta admit that the first 2 days kind of feel like a very strange but pleasant fever dream. But we had so many upsets, so many surprises.
I don't think I could have put that better myself. What happened these last 2 days? It's kind of a lot, and I feel like when we look at what's ahead today, I don't think any of us expected we would be here.
But this is exactly what we wanted to see.
Oh, yeah.
Come
of
playoffs.
course.
So many teams competing for that championship title. We're seeing upsets everywhere. Teams surprising us and teams disappointing us. There's so many interesting stories tied into today's elimination matches. I can't wait to see the action go live.
Neither can I. And now, well, if you're anything like me, you need a bit of a reminder of how things went down during those first, 16 or so hours of gameplay we've already been lucky enough to witness. So let's take a look at the upper bracket first. And I assure you, I'll just be as surprised when I see it again. Yeah, here it is. Surprised Pikachu face right happening right now. I mean, this is not the bracket I think most people would have had.
Well, I don't think anybody had this because there's no perfect brackets left.
Oh,
so
good. Everything dead.
yeah, everything is dead. Preds are dead. Everything is dead.
I didn't even see the
We love it.
possibility. Like, if I was Doctor Strange, I'd be like, oh, I didn't even see this dimension. Like, I didn't know this was possible. Dallas feel like it's a Seoul Dynasty. They haven't played each other for over 1,100 days. I mean,
But
this is
counting?
a bonkers bracket. Like, who's counting? Well, you know, like,
Now, I mean, okay, after 2 days of play, we now arrived in what I would call a heartbreak station as we get into the lower bracket and have to say goodbye already to some of our playoff teams. Let's take a look at which teams are finding themselves on the brink of elimination. And I think, I mean, Dragons in shock. What? Gladiators? Also what? Like, I don't. This is crazy. This is bonkers. What an incredible day lays ahead of us.
I don't know what's going to happen today, except that 4 teams are going home, and they're all going to be pretty big surprises just looking at the matchups we have ahead.
yeah, massively surprising, of course. Seeing the Gladiators, a 2-time stage champion, being down here. Shanghai Dragons, our most recent Summer Showdown champions in the Eastern region, right? So, a lot of upsets in the days previous leading into this one, and we're going to have to send some of them home.
Absolutely. I mean, it's so crazy. It's only been 2 days. I feel like I aged 10 years in those 2 days watching those intense and awesome matches. We still have 4 more days of matches to bring you before we are able to crown the champion of the 2022 Overwatch League season. Now, it seems like this year, almost more than any other year, actually, there is a possibility that the team no one expects will end up lifting the trophy. So I think it is now time to declare for the underdogs. The Shadow Stallions, you know, the Midnight Mares. I think it is time to pick our dark horses. Sound bites.
Oh, that never gets old.
Yeah, it really doesn't. Now, as our guest, Necra, I would like you to go first. What is a team that you feel like is flying under the radar, which could potentially win it also?
Well, I feel like we have to look at the teams that are fighting it out in the lower bracket right now, and so I'm looking at the Toronto Defiant. This was a team that surprised a lot of people going into the Summer Showdown. They performed really well on LAN after dropping really early in the lower bracket to the London Spitfire and eventually getting a 3rd place. So I think that was a lot of surprise to a lot of people, and maybe they'll be able to do the same thing with another LAN buff here at the playoffs. And I'm looking at Hisu, the Sojourn, and I'm also looking at how that works really well in tandem with the dives that get set up by Muse so that they really can go in to make these big plays. But also gotta talk about Chorong, because Chorong's Lucio has been really standout this season, and he's actually on the leaderboards for quite a few categories that make a good Lucio. You know, the hero damage, so getting very aggressive, but it's also the healing done, and in turn what that converts over to in sound barriers that he provides to save the team.
Oh, this is awkward, Necra, because as much as I like the Toronto Defiant, they will be playing my choice for the Dark Horse. It really doesn't get old. Hangzhou Spark, of course. Yeah, that's the team I think can make a really hot run through the lower bracket, just based on what we've seen from them in the playoffs thus far. Yes, the last 2 stages didn't look so hot, but they really turned it up, and a lot of that was, of course, on the back of Shy being an excellent soldier, and I think he has the upper hand when it comes to that battle against Hisu on that Sojourn. Also, I really feel like Alpha Yi, he had a standout performance so far in the playoffs. Him on those Reaper, I really feel like he kind of flew under the radar for a lot of the season. Obviously, playing in the shadows of a talented player such as Shy, but Alpha Yi really carrying his own weight. And Gushue, even though if you're looking at a direct stats comparison with Muse, I think Muse may look a little better in a lot of metrics. Gushue stays alive a lot longer. In fact, I think he stays alive the longest as any Winston. And you can do as much as you want. If you're not staying alive, then what good are you really as a monkey? And Muse is actually at the very bottom of those standings. I think he's the 14th or 15th
hold
out of
on
15.
now.
I'm just saying, you know, it's not great.
Those are fighting words.
It's true.
So
Shall we battle it out?
I think we
Team
need.
arrest,
I think we need to
it's
go
just
throw
us.
hands over by the fountain,
Right.
and then
Small
we will
hands will be
decide the
thrown.
winner.
Exactly.
Can I
the
predict?
match.
Can I predict who's
Yes, of course, absolutely. Well, all of that a little bit later.
Maybe
But
more.
first, Reinforce, I of course also want to hear who you got to make it all the way to the top today.
My dark horse. Is that just like on demand? Can I on cue like dark horse? Okay, good. Sorry, I'm sorry, headphone users. I don't want to bother you too much anymore. Look, there is one team that is being massively disrespected this playoff tournament, okay? So we need to have a talk, okay? We need to have a bit of a chat. All right. How is no one talking about the Shanghai Dragons in these playoffs, all right? They are the reigning champions. People are just jabbing about, you know, oh, the Dallas Fuel, you know, I love the Dallas Fuel, they're great. Proper in the San Francisco Shock. The LA Gladiators, the 2-time stage champions. This LA Gladiators, they won stages, you know, before the summer began. Oh, I love these teams. So Shanghai Dragons, they're the reigning champions, and this is the perfect conditions for them to succeed. This is a similar meta to the one they had so much success with in 2021. And even in 2020, when they were so dominant as a team, we've seen them go through lower bracket runs before. For example, the June Joust in 2021. Remember, Fate on the Wrecking Ball, countering Fearless and the Dallas Fuel on that Winston composition to make sure that they won a stage title for their team. I think they have an absolutely stacked roster, not only on Fate, who's one of the best Winstons of all time, in a Winston meta, mind you, but also this guy. It's Lip on the Sojourn as well. If we take a look at Sojourn's Lip Sojourn stats, just take a look yourself. First in hero damage, tied for first in funnel blows, first in charge shot kills, first in overclock kills as Sojourn this season. Whatever way you slice it, Lip is a top 3 Sojourn in the entire league. And if they start figuring out this meta, if they start putting things together, and mind you, they've had a day off since their loss as well, so they had time to reiterate and figure things out. If they start going in the lower bracket, I would not be surprised to see Shanghai Dragons make a top 3 spot and make it into that arena back there, because they are lethal, they're the reigning champions, and we need to put some respect on this team.
Did he hit the brief when I'm asking for a dark horse and he's picking the reigning champion?
No one's talking about them! No one's talking about them. Everyone's talking about Dallas, Shock, LA Gladiators, Seoul Dynasty, London Spitfire. What an amazing story. Houston of all. Shanghai Dragons. Who's talking about Shanghai?
I think a lot more people are
for
talking
sure.
about Shanghai than you think, but
Shy, whoa!
I am-
Lip is the top 3 sojourn.
I'm
There you have it.
convinced
There
based
you
on
have
how
it. I'm done.
passionate
I'm
he
done.
is.
I know. Again, good salesman.
Yeah,
we're
I'm sold.
Yeah, let's get them dragon stonks.
I'll
Buying in.
I'll
We're
invest
buying
a
in.
little bit.
Okay,
Yeah.
we'll be investing. We still got some time before the matches start. Now, if you're wondering what the fans' dark horse is, it do be the Los Angeles Gladiators. 16.9% of brackets actually still have them winning it all. You pulled a little bit of a face there. Don't agree with the fans?
Oh, it's a solid pick. I just want to know what Shanghai Dragons is, like 2%?
We'll find out. We'll send someone on that case. So, where do I want to go from there? I guess we're just going to find out which of the teams is going to make it through the lower bracket. As we said, 4 teams will stay in and 4 teams will be out. But one of those teams we just mentioned could be making an unexpected win and get that ultimate prize, the Overwatch League Championship. But before we get into that, we do have individual prizes, which we still want to hand out. So many players are deserving of Roll Star Awards, but only 4 will get the coveted title. We'll announce the 2022 Support Roll Stars right after this break. Welcome back, one and all. Yesterday, we announced the Roll Star Awards for the best tank players in the league, and today it is our utmost pleasure to announce the support All-Stars for the Overwatch League in 2022. What a shame that Costa isn't here for this.
Yeah, I missed
know.
it.
He's probably like this close to his monitor at home, yelling out names of things.
Shouting names.
Shouting names, all the names of all the supports that he thinks
Astro!
we might be hearing him here in Anaheim still. But yeah, let's dive right into it, because our first support role star has excelled ever since they first stepped in front of the league. He's known for long-range sweeps and those really sick nades. It is Dallas Fuel's Fielder.
With the switch from Overwatch 1 to Overwatch 2 and the removal of a lot of the shields in the game, you can heavily feel the power that a good flex support brings to your team, and Fielder is one of those. Playing for the Dallas Fuel, he's played a lot of Ana this season, but has also more recently started to play the Kiriko for the team, and no matter what it is, it feels like Fielder is always hitting those shots and always utilizing the pieces of his kit to really set up the team for success.
And I think in previous years, in 2021, of course, Fielder was crowned a role star as well. But a lot of that was because of his Ana and his Moira play. So if we actually take a look at some of his Ana stats throughout the season, you can see yourself. First in healing done, first in biotic grenade kills, and first in defensive assists. I mean, the stats speak for themselves. Fielder is an amazing Ana. But this year in particular, in the 2022 season, it's been what Fielder didn't do in 2021 that's really made me gain his respect for him as a player. Flexing over to the Zenyatta, for example, when necessary. The Brigitte at times, that helped them win the Summer Showdown stage title, of course. Fielder, I think he's grown from previous years, and at the level he's playing at, he's one of the best 4 supports in the league. Definitely a role star in my eyes.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Now, our next role star has been a star at every role they've been asked to step into and play, capable of defeating flankers in duels and taking the fight to the enemy. From the LA Gladiators, it is Shu.
Shu, one of the best supports we have in the entire league, and this guy does things differently. Not only is it about helping the team, getting the healing done, it's also about getting the damage done. One of the most clutch supports we have in the league. And I'm not talking about clutching out in the regular season. I'm talking about clutching up when everything is on the line. In 2021, Shu was an MVP candidate. In 2022, Shu was an MVP candidate. So consecutive years now with MVP nominees. Shu, that just speaks to the level of play he brings to the LA Gladiators. In my eyes, he is the best support player in the entirety of the league. He does things differently on the support role. Shu, definitely a role star.
Oh, I mean, the frags have just been absolutely insane from this player, whether it's the Ana, the Baptiste. It's been so fun to see Shu just absolutely pop off. Here, let's take a look at his Baptiste stats this season, and I feel like, just like Fielder's Ana stats speak for themselves, Shu's Baptiste stats definitely speak for themselves.
They don't even have healing done on a support hero. There's no healing done on the graphic.
No, you don't have to worry about that. That's not what Shu is about. Shu's about getting
You don't need to
kills.
heal your team when the enemy team is dead.
Yeah, the best defense is the best offense.
Exactly.
That's
Bad
Shu.
advice.
Not the best advice, but it works out for Shu, and we're all about that. Now, our next role star is a menace in the backline, always alive, always annoying, which is the best thing to be as a Lucio. Dropping the beat into role stars is Chio from the Dallas Fuel.
Incredible to see not one but 2 supports here from the Dallas Fuel getting a support role star, and Chio is ever deserving of this role. I mean, when you see him on the Lucio, it's just non-stop pressure onto the enemy team, whether it's just him solo killing in the back line or it is just helping out, enabling the front line to get that damage done. Such incredible work here coming in from Chio, especially when it comes to the environmental kills that this player has been able to get.
In my eyes, Chio is the best Lucio we have in the entire league, and especially because he's a rookie in the league, I think that just speaks to the potential of Chio moving into the future as well. If we take a look at Chio's Lucio stats, you can see first in final blows and first in offensive assists, but he's not only doing it offensively, he's also staying safe. He only dies the 3rd least in the entire league as well, which is a standout kind of performance, right? Being able to be aggressive, but also sit back. But this is not the Lucio Star Award. This is the Role Star Award. So the fact that Chio's been able to come in as a rookie and play the Lucio to such a high level, but flex over to the Zenyatta at times, for example, when we had double flex support metas. Incredible performances from Chio throughout the entire season. He's also a role star in my eyes.
Well, not just in your eyes. Apparently,
In
he
everyone's
is a
eyes.
roll star. That is a fact now. Now,
Officially.
last but certainly not least, our fourth and final support roll star is a beast from the east. Whether it's a mace to the face or a volley of destruction from the backline, it is from the Shanghai Dragons, Izayaki.
When you have to talk about the best senyaras in the league, Izayaki is one of them. You notice the volleys of destruction, and here you go, just racking up the highlights on your favorite flex support hero. But also, he's been able to take things differently this year. Filling in on the Brigitte in the Summer Showdown led to the Summer Showdown title for the Shanghai Dragons in the Eastern region. So, an offensive powerhouse, but also now with added flexibility. If you want to make a top 4 support list in the Overwatch League, Izayaki is certainly one of them.
Absolutely, he has to be on that list. Now, these are your 2022 Overwatch League support role stars. Let's once more take a look at those talented young men who are gracing us with some phenomenal play all season long.
It's been amazing to watch all of the support players this season and the impact that they've had within Overwatch 2. But Shu, Fielder, Izayaki, and Chio are incredible, and congratulations to them for the role stars.
Absolutely, and you can see these stars in person as well as the voice actors who bring the heroes of Overwatch to life. If you join us here at the Anaheim Convention Center, there's still time to get your tickets. So join us at the Overwatch League Grand Finals and catch Leah Denise and Cherry's booth, the voice actors for Jungle Queen and Sojourner, live here in Anaheim. Tickets are on sale right now, so grab them while they're hot. And we are now just minutes away from the Philadelphia Fusion and the LA Gladiators. And one team of those will be going home, and the other one will get to continue their run through the bracket. So everything is on the line. Now, we'll get into the Fusion versus Gladiators match after we return. Welcome back once again to Watchpoint. The eliminations for the 2022 Overwatch League playoffs start today. We're going to have 8 teams entering and only 4 will live on in the playoff bracket. So this is going to be exciting. What a day lays ahead of us. And our first match of the day is the Philadelphia Fusion going up against the LA Gladiators. And both of these teams have been perennial contenders, but have never really achieved the glory that their fans and frankly the franchises expect for themselves. So this time, you know, they could get it done. But they do have to make a run through the lower bracket first, and that's not going to be an easy feat. Now, Nekra, as our guest, I want you to go first again. Who are you looking out for in this very matchup?
Well, first, I think that you just put very nicely that Philadelphia Fusion is always second and never gets a first.
Always the bridesmaid, never the bride. But they're looking good doing so.
They do. They do look quite good. I will always be a Philly Fusion fan. I'm also from Philly, so I kind of feel
no
obligated.
bias whatsoever.
No bias at all when I talk about this next point, which is about the Winston versus Winston in this matchup. Philadelphia Fusion did lose their match earlier this week to the London Spitfire, and off the back of that one, it just looked like it was really tough for Fusion to find their footing. Even with Belosaria at the helm, Belosaria has been a standout rookie performer this year, but unfortunately fell a little flat when it came to the Winston, just kind of constantly getting bullied by Backbone's Reaper, and then, henceforth, kind of scared of it and played scared of it. So I hope to see a little bit more aggression coming out from Belosaria's Winston today, but how is that going to match up against Reiner's Winston on the Los Angeles Gladiators? Because despite the loss, which was also against London Spitfire, funny how that works out, but despite the loss, Reiner's stats on Winston still looked quite good. Just based on the eye test, it didn't really pass that one.
Yeah, I mean, it's so weird when you see a team lose and yet the stats look still good, where you're like, you didn't need to lose. Like, you could have won it too. Gladiators.
Right, tell myself every rank game.
No, but like,
Why did we lose?
To win.
I did great.
Yeah.
I got gold damage.
Oh, you're one of those. I got a cart. Look at me.
No, they removed the medal system. You don't know anymore.
Exactly, you don't know.
Unless you're taking too much time to figure it out.
That will be him, actually.
Tab key is my favorite key.
Tab to look.
To reinforce, though, I mean, you had a lot of questions about LA Gladiators yesterday. Did you find some answers or not? We'll find out in our next segment, which is Leveling Up, presented by Butterfingers. So, was anything answered? Or do you have more questions now?
I have so many questions. Gladiators, we're 2-time stage champions. What are we doing here? What are we doing? Swapping around players on different heroes to compensate for optimal conditions? No. No other team in the playoffs is actually swapping around their Sojourn and the Reaper Tracer player. And so the LA Gladiators, I'm just asking you, settle down, all right? Settle for it. Yesterday, in their match against the London Spitfire, we saw Happy play some of the Sojourn later on in the series, but it was Kevster who started it off on that hero after some Tracer play himself. Happy, as you can see, he leads in final blows and charge shot kills per 10 minutes. Against Kevster, his partner in crime, of course, which begs the question, who is going to play primarily the Sojourn today? In my opinion, I want to see Kevster on that Reaper, because it lets him play the Tracer where it's possible, and you don't have to put additional pressure on Happy to flex around and play different heroes. Happy, he is the superior Sojourn when it comes to the stats, and I tend to agree with the stats. So put him on that hero. Let him just play this hero. All he needs to do, visualizing the game, going into the game, all he needs to think about is how he should perform on Sojourn. He doesn't need to prepare for his Reaper play. He doesn't need to prepare for his Sojourn play as well. Just keep him on this Sojourn hero. I think it's the best way for the LA Gladiators to approach this series. And Kevster, well, maybe he can play the Tracer at some point. If he doesn't feel comfortable playing the Reaper for whatever reason on some points, that's fine. But recognize that Happy is the superior Sojourn in my eyes, and I don't want to see them flex around and swap around their preferred Sojourn player in this match. If the LA Gladiators want to go deep in this tournament, I think they need to set something in stone. Just commit to it. You just need to commit, and if it doesn't work out, so be it, all right? But at least commit to something and don't like flip-flop when it comes to the roster hero swaps.
I mean, historically, those kind of hero swaps have not worked out in any of the seasons for any of the teams. As soon as you start having those crucial roles, switching players in and out on those roles, not usually a formula for success, or very rarely at least. Now, one last thing that I want to look at is, of course, the new hero, Kiriko. It's always interesting when a new hero comes out to really see who can, adapt, who can pick it up on such a short notice as well and play it to a high level. Now, if we're looking at Gladiators Kiriko player Shu, I mean, I dare say he was more on the offensive side. He is a very aggressive player. He is known to get those headshots, to go for those kills that can be punished too. And I mean, he is a aim wizard, but he has to go up against an actual aim god. What a clever pun. However, if we're looking at the numbers here, Shu did look better in the playoffs on his Kiriko. That said, though, take these numbers with a grain of salt, because quite frankly, Gladiators they lost better, if that makes sense. I think Philly...
They had a more competitive series against London than what Philly did.
So, yeah, it's natural that if the less team fights you win, the worse your stats look like. So, yeah, Gladiator stats obviously looking a little bit better in direct comparison right now in the playoffs, but that doesn't mean that the opposition can't get it done. But, yeah, it is now time to get some last thoughts in, and I want to talk about the maps. The first map in the series is going to be Oasis, and you have a little tidbit for us.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting map pick from LA Gladiators. Of course, the higher seed, they picked the map here, so the LA Gladiators, they decided to go to Oasis. Statistically, it's their second worst control map throughout the season. But in this particular meta, maybe some hidden picks are in order when it comes to the heroes. Of course, on City Center, you can see Kevster flex over to that Tracer, maybe a preference of his. Also, in the past, we have seen Reiner play Roadhog on City Center, and Roadhog is of course a pick that's come out from the Houston Outlaws, for example. Maybe as well on University, we'll see Reiner's flex over to that Doomfist. Oasis, an interesting map choice from the LA Gladiators that perhaps allows some of that flexibility if you don't want to play the Winston meta.
We did see Los Angeles Gladiators as one of the only teams to play like 4 or 5 different compositions. And in this meta, I think that's really unique because a lot of it is just around the Winston, the Kiriko, the Lucio, the very standard set pieces like we saw from Junker Queen. So I kind of like that. And I think Oasis really does play to a strength like that.
Yeah, and I do love that point because, quite frankly, that can throw the opposition for a bit of a loop because you're not quite sure what to expect. You're not practicing against those wonky compositions, so that could work in their favor. Let's take a look at our preds for this match just so we know how we can all get it wrong again, potentially. All right, everyone goes with Gladiators. I don't think that's a huge surprise. They have to be the favorite heading into this matchup. But that said, I said the same thing about the Gladiators in the match they lost yesterday, so what do I know, really?
Well, I mean, I predicted London, so
there was that. Exactly. But we have some great matches coming our way. 4 teams will unfortunately be going home. 4 teams move one step closer to glory. The Overwatch League 2022 playoffs start right now.
It started as a promise of something different, a promise of heroes. But the path to glory is never promised.
This is a knockdown, drag-out, no-holds-barred brawl.
What a devastating loss.
Heartbreak City.
This is the largest mountain to climb.
But somewhere, a glimmer of hope persists. The promise of a new era.
The stakes get ratcheted up a notch.
Oh! No way does he win that! That's what you want to see!
Are you not entertained?
An era that celebrates where we came from. At a place we call home. Which heroes will fall? Which heroes will rise? The Overwatch League playoffs continue right now.
It may be for you. Welcome to another day of the Overwatch League playoffs. as right now it is time to send some teams home. I am Achilleos here alongside Avril, and we will be the arbiters of doom as we look to send a couple squads packing and a couple teams stay alive in the tournament.
Yeah, it'll be us and Ryan. It will be the three arbiters of doom. You know, Ryan played a little bit of doom as well. Other than that, I don't know that anyone else is going to get into the bit of a doom. Heroes Rise, I like that because that's, you know, that's symbolizing all the early morning rises here, us included, getting ready to head into day 3 of playoffs here. I mean, we have one of the craziest lower brackets that I've ever seen. You know, the desk went over it already, but we are going to get some heartbreak today, 100% guaranteed. There are some potential fan favorites. In fact, there just are fan favorites that will be eliminated no matter which way you slice it. Somebody's journey does end today.
Yeah, I mean, whenever you get to this stage of a playoffs, it's always, you know, the point where people, no matter what, are going to be sad. There's going to be people who are losing their favorite team. There's going to be people who are losing maybe their second favorite team. But given the way that things have shaken out right now, oh boy, there's a lot of fan favorites that are on the chopping block. Philly Fusion, LA Gladiators notwithstanding. So these are going to be the first 2 teams squaring off. Loser is out. Winner stays alive at least for a little bit longer. And then, of course, our second series as well is another huge one with the Shanghai Dragons and the Shock going up against each other in another elimination match. So this is going to be a day to shed some tears, a terrible day for Rain, but it's got to happen, and I'm happy to be here for it.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, it does create a very exciting lower bracket as we move forward, though, because there's some great teams down here. And I just think it speaks to the strength of this year's teams across the board, both regions, where it's like, you know, even in the lower bracket round 1, we got to eliminate some teams. It feels like, I was like, wow, it's too early to let go of some of these teams. It's too early to drop teams off, where some of the teams that are going to be going home are teams that you would have preferred to stay longer, and in previous seasons have stayed longer. In fact, we got returning champions here. 3 of our last 4 champions here in the lower bracket. When I say 3, I mean 3 out of the 4 seasons. There's only 2 champions in that. The other champion, London Spitfire, from that season 1 roster, that is still there franchise-wise. They're still in the upper bracket, so still enjoying that one. In the lower bracket, though, you said Philadelphia versus Gladiators. I mean, the last time these 2 teams even played was actually in the playoffs last year, with Gladiators dropping Philly down to the lower bracket.
Well, speaking of Philly, let's go ahead and have them walk out on this stage, maybe for the last time here in the 2022 season, unless they can fight their way through this series and be victorious. Everything to play for both of these squads. The expectations, especially for these first 4 teams that are going to be seeing, but pretty much everybody in the playoffs, the expectations is for these teams to go so much further. I think Fusion maybe come in here with a chip on their shoulder, given that they have always kind of been the bridesmaid, never the bride, as so he was saying on the desk. But that first initial showing from them, not what we're used to seeing. But this is a bit more in line with what we are used to seeing. Zest is going to be playing despite the injury. He will be taking to the stage over Carpe once again.
Yeah, ripping the cast off the arm. It's time to don the Reaper. Maybe even a little bit of the other heroes as well, depending on map choices, depending on how Philly Fusion is feeling today. The possibility of a Tracer, we know Kevsa played that yesterday. The possibility of even jumping on some other heroes that have been shown, such as, you know, the potential of an Echo that I've heard rumored around there. Genji is possible as well, especially versus a Sigma. Everything is on the table here, and for the Philadelphia Fusion, they're playing the standard starting lineup that they've mostly succeeded with this year. And for the Fusion as well, I mean, look, this is so far potentially, like you said, maybe them going home. And this, by the way, was a team in the Mid-Season Madness that went the furthest of all the Eastern teams, and now they could be the first Eastern team gone.
Certainly is a possibility, unless they can get through their opponents, which will go ahead and look to the other side of the stage as they go ahead and walk out and also take their seats. Is the LA Gladiators, a team that has won multiple tournaments here throughout the 2022 season. Incredibly high expectations on the squad. A lot of people expecting them to be able to take the entire playoffs, but now find themselves very much at risk. But the big thing is, can both of these teams, frankly, bounce back from their initial performances? Because neither team looked themselves. They were very much out of sorts, very much out of sync. And if either of them can find their groove, can get back to the standard of play that we're used to seeing from them, then this could be an absolute banger of a series.
And I'm one of those guys, right? You said, you know, people thinking that the LA Gladiators with this roster in this meta should be able to make it very far in the playoffs, maybe even make it all the way. I said that yesterday. This is the kind of roster where, based on the success this year, the 2 titles that they've had, slowed down a bit in the Summer Showdown, but then a 6-0 perfect record in the Countdown Cup, very high seed coming into the playoffs, and a Winston meta which should really benefit a player like Reiner, whereas otherwise, you know, if we weren't on this current Winston patch and we were on the previous patch before Zarya got nerfed, this might be a difficult playoffs for the LA Gladiators where, you know, Reiner would have to be on the off tanks instead. I'm sure his Zarya is fine, but he'd prefer to play the main tank heroes like a Winston, like a Doom. Doom not quite viable, Winston is that right now. I'm still curious as to how they're going to navigate this sort of DPS line at Kevster and Happy, because yesterday it was a little bit over the show. We had both players playing both the Sojourn and the Reaper at various times. Kevster played some of the other heroes as well, including the Tracer, to some mixed results. Great pulse bombs, some of the neutral and Tracer wasn't fantastic. Not necessarily his fault, just not a great place for Tracer to be in the meta currently. But I think you kind of hit the nail on the head though. Both teams had some very disappointing performances so far, and it wouldn't be out of the question for Philly to maybe get this upset win over the Gladiators either, because yesterday's performance from Gladiators versus London left a lot to be desired.
Yeah, I think this is really about who finds their groove the fastest, who can play to their top potential. The soonest in this series, they should be able to be the team that, you know, takes the lead and maybe even just takes the whole set. Both teams come out here firing on all cylinders, and I'm just hoping for a back and forth brawl between these two squads, because we were treated to an absolutely excellent 5-mapper just yesterday. I'd love to see more of that here, especially now that elimination is on the line. The stakes are the highest that they've been so far here in the playoffs. Oasis is our starting battleground though, as we get ready to go into control. From there on out, the loser will select as the higher seed. This, of course, is the Gladiators map pick. We'll see if they can get it done. We'll also see who the hell is going to be playing the Sojourn.
That would be an interesting question to answer. And it looks like Kevster so far as well. I mean, who knows? At the end of the day, I don't expect Happy to actually play the Genji. He'll most likely come out on the Reaper. Last meeting of these teams, decisive 3-1 victory for Gladiators. That was in the 2021 playoffs. In the upper bracket, now they find themselves in the lower bracket with someone having to go home. You said it comes down to the teams that improves the most. Well, Philly Fusion at least have had the extra day to look over their games, fix their problems. For the Gladiators, it is an overnight turnaround. Can they do it under 24 hours? And in fact, as we roll
right now,
out,
it looks like they're starting off well, because Happy's there on the Sojourn.
Yeah, I think that's what you want. Ideally, you want Happy on the Sojourn. We looked at the Happy versus Kevster Sojourn stats. Happy, generally speaking, even on the eye test, way better for those opening first bloods, and we get one straight away from that point.
There you go, Zest taken down. Nice headshot there from Happy right off the high ground. Drops down now onto the point properly. And just looks to spray away, build up for another rail. They spot Aim God coming off that street side flank, sending out some of those good eyes, trying to find a stray pick. Won't be able to get one yet, but does weave in a decent bit of damage, and for now, we'll be keeping ahead of Shu towards that rush charge. Built up though, Happy, can he do it again? Looks for Aim God, not going to be able to get it. Valkyria makes his way forward here onto the point, trying to go for the intense. Gladiators have since gone ahead and got the initial lockdown. Fixing out in a rough spot, has to cut his way through that nade. It's quite a bit of damage, but does manage to stay alive. We've got as well. Managing now to find an elimination. Takes down Happy. That could be the opening here for Fusion to be able to wrest control away from the Gladiators. Still have to get rid of Reiner, get rid of Kevster here.
Yeah, well, they're backing out right now. Gladiators are losing pace, they're losing members, they're losing space as well. And I'm not talking about the play, I'm talking about the physical space of the map itself. It's going to be a quick turnaround of the Philly Fusion here. Should be able to get under 40%.
Somebody we haven't seen in a very long time. Happy going to be picked off again right as he respawns. Good forward chase here from the Fusion. Get that extra stagger. They gain control. 40% though established for the Gladiators with ults on the way. Funny Astro already has a sound barrier. Shu not too far off from the rush, so they have some tools to utilize. But Shu's going to be taken down. Aim God living up to the name, finds the headshot, gets the kill. Overclock does get popped here by MN3. They look for a little bit more, and they'll get Kevster to boot.
Makes it slightly worth for MN3 to pop the overclock, otherwise I think it probably would have been wasted. Glad that he at least got the one kill there. Probably ends up being overkill, given the sense that, okay, well, if you have Aim God getting an opening first blood, Gladiators obviously back on out. Here, Fusion should get super aggro.
I mean, they're basically looking to spawn camp right now. Military over something for a moment now. That's going to force out the beats on either side. The rushes as well being used by Aim God and Shu. Primal Rage comes in from Belstria, just juggling Reiner around for a little bit there, but he's not at threat of getting taken down. Now the overclock from Happy comes in, and with no more defensive toolkit, that is the Fusion holding back around the corner. And Zest briefly, now they go ahead, they reaggress. Zest goes in, Death Blossom comes down. Funny Astro going to be taken out. That's going to be the supports out of the fight. Zest follows up onto Kevster, onto Reiner for 3 kills in the fight, and Fusion pilot this spawn camp so perfectly. Now that they're completely out of tools, out of ultimates to utilize, they will play back a bit more. But man, what a hold from them. They now very much have the lead.
And that's exactly the kind of turn and burn gameplay that the LA Gladiators lost to versus the London Spitfire yesterday, right? This ability for the opposing team, for the Fusion here, just to push in, use ultimates back on out, and then turn the fight over. Zest using a Death Blossom. AimGod once again getting a burst blood.
Man has his number. AimGod clearly not happy that he was not on the list for a World Star. Is looking to steal it away from Shu if possible. Unfortunately, the system doesn't work like that, AimGod, but I like what you're putting down. And look at the lap right now that he has over Shu, because Shu has spent so much time respawning. Ult's online, Shu's at 46%.
And we nearly have the full cap here. Fusion looking for final fight. LA Gladiators still have only that same Death Blossom from Kevster to work through. And they got it next this one. AimGod has another rush.
Rush comes out, Kevster pops the Death Blossom, but it is out of position and poorly timed. Ends up getting taken down. The Focus Fire, which is too damn good. Happy drags it back. Doesn't manage to equalize on those Reapers. Finding one, but now with Funny Astro down, so much more pressure here on the Shu, who desperately needs to get that rush online. 9% left to go, but Happy is dead. One of the biggest people who would have profited from that ultimate. Now he's not even going to get the opportunity to use it. So one Kitsune rush, I believe, built up by Shu in this entire round of control. Fusion taking 100 to 40%.
Just the extra kills, the damage done by AimGod, allowing them to get a final Kitsune rush where, you know, what was Shu's ult charge? It was like, so roughly around the 50-60% mark. I mean, that's really rough for the LA Gladiators. They were low on ult economy as well. Kevster trying to get that Death Blossom into action and just isn't going to be enough. He gets shut down nearly instantaneously. Let's take a look at some of AimGod shots again. Firing those kunais through, and Shu ends up walking dead right into one. In fact, he might have TP'd into one. In either case, it may be unlucky, but AimGod will take that kill any day of the week. That puts the Gladiators seriously behind.
2, 1.
That it does. Now, move over University. As Fusion look to close this out. Not going to be seeing any adjustments on either side. Gladiators still sticking with Kevster here on the Reaper. Happy on that Sojourn. So how many picks he was able to get that first one?
Right is low. Oh my god.
And this time the answer is no. It's Reiner who is the first to fall. MN3 finds that first blood now. Fusion very well are poised to get the initial lockdown on this point, especially with Kevster getting taken out as well. Knew that he was pretty much dead to rights, so just pushed forward, trying to get as much charge towards that Death Blossom as possible, but it is going to be the Fusion standing tall at the end of the fight.
And this is such a good-looking Philadelphia Fusion compared to what we saw in day one. They looked a little bit lost on day one. Now they're getting extra kills, some staggers here. Kipster looks like he's in trouble. He'll get cleaned up as well. And the LA Gladiators, they can't stop bleeding right now. Philadelphia Fusion, they look reinvigorated.
That they certainly do. And, well, there's some caveats I think we'll talk about at the end of this one, because I think some people are going to be pointing fingers that I don't want pointed, but we'll focus in on the gameplay for now with the players that are in the lobby. Gun holding the corner here, trying to keep the low HP alive. Everybody's going damn low right now on the side of the Fusion. Bellisria does get picked off. Nowhere near.
I mean, that's awkward because AimGod is rushed now, but they only have 4 players.
Yeah, he's still going to commit it to the fight. Decides to use it, thinks maybe Zest is going to be enough, but he does go in, gets on top of Shu, finds an elimination. Can they get more? For now, they are still holding the point. Zest is fully topped up, but as I say that, Happy strikes from behind. The rail shot goes to the back of the skull, finds the elimination. Yet again, looks like Gladiators are going to be able to trade up. The Vixa falling just 1% away from the sound barrier. Glads should be able to get this flip. Fusion, however, staying forward. I thought maybe they'd be able to keep this contested, force the vaults out, but they did not.
Happy keeping the team within contention to recover this map, because the Bellisria death meant everything. AimGod had a 30% lead over Shu, I believe, and Glads actually win that without popping a single ult. They survive against the 4-man rush. No Bellisria though. I think that's one hero that you really need. You need that Winston in there, the extra bubbles you can get during the Kitsune rush as well, where when you consider the cooldown reductions, that's why Winston is so good with the Skariko. A super awkward situation for the Philadelphia Fusion. They could have snowballed that so effectively, but Bellisria going down, yeah, that is a difference maker for sure. Now Shu's turn.
Okay. Sending rush out from Shu as they look for some targets into the backline. Goes Bellisria, and he just does not stand a chance, even with a proper pop. Gets ripped asunder. As they're getting on top of him, just with those shotguns, absolutely annihilates the Winston. They're looking for something. They're looking to force maybe some extra ults, but it is just the rush from the Gladiators to be able to win the fight. And they maintain control. Now look to take the lead.
And that's the other thing as well. Fusion just aren't threatening enough in these fights where they're losing to actually force Glads to overcommit. You want a 1-for-2 trade here. Now it's just going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Bellisria threw the Primal there. I think a situation where maybe Zest or Fixer could have gone for a play as well would have forced Glads to do more. Happy with the first blood. Nice shot.
Yep, the pump comes through, gets a second kill, looks for a little bit more, and Fix It did make the sound barrier to this fight despite the early loss. And now the cleanup continues.
Yeah, Fix the sound barrier, not even enough to save them. And it's another one-on-one fight win for the LA Gladiators. This is looking much better for the Glads now. The road to recovery, despite having a very tough start here. I'm not just talking about this map, but you have to look at downtown city center as well, rather. And for the Philly Double Fusion, at least they get another shot at this Kitsune rush. And you've got Hazard within him. Pops it right through. Slightly awkward trajectory, though. That doesn't really reach far enough.
Everybody just backs away now. The sound barrier does come in from Funny Astro. Finds 3. Reiner still under fire. Happy as well, getting chipped away. Atlas looks like he does manage to get away, stay alive. The boom comes in, forcing Kevster back. OT is forced out. Overclocked up from MN3, managing to find one. Gets Happy as well. The boots, and now the damage deal is down to the side of the Gladiators. Reiner tries to turn the tide to the fight. Pops that Primal. Finds Aimgod. Juggles him around. Gets that elimination, but Reiner now needs to exit. Way too low on HP, so the Fusion will be able to occupy the point long enough to get this flip back into their favor, but they need to take it all the way to 100 if they want this map to end now.
What a good way to shut down the Glad's ult usage there as well, because ults up until this point we're getting very efficient fight wins, but now it's the 3-man top right. Happy Keps to go down, but still 2 ultimates get spent from LA Gladiators. They're trying to recover that situation. Not going to work out. This is probably going to go 99 both sides for Double Fusion to slow the game down, wait for their next ultimate. Neither team currently has one.
Oh, MN3
out of position.
So far forward. Again, the Suzu comes in, the bubble is there as well. They keep protected, and honestly, it felt like MN3 should have been dead to rights in that position. Say Fix It falling low as well. Needs to stay alive. That sound barrier is 7% away. Set getting taken lower and lower. Happy cleaved down the Primal.
Funny Astro 99!
Able to find that elimination. Astro dead before he can get the sound barrier. And now somebody needs the touch, but Reiner is being zoned all the way back off of the point. Fusion forced them. They shift them away from the control point, and then they tick all the way up to 100%. Beautifully piloted. What a turnaround from this squad. Fusion take the first map of Oasis.
Yeah, I mean, look, LA Gladiators with their rough start. We have City Center that did not go their way at all. That looked very one-sided for Fusion. Quite a bit more competitive after we got to University, but still, there was like 50% go to the Fusion with multi-frag, staggered kills as well. A very quick Kitsune rush build-up for Aimgod, but it's a Bellasaria death that kind of cost them a little bit. Fusion, though, with that lead, they still end up recovering. They eventually get a really good fight. LA Gladiators with 3 members alive. Couple ultimates being used there. They end up falling. We go into the neutral. Bellasaria has the only ultimate, and that Primal seals the deal for the Philly Fusion. They lock up map number 1. LA Gladiators slow. 16 total final blows there, 9 of them from Happy. Happy was the guy keeping them alive that map so far.
Well, what a start here for the Philly Fusion, looking very much reinvigorated. Gladiators competitive at some points there, but Fusion are able to just kind of play them like a fiddle at the ends of both of those rounds on Oasis. Now Fusion have that nice little 1-map lead start. Gladiators will have their map selection as we get ready to go into Hybrid. We'll have to see where they want to take us and whether or not they can continue to clean up the play, become even more competitive to tie up this series. Otherwise, they're going to be staring down the barrel of a match-pointed Philly Fusion. So don't go anywhere, guys. The action continues. We'll see what the map pick is going to be when we come back from the break.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Carpe again. And M3 is going absolutely nuclear. Zest dashes and instantly finds 3 kills.
Leading the charge for his team application matrix as well, but Fury, excellent Rabbinic flood.
Spark had the numbers, but Bellisry has the space. The mines! The double kill!
Shot through Aim God. He's looking for the elimination. He goes on the offensive, but Aim God shuts him down. Everybody really low on the side of the mountain. Nixon gets 2 for himself. Okay. And welcome back. Philly Fusion able to take the first map, the control map pick for the Gladiators as they come into the series as the higher seed. They elected to take us to Oasis, and Fusion play it to a 2-0 victory from them, and that's with Zest starting back in the lineup. And as you can see, the injury still very much present for him.
That being said, though, we did get confirmation from Ross and the GM of the Philadelphia Fusion that Zest is medically cleared to play and compete. He has actually been cleared for a whole week, but they wanted to give him the first match, the opening match in day 1 off. Allow him a little bit more time to recover, see if Carpe can get it done. And, well, look, if Fusion only have one more game, if they don't have one more game, they can actually win it here. It's Zest's time to come back into the roster. He is an MVP candidate. I think he's starting to prove why as well. Had some reasonable impact in that match. The player that I was most impressed by, that I was most surprised by, is actually Aim God, because I think there had been some fair criticism of Aim God in his Kariko play in that opening match as well. We looked at Fusion on day 1, but today it's a different story. He really is living up to the name of his namesake, Aim God, right? He's hitting some crazy shots.
That it was an immense amount of impact found, and you can see, I mean, just continuously lapping Shu as we went through, especially there on City Center. He was dominant, constantly picking Shu off in particular in that Kiriko v Kiriko heads up. So it was wonderfully done there by Aim God. We'll have to just keep our sights trained on him to see whether or not he's going to be able to carry on with his performance and just keep pounding through the series and try to get Fusion to win. It's a great start for them, but you're not out of the woods yet.
He's aka Buff God. Check him out on Instagram. You'll thank me later. But look, in terms of buffed up, we're talking about the fact that he does pretty much equal damage to Shu, 3,800 to Shu's 3,900. But he's got about 3,000 more healing than Shu in that previous map. So not only is he doing the same damage as his counterpart on the other side, but he's got so much more healing. That's why his Kitsune rushes were being built that much quicker. That on top of the fact that he died a lot less than Shu as well. But the map choice has come through, Seth. It is going to be King's Row, chosen by the LA Gladiators. And for the LA Gladiators as well, just going to be double checking a couple of details here. No, they didn't get to play that yesterday. They played Iconvaldi yesterday, which was chosen by London. So they get to finally go towards their hybrid choice that they would have preferred to go to.
All right, well, we'll see if King's Row can be the difference maker for them to be able to put a map on the board and tie things up. Or is the Fusion are going to be able to persevere? Obviously, everybody is so very familiar with this map, one of the oldest ones that we have in the game, and it's kind of always been a bit of a 50-50 as far as that attacking and defending win percentage here. I'm not sure what the updated stats are these days, but it always still feels pretty damn neutral, so it's all going to come down to execution.
I like that Bellisry is hovering the ball as well. We're not obviously going to get the Wrecking Ball today, but that is probably his signature hero, the Bellisry do be balling for the Philadelphia Fusion. Don't expect anything to change here in terms of. I don't think you would want it though, because you'd like to see Fusion play to their best in terms of what the meta is, and the meta does dictate. Winston, Sojourn, Reaper, etc. The rest of the heroes already, what LA Gladiators are playing, and we're going to confirm once more that Happy will be starting on the Sojourn, Kevsa on the Reaper. Have to reiterate that I think this is probably the right call to make. Happy just has so much higher value on those opening picks. As a reminder, 9 out of the 16 total final blows that the LA Gladiators got on that last map of Oasis.
I like this. M3 actually overstaying a bit with the Widowmaker. He always expected to go away in those first 3-4 seconds. He says, okay, I'll give it 5-6, see if I can get a pick. He does not. And now battle can commence as Fusion start making their way over towards the point. Shu playing here on the low ground spot. Aim God up top there for a brief little moment. The heal's coming through, but it's not nearly enough. Reiner again, first to fall, much like we saw in University. Fusion with a major pick. Now turn the sights over to the point.
Good turnaround though, but M3 instantly frags out and gets a trade. So every single time the LA Gladiators think about maybe getting one back, Fusion keep that advantage alive. They saw the +1. And Gladiators, if they want to retake, it gets rough because you want all 5 alive. Funny Astra's still coming back in. Here's a Lucio though, so there's a good opportunity that Glads can touch final second here, make it count.
Okay, Zest going for the drop-down play, much like we saw from Striker just yesterday, but this time they don't have the Death Blossom, and it seems like it doesn't matter because they still segregate 2 parts of the team. Reiner out in the front, the rest shoved back through the archway, and that is more than enough to just go ahead and melt down the enemy Winston. So Reiner gives his life for nothing. The cap is there, and it's 5+ minutes in the time bank for the Fusion as they start the street phase.
And it's such a shame as well, because Shu actually has a Kitsune rush, so if they survive a bit longer, he pops down the rush, there's no response from Fusion. I could see Gladiators getting that successful retake. The issue there is, it's not really that Reiner goes in, he has to touch. Somebody's got to touch. It's got to be your tank player. Fusion cut him off. They have a 4-1 split where the rest of the Gladiators are still stuck in the archway. Reiner's the only one touching, he can't get any help, and the Fusion just clean him up, then get the rest of the Gladiators. Now they push through the archway.
And now they have to be able to get this hold right here. They're going for the turn. Rush leads the charge. Shoot, escorting them forward. Fusion just back away. They're more than happy to go ahead and wait this one out. And now they can just use their own Kitsune Rush to buy even more space. Should they need it, and there it is. They've got popping it, falls low. He'll start coming through. They keep him alive. Keps are going to be taken down. MN3 finds another headshot. Space is bought.
Funny Astro not quite on for the sound barrier either. I think it was about 5% off at 95%. That would have been probably burning that fight. Fixer them burning as well. Now MN3 to follow through the overclock. No response from Funny Astro just yet either. Successful. Gladiator saved.
Yeah. All right. So, at least penny pinching with the ults where they can, which is good to see. They still have those defensive tools, so they're not going to be forced to use anything here, but Fusion still also have a plethora of ults to use for themselves.
Oh, happy. Under pressure.
Overclock. Gonna need to be big, but yeah, he is still under pressure. Now the Primal's gonna be coming through, and that is enough to force out the sound barrier. Fixa matches. Bellatrix dives back in. Spots him for a brief little moment. Once again, on top of this Sojourn.
Where the Reapers?
He is playing quite slipperily here, and then Kepser goes in. Death Blossom this time around. Gonna be finding some immense value. Cleans up 2. Happy with the overclock. Got Zest. Bellatrix does get Astro in the end, but that is the cleanup, and Fusion have to be sent packing back towards the spawner door. So for now, Gladiators, they have control of the card.
I mean, it was basically every single other ultimate burn right at that stage. You're looking towards the Reapers. Who's going to break the stalemate? No one's going down here. Happy survived. I believe Shu even Zuzed him when Bellatrix dives on in. Funny Asher with the sound barrier timing to put the team up, and this is what he was saving it for, right? For that clutch moment. Now, Gladiators finally slowed things down, forcing back the Fusion. First big reset of the entire map so far, of this attack so far. It's going to be Primal versus Zest on the Death Blossom. Now Shu also finds the ultimate as well. Aimgod's still trying to catch up.
With his damnedest, just 11% shy, so not too far off. A couple more kunais through, a little bit of healing there on the MN3, and he'll have it. There you go.
It's
the pop. Rider's dead. He has the Primal online! Doesn't even get to use it! Just gets absolutely blasted. Taken down, TP out from Shoes, tries to stay alive, but he can't TP far enough because Fusion are so far forward at the moment.
Wow.
They're looking for a little bit more. Fixa holds the cart, gets the cap. Funny Astro, he does manage to make his way back into the spawner room door, so we'll at least be grateful to have his life intact. Fusion, now we just pull away, and it's bringing some further stats. He's dead.
Yeah, that will mean that Gladiators can't really make an early fight happen at all. Fusion get a bit of a free push on this payload. And the ability for Fusion to burn down Reiner so quickly, the guy doesn't even have time to pop the Primal. It's like he's playing on Bing. And Philadelphia Fusion's target damage, so well played. MN3 coming through with another overclock. And Gladiators, they're just going to run from this one for now. But it's more free push. Look at where the payload is.
You mentioned playing on Pink. There's no Hawaii blame this time around. They are all on land. Reiner does get the Primal off, goes into the back line. The focus fire is looking too damn good, and they take him down all the same. The peel isn't there. They can't keep him alive. Sound barrier now used to just try to shield up the remaining 4 members. But he also drops that one in. Fixa does get taken down. He was 5% shy of his own sound barrier. So for now, the Fusion will be staved off. They pull back away. They say we've got plenty of time in this bank. It's now under 3 minutes. They want to wait this one out.
Oh, wow.
Happy with a nice rail shot. Takes down MN3. That buys them even more time and space.
Yeah, if the Fixer kill wasn't enough, that kill onto MN3 surely will be. Happy, once again, he is going to be the one staving off the Philadelphia Fusion's onslaught here. That kill to Fixer, by the way, earlier on, really, really useful. As you mentioned, only 5% off the sound barrier. Fusion otherwise would have been able to stay in. Bellatrix going for the dive in. He's taking a lot of damage though. This has to be a beat, it is.
Overclock now from Happy. Shu falling lower, pops the rush instantly, but then is going to be eliminated. Death Blossom in from Kempster, this time goes even bigger. Finds 3 for himself, looks for a little bit more, puts some damage down, picks up 4, nearly has the ace. Reiner will be able to take the kill away there on Aim God. Fusion again, falling shy of the mark. Gladiators, they expend everything.
Look at this.
Looking good on the hold so far.
So it's the Consumer Rush coming through from Shu and the instant burn on that Death Blossom. And Fusion were not prepared for that. We're not ready for the ability for Kempster just to turn that fight around. Gladiators survive once more time. It's starting to go a bit short here, a little low for the Philadelphia Fusion. A couple more good attempts, but the resources start looking a little bit low as well. They have to kind of manually force their way into these fights.
Got the Blossom at the ready, forces the Wraith Walk out of Kempster. Looks for the TP up opposite side. Now we'll try to go for the drop down. Funny, Astro goes up there to try to boop off and nearly loses his life for it. MN3 in the meantime does get Kempster. So the Blossom itself not going to get too much, but they still do find some opening picks. Jumps back down into the spawn room. Doors is the majority of the Gladiators. Reiner still trying to play out. The sound barrier comes through from Funny Astro. Shielding up the remaining 4. Kempster now on the respawn. Reiner taking
Suzu,
lower, lower, but then gets the primal, and he manages to stay alive. The Suzu, as you say, instrumental. Velasria now sliver of HP remaining as we tuck down under a minute remaining for the side of the Fusion. Overclock is at the ready. First shot goes across, catches Funny Astro in the chest. They do not find the kill. Happy, however, does. Velasria now eliminated, and the odds of finishing this map are dwindling for the side of the Philly Fusion. The last few moments, the Gladiators have found their footing, they've found their stride, and they're shutting down the Fusion at every twist and turn.
I mean, that could be it. Fusion have one more good shot here. If they cap, it'll have to be the OT. Double support ultimates online. MN3 on the Tracer here as well. They need the speed. They need the ability to touch that payload. And Aim God was just so close to responding to Shu. Shu drops in the Kitsune Rush. Aim God's like 3% off or something like that. Fixer as well. Gladi's get aggressive.
Blossom goes out forward, 12 seconds remaining. MN3 taken down, Happy with a headshot. Punishes the Tracer. Zesky's on top of Funny Astro though, finds the elimination. Now Reiner going to fall. The 2 for 1 so far. As the cart is pushing forward, someone needs a touch. Kempster TP's up, goes into the Wraith Walk, just trying to buy some time for the Winston to rejoin the fray. If they can clear out the Reaper, they should be able to get the cap. Funny Astro comes diving back in. Bellatrix are going to be taken down. Now Fixa eliminated. Zest, sliver of HP, taken down. It looks like the Gladiators have just about managed it. The last shot not going to connect, but there's nothing more that Aim God can do. They get the contest within 2 meters of the finish, and they managed to hold it out from there. Gladiators have a win condition.
So clutch at the end there from the LA Gladiators. Multiple fights in a row. They looked like they could have been down. Great Suzu save from Shu to keep Reiner up in one of those fights as well. You have the fact that Shu and Funny Astro just barely outpaced Aim God and Fixer in, I think, the second to last fight. And then you actually get to the last fight. Despite the double support ultimates being burned, it's Happy that finds the opening frag. I mean, what a shot, what a play. MN3 down, 5 versus 4 Gladiators when they need him the most. Happy delivers.
Now everything on the line for this attack for the Gladiators. If they can just get to the end of the map, we'll be able to tie this up and take their map pick of King's Row. We know how heavily defendable some of these points can be, especially on that B stretch. Fusion, if they can start things off on point A, drain down that clock just a bit, really weaken a time bank for the next stretch, they may be able to take it there, but Gladiators definitely looking a bit more jazzed up at the end of that defense.
Well, I mean,
that same energy, that same impact, then, oh boy, they can steamroll on this attack.
Yeah, so here we go. This is the team coming into the last fight it is. Big boob.
Oh, Fixa. Just off the side, barely missed the lip. I mean, even if he stays alive, I don't think you see
the numbers were not good.
Much of a turn there, but
anyway, I was going to mention that I'm glad that Gladiators got it together towards the end on C, because A and B left a lot to be desired there, especially A. I mean, it was just like an instant cap coming through. There was a recontest, Reiner dying twice in a row in terms of first bloods. I think Funny Astro went down there as well, so multiple frags not going the way of the LA Gladiators. This time they are on the offense, fighting for statue control. It's MN3 on Happy.
Finds one, Kempster as well, taken low. Races his way out, bubbles used. Reiner just providing some extra protection there for everybody else to pull back behind the bus. But for now, they will be all right. MN3 still somewhat fearlessly playing forward here at the opening archway. Slides back around the opposite side, playing more in towards the point.
Worth it to get the charge. He's got the rail charge off the back of that one. That's what you're looking for. Doesn't find the shot, but...
Okay. I was gonna say, does he realize the shoe is right above him? They finally did at the very end.
Suzu gone. They know that cooldown. Workable.
That pop.
Kepster.
Yeah, got dinged and then gets finished off. Bellisria finds that kill. Reiner just has to leap out to safety, trying to escape, but the final rail shot will be good enough to kill. And Funny Astro is going to be an even later stagger. Now Shu's got nowhere to go. They can finish him off. It's going to be a good pick, but looks like
by the way,
in time.
MN3 gets an overclock before any of his supports get an ultimate. He's the first player on his team to get an ultimate.
Wow.
Shu and Funny Astro actually do find theirs on the opposite end. And the difference between MN3 and Happy so far is a good 31%, maybe even a little bit more. So the opening damage and picks found, MN3 instantly just pops.
Okay, rushes are out. Aim God eliminated. Shu gets the better of him this time around. He's back over to the rest of the squad. Sound barrier in from Fixer. They're still looking to hold this, and Shu will get traded. So that's going to be the counter goes down on either side.
This has got all.
Beat the overclock nearly available. Now has it available. Does he decide to pop it here? And now we'll have to just wait and see. He's down to 46 HP, but the kills continue to be found for the Gladiators players. Happy with a final shot, finishes off Bellisria. And that should be them being able to get the cap without having to commit any further ultimates to the fight.
Zest wants to go for it anyway. He's going to go for it anyway. I mean, is there going to be a retake? That's the biggest question now. Zest has to try and live if they want the 5v4. Reiner and Happy still have ultimates. Happy's coming back from spawn. The spawn for Glides is super close. And Bellisria, where is he? They barely get the touch, I think. Contesting.
Yeah, Zest goes in. He's the first one to find that touch. The Death Blossom is available here from Kepster right now, just duking it out neutrally against Zest. Low HP, MN3 taking down the Primal Rage, able to finish him off. Bellisria goes diving forward, gets finished. Does find Shu for his trouble, but Reiner is able to clean up too. Vixen tries to exit, the cap comes in. Fusion just buying a little bit of extra time. And they do take them down to below 4 minutes for this next phase of the map. But if the Gladiators just have a very clean beat take, they're going to be sitting pretty.
That was worth for Fusion. I mean, they burn the extra Death Blossom, but they get 2 ultimates in response. Happy and Reiner pressure to use their ults to try and clean up that fight. Fusion, they get the retake, and the retake, while they don't win that fight, it does, again, cost Gladiators something to cap the point, delays the point capture a bit more, burns the timer down. Now Fusion gearing up for the actual fight that they want to go through with, as the Katuna Rush comes up for Aim God. Shu's still very far away. Funny Asher will be pressured to burn the sound barrier unless they can get a kill. I was going to say disengage, but they don't need to do that. Kempster's going to go for 2.
No, they do not. Kepster does find him, and that's just going to be a very swift team kill, shutting down any opportunity for the Fusion to try and get that archway control. Now it's going to have to be a last-ditch defense over in front of point B if they want to be able to drain this time bank even further, if not get a hold.
Aim God held onto the flank. Aim God didn't get to use the ultimate there. Shu now catches up. So for the LA Gladiators, that ends up being a gigantic fight when Kepster once more. His Death Blossoms have been finding some pretty mad value up the course of King's Row so far. Multi-frags on multiple of those Death Blossoms. Final contest here. Aim God waiting.
Okay, rush her rush, goes out. Happy. Rail built, looking for a target. Bubble comes down, they break that one instantly. Gets the shot through the shoulder of MN3. Takes him low, the beat now going to be forced. Funny Astro wins the match. Overclock here on the high ground, going to be popped. Happy still under a bit of fire as Bellisria goes diving in. That makes a trying to deal for the rest of the squad. Let's just focus back in over towards that Sojourn. The Death Blossom comes in, but Zest is instantly shut down by Happy. A great headshot off the overclock, finds the kill, but MN3 with one of his own will get the punish on the Happy. So it's going to be a damage dealer for a damage dealer in the end. The card still contested in front of B, but now the DPS are gone, taken away from the Gladiators with Kepster falling. Reiner tries to trade it back against MN3 with a Primal Rage. Gets the jungle
Good
here.
trap, wow.
Finds the cleave down, takes down the Lucio. Now the rest of the Fusion have their work cut out for them. Reiner still low, hovering around half HP, but they need to be able to get the finishing blows. Looks like they might just make their exit. Gladiators need to reset.
Oh, that was so impressive from Reiner, though. It was a kind of a risk to play through there. Could have been a really bad Primal Rage, but he gets 2. It was a 3v5 situation. Kepster on the return now has Bellisria, so 5v4. Yeah. They got to get this cap.
Yep, they have it. Playing around the Rosie, finds Zest in the end, gets the punish. 2 minutes and 44 seconds that the Fusion need to defend for if they want to walk away victorious on the map.
Yep, they don't have time back to play through here either. There was no capture for Fusion on C. Gladiators, they have the time, they have the objective set in front of them. Win conditions are clear as well. Funny Astro close to the sound barrier, the fixer is when we exchange the Kitsune rushes. The extra sound barrier can make all the difference here unless Fusion can get a really good disengage. They have to be prepared, and the closer the payload gets to the cap, the less of an opportunity they can disengage.
Okay, rush for rush again. Bellisria assassinated. Kepster finds the kill. The Death Blossom layered in as well. Helps set up for the elimination onto Zest, and the Fusion are just suffering losses at every twist and turn. Vixa, the last one standing as the cart starts to advance. Getting ready to go into that purple box of victory. Funny Astro still holding the sound barrier. Nulsriet jumps forward.
Needs primal.
Needs some heals.
Doesn't have
something, but he gets taken down. 3% shy of the mark. Zest now the one who keeps the cart contested for the moment, but the rail is available, and Zest, he's just going to fall. MN3 sniped, and there you have it. The push comes through. Gladiators on their map pick of Kings Row make it happen. They get to the end. They tie it up 1-1.
And all other things considered, you know, we look at A and B, okay, could have been better for the LA Gladiators there, but it comes down to the C push and the C defense. They held the Fusion stalwartly, not allowing the Fusion to get any extra distance. So many clutch plays in the defense from multiple members. Happy, Shu, Kevster, all did fantastic things there. Even on the offense, I mean, I think you can't really overstate the fact that Reiner putting through the 3v5 primal to get 2 kills, and then having the LA Gladiators respawn, regroup on that payload with Kevster then coming in for the cleanup. That ended up being a humongous play that caps them B, and an instant snowball to C that does not end. A Kitsuna rush that heavily favors the Gladiators. Aim got a shoot trade. Funny Astro doesn't even need to use the sound barrier there. They just get the kills. They just out-frag. Bellistria melted. A mirror of what we saw from Reiner being melted previously when they were the ones defending. And the Gladiators just push it through. Great map choice from the LA Gladiators and a great comeback as well.
Fantastically done. It's a tied up set, and that's what we like to see. No one going to be bombing out of this with a 0-3 loss. So the Gladiators successfully fight back. Now Fusion will have their map pick when it comes to Escort, so we'll see exactly where they want to go and whether or not they're going to be able to retake the lead and take it to match point, or if the Gladiators will now have the upper hand. Things looking a hell of a lot better for them compared to yesterday, compared to even just that first map of Oasis. Gladiators are here to play. Onus is on Fusion to answer back. We'll see if they can get it done when we return from the break.
Look, every single game we saw today went to map number 5, so I don't even understand or know anymore.
With 30 seconds to go and the low health bar is a shock, they're going to have to play safe, giving up even more ground.
The shock, they have the spawn advantage though, as long as they start getting picks here.
Aztag, he's done it again. He's going crazy. Give him a kick, give him a punch. 2 kills for the Zen, a completion in sight, another kick and another kill for Aztag. He gets slept and finally put to rest, but not before the Titans can get the payload in.
Just be the end of it all right here, right now. 6% left to go. Continuing to tick up. Leave going to be displaced off that high ground. The stick, Jinmu finds far away. A massive pick off once more. As the overclock is there, developed, trying to duck and dive. Choice A1 with the pulse bomb. Will manage to find Leave, interrupts that ultimate.
Jinmu!
But now develop a unique Argon. Jinmu starting to pop. Krong going to be antied out. Cannot survive. Jinmu finds the elimination. And that should basically be it. There's a couple people left alive on the side of the Charge, trying to fight back, but with Choice A1 far away, dying, the OT will bleed away. It's a 2-0 closeout on Oasis and a 3-1 victory for the side of the Chengdu Hunters.
Fletter headshot too far forward, and now Fate's had to make a disengagement into a disastrous territory.
And it's still overtime. Dragons have to fight this 4v5. There's Fury's grab flux. It focuses down Fate. It gets them low, but Fusion didn't pop the bubble, and they were playing far back as he got anti by Izayaki. Lipa's killed 2, and this is the performance you needed him to have. The Dragons are looking outstanding with him on the Sojourn. Gaga is looming above them, ready to drop onto someone like Lengsa and Molly. Sashin is taking the space. Notices Hunters on the left side, and there's Dia with the range and the picks and finds even a second one. They might not even need the ultimates, but they're still gonna invest the Graviton Dragon Strike, and Dia with the ace, and Monk heads for the hills.
They cannot get rid of the Echo. On top of the point is Victoria as well. Boston are going to go for it. This is their last shot. Sound barrier comes out, so Martin has a coalescence. He had a coalescence, and Valentine burns him to the ground. Now the Mayhem have one support and no support ultimates to work with. It's Salters up to the point, but the Uprising have lost Crimzo. It's all on MCD to keep them going right now. The point is flipped in overtime. The Mayhem have got to respond, and they do so. MCD is down, and now Crimzo has to come in on the Lucio. No healers for the Uprising, but Valentine has a duplicate. Now he's Doomfist, drops him with a seismic slam, takes a ton of damage and can't disrupt the Mayhem nearly enough. Margin comes back with a Coalescence and a Vengeance, but Exy gets burnt down. There's got to be a touch. Crimzo gets to the point here, and Valentine is trying to pressure from the outside as long as he can, but the Uprising, they need reinforcements. Here comes MCD on the Moira. The point is allowed to flip now, but Valentine stays alive, and you can't be serious! The Uprising can't get there. 3 players. But the broom comes out and the Mayhem sweep them away. Unbelievable.
And we are back and getting ready to go into our escort map. But first, why don't you guys come see the matches live? That's right, we are going to have a studio audience here coming up starting on, I believe, the 4th. So make sure you guys get your tickets. They're still available. And you can meet some of our wonderful voice actors that are going to be there live at the event. We've got Leah Denise as well as Sherry's Booth, the voice actresses for Sojourn, as well as Junker Queen will be on site. So go ahead and hang out with them. Maybe you can get them to say something funny. Save yourself $5. You don't have to use Fiverr or whatever. And you can, you know, have Junker Queen say something cool. Why not? Sounds like a good time to me. I'd be there. But I have a wedding coming up in a week, so I can't travel right now.
You know what? I'm just greedy. I'll just go to both. I couldn't choose, so why not both?
That's true.
That's for me.
You are doing that. You have a wild travel schedule coming up.
It is pretty crazy. For the players here, for the teams, I mean, that'll all be postseason. Right? I mean, when I say postseason, I mean after the finals, and for them, it'll be a well-awarded rest, a long-awaited rest. For some teams and some players, they would like to have that rest after the finals and not before. And for those teams, only one of those teams will get to continue in this series today, into the playoffs today, and the other will be going home 1-1 in the series. It's getting heated up. We had a very close Kings Row. Oasis is a little bit more favored towards the Fusion side. And now a 3rd map choice coming through the summit will come through from the Philadelphia Fusion. And just so I can talk about it, it's going to be Route 66. And I'll save everyone from the long speeches ahead. Actually, before we get to that, let's talk about Happy first. We'll get to Route 66. Happy was already in a position that he was, in my opinion, kind of keeping the Glads alive on Oasis despite them losing. And then on Kings Row, he got even more heated up. And on top of that, he also started to see some other players come in, kept some multi-fragging on that Reaper Death Blossom, primarily for the amount of frags that Happy had. I mean, even shutting down plays when he didn't have the overclock, shutting down M3 a couple times as well. I mean, that really gave Gladiators the edge when they needed it. That killed the M3 in the last fight.
Yeah, Happy.
Stuff like that.
Happy's been incredible. And I always will love seeing Happy do well. I was, you know, I had the good fortune of casting that man in his debut all the way back in 2018 Contenders, and it's good to see that he is still in the scene, still very much a force of nature when it comes down to that hit scan play. So, wonderfully done by Happy there on Kings Row. Can he maintain the performance? Can all of the Gladiators maintain the performance is my question. You already mentioned it. Route 66 is the map selection here for the Philadelphia Fusion. Let's see whether or not they will be able to go ahead and retake the lead from here. Winner of the map is going to be moving up to match point. From there, they will be just one map away from keeping themselves in the tournament and eliminating their opponent. Just in case anybody doesn't know how best of 3s work, or best of 5s work. Best of 3s, never mind.
And what do I say about this? Because Fusion really loves this map. Because it's the kind of thing where, like, back in the mid-season madness, there's a bit of tirade for me about, like, oh, why didn't they go to Circuit Royale? Jin, what are you doing? What is Jin cooking? And they had that sort of situation where they got full health, but I didn't think they were able to get a fuller hold. Might have been versus Dallas, I can't remember. We're in a much different meta now, much different patch. I fully understand teams maybe not wanting to go to a map like Circuit. that you want to keep Balestria in. You'd like to just take fewer risks here. You want to play more Winston comps. But beyond that as well, it just seems like across the board, whenever Fusion get the chance to go for a map 3 pick on an escort map, they almost always currently choose Route 66. Now both teams, not both teams, one of these teams, the Philly Fusion, actually did get to play it versus London Spitfire. They chose it versus them as well. A 3-2 result. They did not finish the map. London did. So Philly now trying to rewrite history a little bit now versus the Gladiators.
Here's my question. Do we see a forward hold? Zest right now going to be lurking within the train car, but given
I mean, Reiner's gearing up for it. He's ready for it.
Okay.
It's kind of what you do, right? You play the hog out the gate to try and break out of the spawn hold. It is effective. It is what teams find success with. How about that, though? Talk about success. Woo! Kempster on the board.
Yep, the instant swap. They're going to try to go re-aggress here, though, are the Fusion. Beltria jumps forward, does find Happy. Now tries to make his way out. Oh, boy, he's got about 15 HP remaining. Has to actually grab the health pack because Vixen just... And while he would love to get all that ult charge, it's just not nearly fast enough healing to keep the Winston in this fight. Pulls back to Big Earls. 1 for 1, but the cart grabbed up here by the Gladiators.
Looking good so far. Zest on the corner, linking up with Balestria now for the dive. Bubble breaks, set the back on out a little bit, waiting for a bit more charge from M3, building it off that shield.
But now M3 just lurking around the flank, trying to find some targets to build up for the rail. Couple shots in. Disrupting shot forces Happy to slide away. He'll jump back up on top of Big Earls. Hasn't really been able to build up that rail charge to try to find an instant pick so far.
And no one's really that close to ultimates yet.
Aggressive in the backline.
Could be Shu and AimGod. I think they might be the first for the ultimates. Funny, Asher actually really getting ahead now as well. Low HP, but no one's down. Balestria, there it is. That's the first blood they're looking for.
Yeah, rail shot not connecting, but Happy still forcing position here against the Fusion members. Now MN3 very much out of position, ends up getting clipped. Fixa will manage to exit, but they need Balestria to come back in here if they want to be able to defend this point A again.
I think there was a high likelihood if they don't get that kill to Balestria or anybody for the 5v4, Funny Asher goes for the tempo beat, then LA Gladiators use their advantage of having the first ultimate. Now the Fusion getting ready for the retake. This will be the Kitsune rush coming on through. More ultimates from the Fusion as well once this fight goes longer.
Healing, there's the rush for Rush. Astro holds the beat, Death Blossom comes in from Kester. Everybody exits away from it, so not going to be able to find any eliminations. The Suzu, as you say, is huge. Fixa now has the second beat. Fusion, the upper hand in the fight, and Reiner going to be the first one to get taken down. They successfully retake the cart for now. 1.28 meters left to go. Gladiators get close, but of course they have some more time to work through, but half the time bank has been drained down.
Effective frags as well. Reiner dying despite the sound barrier. Now Happy getting that frag. That's going to be forcing the Philadelphia Fusion into a really weird spot. Zed pulls trigger. It's not going to be enough.
Yep, got the shot. The alley-oop is there on to fix up. Finds the kill. As you say, Zed's not getting anything at all. With the Death Blossom, the cleanup comes through. And it's going to be just shy of 4 minutes now as we go into the second phase of Route 66.
It's once again Happy. He does the job. He gets the trick done. Finds the frag required for the Gladiators to get the cap. So only one failed fight there, roughly. LA Gladiators otherwise getting some decent pace going through Route 66. It's Philadelphia Fusion now sitting on just a Primal, mirrored by Reiner. Also having that same Primal. Fusion currently don't have any high ground to work through though. They're currently on the flank. Balestria forced Primal.
Goes for it. Reiner just up onto the high ground, shifts away. The cart rolling as the Primal of his own, and Balestria is not going to be able to really find anything. Doesn't set up for any eliminations either. AimGod getting dove on, has the TP. Comes across, but then is instantly met with dead. Chu able to line up a kunai. Nicely set up. MN3 dead once more. Happy with a headshot. Very much looking like himself now. Balestria will find one, but Chu's just absolutely wrecking right now in the fight. And this is such a swift take on B.
They can definitely cap off this as well. I mean, there's not really many players alive for the Fusion. Balestria just respawns. They can't touch. They gotta give this one up. It's done and dusted. What is that? Only one fight on B? That is incredible from the LA Gladiators. I mean, what mastery shown in that offense. You see Reiner putting the pressure on towards AimGod, and Shu is there to receive the communication there. Like, yeah, we're going to force a swift step. He knows he's not getting the kill, but he knows one of his teammates will.
Do you even call it a fight? It was pretty much just a primal from Bellisria, and then everybody else just getting picked off one after the other.
He got taken down to such low HP, they forced, and then you look at the Gladiators, they don't do anything because they don't have to. They're shelling on the payload, while Bellisria is trying to live, just trying to fight for survival.
Gladiators are playing this to a T right now. Kevs are just eating the damage, breaks away for a brief little moment. Now the rush comes in from Shu. Imgut going to be matching. Look to the Reapers to try to find some impact as Kevster goes into the back line. Nice little boom. Forces away the Death Blossom. Bellisria is still low on HP, and the Lucio shielding does expire. Kevster pushes into the bubble, and there is just no peel, no hope for the little scientist on the side of the Fusion. Gets taken down. MN3, however, pops the overclock. Will find 2 quick kills. Imgut and Honey Astro trade it out. As it looks like finally the Fusion will find some semblance of stability.
Man, what a clutch. MN3 pulls through on an overclock. He's like, gotta put the game into my own hands here. Fix even gets a frag in the between. LA Gladiators looked like they were gonna handle that fight. They were even pretty surprised, I would say. That Fusion managed to come through that many kills. Ended up being a 2v3, with Fusion having the 3. Glad's only the 2 DPS, plays alive, no one else. He just gets away on 1 HP, but now they have to fight up against Happy's overclock.
Okay, and Zest just can't do that. Happy instantly domes him as he tries to get into position to use that Death Blossom, and now they're being rerouted. The card getting closer and closer, but now he's not pushing. Still so damn close to the completion. Happy, however, does overstep, goes a little bit too deep, ends up falling as well. Ryder as Fixa is filling the kill feed. The Battle Lucio making a return, and he'll make his exit. Stays alive, keeps the rest of the squad topped up as well. Nice little boom to force Funny Astro into the ceiling to get the kill.
And another recovery from the Fusion there as well. I mean, that was another 4v5. Consider that Happy pops overclock. Zest gets domed straight away, as you say. A Fusion, understanding there's 2 options there. You back out into spawn, or you go hard and heavy straight into the LA Gladiators 4v5, and that works out for them. Multi-frags, Fixer, like you said as well, getting super active. Surprising for the Lucio, but it works out. LA Gladiators losing quite a decent amount of time here. That's goodwill being brought up from A and B in terms of how quickly they capped it. That's being shredded.
Okay, the rush is in. Zest ripping apart Reiner, pops the primal, and actually just makes his exit, so won't be able to utilize that ult too much. Just uses it as a bailout tactic. Sound barrier is there from Fixa as well once Shu decides to pop his own Kitsune rush.
Kevster there. Zest has Death Blossom. Kevster so far has been getting mad value on that.
Okay, there it is. Zest is the only one that doesn't receive the shielding. Death Blossom into the back line. MN3 going to be taken down. The answering Blossom shut down. Zest unable to find anything. Fixa again. The one coming up with a kill. TP out from Imgut. Bellisria down at half HP. The contest needs to come in and needs to happen right now. The push away. They force Fixa back. And that is going to be the Gladiators getting to the end of the map. But just 59 seconds remaining. So we do have to give some credit over to Fusion with their defense in the final stretch, because the defense was widely absent on the first 2 points.
Bellisria going down there, not quite alive or in position to go for the final touch. I think, like you said, Fixer got booped away as well. So Fusion can't quite continue there, but LA Gladiators with still, I think, a pretty reasonable time bank, all things considered, right? C ended up being a bit more of a slowdown than the Glads would have been happy to receive. But a full finish here is possibly more than enough if you consider how history has gone. Fusion were not able to finish the map versus London. London got the 3 points here for the full cap. Actually, when you really think about it, both of these teams lost to London, which is why they're facing up right now. These the victims of the London Spitfire firing off. The Fusion needed to get more done than what they had versus that London 6-6 match. They need to actually finish here, and hopefully with time as well. So we're looking towards the A and B offenses, which for the Gladiators was super quick. And for the Fusion as well, you need similar pace.
That they certainly do. MN3 going to be looking to recreate some of that Kevster magic with an opening pick, but something tells me that Gladiators are going to be well prepared for it, and that Shu is likely not going to just tip his head out from around the corner.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers.
This is only step 1 as well. I mean, yeah, Kevster managed to get the shot, but then Gladiators further forward had that opening first blood as well. I believe it was Bellisria dying early.
We're in this together.
So multiple things working out for Gladiators offense on A. Let's see if any of that happens for Fusion, because so far they still have to dislodge the Gladiators forward hold.
But now. A lot of people fighting, but Reiner, again, is going to get picked off. Funny Astro sliding in from behind. Not much that he can do. Needs to try to make his way out of here, but Fixa is keeping himself back, so it's not going to be any escape for him, and that's going to be a good amount of distance opened up here for the Fusion, but of course the Glads will have enough time to get reset, prepared for a contest.
Well, the staggers are important here because as we reach the corner to get on top of Big Earls, 2 members are still coming back from spawn, so instantly you see this Balestria, the rest of the team, they take high ground control. This is something the Gladiators could do earlier because when they had their same A attack, they only got the 1 kill and Fusion had a full wave of respawns. There were no staggers here. With the staggers, Fusion have way more map control.
Happy though. Off angle high ground for him. Is spotted and noted. Still, when he's got that rail charged up, you have to be concerned about him.
Swap sides.
Gladiators just kind of shifting, yeah. Big Earls conceded. They'll take the tunnels. As Fixa needs to stay safe in the rail, goes wide.
And now Fusion get payload control as well, so this works out pretty reasonable for them. Both teams on the low ground here. Kachuna rush about the online. Aim God so far here. Shu lagging behind.
Yep, there's the rush coming through, but look at the HP bars right now on the side of the Fusion. Happy, able to find one. Astro had the beat, dropped it in. Helps keep them alive for now, but Reiner still falls. Belosria swiping away like a madman as he's rushed up. Absolutely insane, just throwing the arms. And despite the initial kill, it's still going to be the Fusion trading pushing forward.
Brings a new meaning to throwing hands right there. He's got the whirlwind arms going.
I mean, good God.
And funny, Asher, I mean, thank goodness that LA Gladiators at least had that ultimate, but you really need the Kitsune rush, and Shu is so far behind. He still doesn't quite have it yet. He'll have it now for the retake. This will be a very similar retake as what we saw from Fusion last time around. Him and 3, they're looking for Overclock, has it, uses it.
And there finds Reiner. Yeah, he was so damn close to having that Primal online. That could be a big turning point unless the rest of the team can clutch out. Death Blossom from Kevster off screen. Not going to be able to find anything. Think he might have used it in that tunnel off of the left-hand side of the cart. Now with Shu falling, that's going to be the cap coming in. Very similar time, Binks, here as we get ready to go into the second stretch.
I mean, so well played there by M3. He snipes down arguably the most important member. If Reiner gets Primal there, I think that's a maybe successful defense. You start banning people towards Kevster's Death Blossom as well. And the Gladiators have a much more successful fight. At minimum, they delay the cap for a much longer time. At least the Gladiators will get this respawn, get active quickly. They don't want to lose the speed. Part of the map the way that Fusion did, which is with a bit of a whimper.
This ends now.
Overclock, slide up over the top. Happy, looking for a target. He saw MN3, he saw Zesty. He wants to try to eliminate one of them, but just couldn't quite find him. Now the ult's going to expire. Still
payload stuck though.
But it's going to start decaying here pretty soon. And as you say, the payload has been locked into position for now. Reiner playing just up above the members of the Fusion as they try to get him Happy, but he's found Fixa. Great punish. More time bought. Death Blossom from Zest, not going to find too much. He's trying to clear the cart out. Reiner receives the shielding here from the sound barrier. They push into the bubble, trying to get the punish. They still continue to take him lower and lower, but looks like he may be out of there. Belosria does hold the ultimate. He's going to continue to hold it. Doesn't need it. Gets the kill. Reiner taking down the cart, now moving again for the Fusion.
Yeah, great call there from Belosria. Had the opportunity to pull the prime, but knows he's got the kill into Reiner. And now the staggers coming in through, and boy, are they big staggers as well. The LA Gladiators lose multiple there as the final push comes on in. However, here's a key difference. When Glads were in this position, they can't. There was no final contest. There should be now final contest from the Gladiators, given that the payload is not quite at the end. A full 5-member respawn is there. Reiner in position to go for the play.
After taking a lot of damage as he tries to get out of the door, Belosria just holding it. Reiner now going to be left down on that low ground alongside Kevster. Shoot joins in, TPing down, trying to keep them alive. Well, Belosria just goes in deeper and deeper, trying to wreak havoc, trying to find these eliminations. Takes Funny Astro down to about half, can't make it happen, but now needs to come back in with the rest of the team. So the rush comes in from Shu, and they're looking to turn the fight now that they're split away from the tank. MN3 taken out. Belosria picked off on the back end. Fusion have overstepped, they've overstayed, and Gladiators now have control of the cart once again.
What excellent juggle of the aggro there from the LA Gladiators. I mean, I don't know if you paid attention to the HP bars, but so many members of the Gladiators were super low, but they would not go down. Shu barely gets the Kitsune rush in time, uses it. Speaking of juggles, Belosria has a primal. He was keeping 2 to 3 members at bay the entire time from actually touching the payload, and when the Kitsune rush from Shu comes down, only half the Gladiators can actually use it, but it's enough. And the subsequent fight, Happy gets another kill. When the LA Gladiators continue the speed defense, look at the time whittled down. How are Fusion supposed to finish the map with this little time remaining?
Might still be able to make it happen, but with time remaining, certainly not. If they can get the cap right now, would give them 2.5 minutes, and they would have to steamroll, try to get close.
I mean, they're not matching the 59. They're definitely not matching Glad's 59, so it'll be an OT finish, if anything.
Okay.
Double support ultimates here for Fusion.
Backside. Themselves into the back. Death Blossom from Kempster, not going to find anything. He gets melted down and back. Now Death Blossom in from Seth. Just chews through the sound barrier shielding, and Funny Astro offered him for his squad. And that'll be the cleanup coming through. Reiner wisely holds on to the Primal Rage for the next phase of the map. Cleanup is there. They can finally start moving, but yeah, it's going to be shy of 2 minutes now.
And they need snowballs. They need big snowball potential here, and they're currently out of ultimates. They don't have anything really big coming online. Reiner can always stall with his Primal. Have to really credit the fixer there for the well-timed sound barrier. It just barely, I think, blocks up Kempster's Death Blossom. Happy pops the overclock as well. Has to chew through that green HP. So Fixer could not have timed that better. The Gladiators, look, they waste no time. They just instantly on the payload. They try to burn this timer down even further.
I love it. It's perfectly played. Exactly what you want to do. Because even if you lose here, you have plenty of time to recontest. You just buy time off the time bank. They've already guaranteed that they're going to have the superior one. If not fully denied the Fusion from having a time bank at all. Happy going to be taken out. Beltria finding one.
Primal.
Ward trying to get this cart rolling, and now the Primal's going to have to be used. Beltria just trying to displace it as best as possible. The rush committed to the fight by Shu. Looking for some targets here. Takes a little bit of a zapping, but overall it's still going to be all right. Beltria jumps back in with the rest of the team, trying to displace Reiner at all costs.
And he saves.
To be healthy for a little bit longer, but AimGod eventually finds that elimination. But I mean, Glads are more than happy to just throw corpses at the cart.
I mean, that's so good from Reiner there as well. He saves the Primal Rage, knows that this is not the critical fight they need to win. Shu trades as Kitsune rush for Belis Ria's Primal Rage, so even though Fusion get past an initial choke, they had to spend ultimates for it. And Gladiators come out ahead because at 35 seconds remaining, Fusion are under a lot of pressure here, and Glads are able to hit some of the timings for their own ultimates. By the time that Fusion want to fight, this might be good, especially with that kill.
Huge pick from Shu. 23 seconds remaining.
Staggers.
They need to tuck out of here as quickly as possible, and Pix is taken down as well.
Glads can spawn camp.
More time bought.
They can just chill. They can sort of just chill this choke here, wait for the spawns to come on through. Fusion have to go for the touch zero. 10 seconds remaining. They can't swap heroes because they got 4 ultimates to play through. Glads actually back out a little bit. This is going to be the fight, maybe in this lane here. AimGod's positioning for this Kitsune rush is going to be everything.
They jump over. Reiner goes into the back line. The Primal now popped. He's looking to isolate a target. It's like everybody has been elusive though. Now the cart starts moving forward. Rush still held. The sound barrier gone. Funny Astro drops in the beat. MN3 is taken down. That's the overclock now. Completely unaccounted for in the fight. Kempster with the Death Blossom, not going to be able to find anything. Happy applying pressure from the back line. Slides away for a brief little moment. Zest as well. Not getting much of anything done with a Blossom of his own. AimGod headshot taken down. The Glads have this map in their hands. And it looks like they are not going to drop it. They are firmly grasping it. The cleanup comes through. MN3 finally gets to use his overclock. He gets a kill with it, but not the map win. The map pick for the Fusion does not work out. The Gladiators successfully defend. They stop extra innings from coming through, and now they move up the match point.
And the more things change, the more things they stay the same here. Once again, the Philadelphia Fusion will choose Route 66. They will fail to complete the map. They'll only get the 2 points there. And when push comes to shove at the end, the LA Gladiators' mastery of just stalling that payload, playing for the time at the end, that very early push out from the defensive side to get on the payload in the choke of C, so masterfully played. Just wasting the time of Fusion, when Fusion actually have the superior ultimates as well. Too much pressure. B took far too long as well. Gladiators, considering how fast they got through A and B, that was the key difference maker to allow them to fully finish the map, but Fusion did not have the same time remaining.
Now Fusion are on their last leg. They will have their selection as we get ready to go into push, and I think that you and I can take a very good stab in the dark as far as what that map pick is going to be. I'm expecting to see some new Queen Street unless they want to throw a curveball, but they need to get a win there to take us into a Game 5 if they want to stay alive. So don't go anywhere. The action continues in just a few.
esports fans and competitors, they ask the same question. Who is the greatest? So far, the Gladiators have thrown the gauntlet down.
The LA Gladiators remain undefeated.
Kempster's found the play, Killer Vigilante already. Kempster now heads upstairs. He sees Kai on his own and back into Deflect elimination. It's all over. There is nothing left in the Atlanta Rain.
Oh, let's break it.
Look at these health bars. There's 7 final blows.
Yeah. The Gladiators snuffing out the Fuel's flame.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for your Los Angeles Gladiators.
A bit more to cheer for right now for the Gladiators and their fans as they have the lead in the series. But before we go into what could be our final map of this set, let's take a closer look at the Kiriko showdown between AimGod and Shu.
I had my criticisms of Shu early on, especially on Oasis, but I think the last 2 maps you really start to catch up, especially on King's Row. I know we're looking at the Route 66 stats here, but the King's Row stats I think were even better for Shu here. Shu was very competitive. I think he got some really good shots up, some really nice kills. The one area that I think Shu still lacks and falls behind AimGod is in the charge rate of the actual Kitsune Rush ultimate, and some of that is represented by the healing statistics as well. So in that last map on Route 66 here, we have AimGod still healing about 3,000 more, so 16,500 for AimGod, 13,500 for Shu, and those numbers do add up. That, you know, roughly gets you a couple of extra ultimates, definitely 1 extra ultimate, and we saw some of those timings there where Shu was just slightly behind, especially after the neutrals, right? Where Shu was even, I think, up to 30% behind of AimGod in the opening neutral on A. So that has the one area that Shu still needs to be looking at, despite now catching up on the other areas of the statistics.
Well, we'll see if AimGod is going to be able to, you know, maybe catch up in some of the other metrics, or if Shu will just fully take the lead. It all comes down to this for the Fusion as we get ready to go into push. This could very well be the last map that this squad plays here in the 2022 season, unless they can get a win and take us to another map of control. I mean, you think back to Oasis, how one-sided an affair that was at the ends of those rounds with Fusion getting the 2-0. If we go back to control, you maybe start to favor them a bit more in that regard, but they still have to get through this next one.
And I think the good news for Fusion is they've been a pretty successful and consistently successful rush team. When I say rush team, I mean push team. We'll see if they're a good rush team as well. They need to be a good rush team on a push map. As part of the reason why Fusion go to so many map 5s is because, you know, they can pretty consistently win push, take us to a map 5. Now, whether they win that map 5 or not has been pretty 50-50 over the course of the regular season. And that, like Gladiators as well, they had a very shocking loss to London Spitfire on Colosseo, I believe, in that particular series over the course of 4 maps. That was the least competitive map from the LA Gladiators out of all the 4 they played. It was a full capture for the London Spitfire, 140 meters to only a 25.75 meter capture by the LA Gladiators. I mean, they barely got to play the payload at all. And I know you were alluding to a specific map choice before we got to this point before the break there, Kilos. You were mentioning maybe the new Queen Street pick. However, this is going to be another one of those moments where, you know, we kind of feel like there's been historically a very strong map for the Fusion. In the case of Escort, that has been Circuit Royale. Jin prefers Route 66. In the history for Push, has been New Queen Street, but today again, Jin prefers Esperanza. So, what is he cooking? We're about to find out.
Yeah, well, let's see. I mean, I'm expecting, you know, more of the same as far as the comps are concerned. I don't think this pick is going to be coming through with any differentiation in that regard, but they must be feeling pretty damn confident in their play here on this map. We've already seen, I think this is what, the 3rd time now that we'll have been seeing Esperanza in the playoffs.
Yep.
So still getting a good sense of how teams are going to look to play this one out, but somebody to keep your eye on. I mean, well, I was going to say keep your eye on Zest because he's usually the one stealing the bot away, but that's usually when he's playing the Tracer.
You can do it on other heroes as well, probably less effective on the Reaper. You get punished for it. So, as I sort of mentioned yesterday when we casted this map, much more consistent for teams to get that initial checkpoint capture, but the rest of the map can be a bit more dubious. So, 2 fights roughly is the benchmark for what it takes to get a point capture. And as you sort of mentioned, no changes in comps here as well. The early positionings I think will be also quite interesting, right? Just do both teams just fight for payload control right away? Does a team want to opt for more of the bridge control? Would be on the left side of where Glads are currently, to the bottom side of the screen. And it is just going to be a raw neutral. Both teams taking the same angles here with Bellisria jumping in first.
Self-inserted right at the front line. Bubble in response from Reiner, trying to keep people protected. Rail shot goes across, not going to find elimination yet. We wait for the bot to unlock. Just a couple seconds, but Bellisria on the re-aggression this time is punished. Kevster finds the opening kill. Now work certainly cut out for the Fusion members. They go diving into the back line. Zest alongside AimGod trying to find something, a desperate play to turn the tide, but it comes up short. Cleanup is there, Glad's in control, first the push.
Comfortable first fight win. Bellisria falling down early. I mean, earlier in the series we had mostly Reiner falling down early, and now is a Philadelphia Fusion that is unable to get any counter trades once Bellisria's gone. Oh, AimGod's low here is all happy, somehow gets him down, and a disruptor shot will have the finish of that. No Suzu, no Swift Step, not too sure what happened there, but it will cost Fusion more time. Technically not a fight, but watch the payload distance. It's getting very close now.
Talk about that. Charge giving the kills. AimGod is a little bit further behind Shu. Not by too much though, so still
that extra death
pace, but the big difference is Funny Astro versus Mix-Up.
It's actually 2 deaths.
Jumped on there for a brief little moment. Yeah. It's not been a good start so far, but does finally get locked in place. Low HP bars there from some of the Fusion members. They do mention.
Oh, Bellisria missed the jump!
Longer, but Bellisria again, yeah, doesn't quite have it. Can't make his way into the window, and the Glads are just feasting.
What? That's going to be cap as well. Easy cap, 3 fight wins in a row. Snowballing now from the Angeles Gladiators. They haven't used any ultimates right with the late kill to fix it. This is going from bad to worse for the Philadelphia Fusions. Take a look at the situation again. AimGod, full HP, and then he's trying to hide. Oh, the Suzu doesn't land. The Suzu must have been half a second off. It was the Swift Step on cooldown. Maybe, I think he might have used the Swift Step out of spawn to teleport to a player, then get caught out, doesn't have the Suzu to hit, and that's it. Now we're going to go trade on the Katsuna Rush.
Okay, jump into the back there, looking for Habit. The sound barrier does come out in response. Funny Astro trying to keep him safe. And Rush not going to get much done either. Fusion able to persevere with a rush of their own. So that is a much-needed fight for the Philly Fusion. 1 ult committed. They get 2 out of the Gladiators. They now have control, but the distance
Let me say this.
still so monstrous.
This is important to note, by the way. AimGod's died 3 times, and yet he still has a Katsuna Rush on pace with Shu, who hasn't died, has not died. So that's what I'm saying. Shu is consistently still behind AimGod in ultimate build time. The fact that he has 3 extra lives compared to AimGod, he should have been way more relief.
And nicely done. TP up onto the high ground. Funny Astro doesn't get out of there in time, ends up dying, and MN3 and use the overclock as well. Comes up with 2 kills for himself. Cleanup continues. The bot, however, still very far to go. They need look to tie this up.
Yeah, they need about 2 to 3 fights maybe here. Definitely 1 more fight to get the cap. I think they can get the cap within 1 more, given how far away Gladiators are. But Gladiators have ults to use here. They have plenty of resources. MN3 cops a shot on his way in. So if nothing else, I mean, Bellisria and Fixer will have to pop ultimate here, but the 2 DPS ults from the Gladiators, it's going to be hard to get past.
Bellisria first to Primal. Reiner now going to be matching. Kepster drops down, keeps the bot locked in place, just going back and forth here against Zest. Overclock is out from Happy. Looking for some targets, gets chunked down to about half HP. Death Blossom in from Kepster, not going to be able to find anything, just zones back to Fusion for the time being. Bot does start moving, but they'll catch it here in the underpass.
Watch this trade coming up. AimGod 85, Shu 66. Once again, he will be outpacing Shu. And this is going to be important. Fix it. No, fix it. That's everything. That is everything. Now Gladiators are 5v4.
I thought the drop down maybe was enough to save him, but no. Funny Astro manages to get line of sight, finishes him off with a nice little headshot. That'll be the cleanup, and once again, Gladiators in control. The bot not even halfway.
What a bailout.
The distance right now.
If Fixer doesn't go down, and forget about the second player dies as well, but consider the 5v4 first of all. It's a weird situation for Fusion to be in, because they want to use this Katsuna Rush. It would have been a really good situation where Gladiators don't have a response, but as soon as they lose 1, their ability to pull through that ultimate starts to wane. Even if you do pull it for a 4v5, doesn't feel good. So Gladiators with a very clutch kill. I mean, if they do not get that kill, I don't even know if they realize how much trouble they could have been in.
Now they've got the forward spawn. Zest dead. The rail shot from Happy gets him in the head. AimGod needs to TP out. He does. Still is at risk, and now he's going to be stomped. Reiner leaps in to find the kill. And the Glads are going to be pushing once more. Right now, they're not even paying attention to the bot. Somebody moves back to go ahead and bring it forward, but this is looking very dire. As 100 meters is about to be online for the Glads.
It will be, and this is a lot of distance for Fusion to try and catch up on. I don't even know if it's, well, it's certainly possible. but probable, unlikely. They still haven't touched yet. We're nearly at 110. This is free push. Fusion just not active enough to stop this. 111, that's too much.
Overclock from MN3 needs to find some value, but with the sound barrier out from Funny Astro, it becomes that much more difficult to make it happen. However, still finds Kempster as the shielding expires, but Happy will find Zet. The name god was taken down moments before. Velasria narrowly builds up the primal rage, gets the pop on that one, tries to displace Happy, who has since popped the overclock. A couple shots through. He's getting juggled back over towards the Fusion spawn room doors. Reiner in the meantime taken down. They will finally get the kill. They've got again though. Respawn, sent straight back into the room as Shu finds that elimination. The bot for now will be in control of the Fusion, but they're gonna maybe get this into a neutral position, but you have to remember the Glads have the forward spawn.
Yeah, they do, and it seems like Shu will be able to confirm the spawn. Yes, he does. He was the latest member dead, and the payload not quite able to be shoved back in. Reiner instantly, he's even contesting from the high ground. That's a bit cheeky. As the Gladiators prevent the payload from even denying the neutral, the forward spawn. Look, it doesn't even hit the mid.
Yeah, starting to move again. He's gonna rush out from Shu. Sound barrier there from Fixa to try to keep them safe. Funny Astro now going to be trying to build up for his own sound barrier to match 8th God's rush. He's going to be there in about 20%. Forward spawns now lost. Reiner taken down. Death Blossom comes through. Kempster's trying to get on top of MN3, but he can't make it happen. MN3 instead
double spawns.
3 kills here in the fight. Can't quite get the 4th, but yeah, still scrappy, bloody, not clean whatsoever, and clean is what Fusion need.
And they don't have enough players alive, right? And in fact, they're not even really going to be able to... They're not going to get it. It looks like MN3 is more concerned about finding a rail charge. I mean, part of me would have preferred him to go for the push, but at the same time, I fully understand, right? They need some firepower in this next neutral. They need a straight-up kill. And the fact that Happy just gets double supports on his way out, I mean, even Shu gets a break. That's far too much for the Fusion to lose. There's MN3 though.
Okay, instant pop, instant kill. MN3 finds Happy. A good start. Funny Astro about to have the beat, now is online. Is he committed here to the rest of the fight? You see Gladiators just kind of getting in behind the Philadelphia Fusion members, and now the sound barrier will have the trigger pulled. MN3 pulling back, Shu pursuing, looking for the kill. A little bit of peel here for MN3. Throws down that disruptor shot, still trying to buy some space, but eventually Astro gets his mark, finds the kill. Now it's limited tools here for the Fusion. Picks up Aim God, both down on slivers of HP, but Happy does get swiped. Velasria with the Primal Rage finds him, finds the elimination. Picks up, nearly getting zapped out of midair, and should stay alive at least for a little bit longer here, but Zet does fall. Kempster getting the elimination. Bot brought forward, gets closer and closer towards that checkpoint that the Fusion so desperately need. Glads have else to have those forward spawns, but with Velasria going down, the Glads once more in control, and look at the ult.
And Fusion just can't get a cap here, no matter how hard they try. 45 meters. No dice. MN3 has to be careful not to get killed here. Ryan wants him. Oh my goodness, an even better primal for it. Might get additional value here, gets a secondary aim god, has nowhere to go, and this is now falling to pieces once more for the Fusion.
I mean, Zest as well. Nobody else. He used the Blossom! He used the Blossom! And then Shu instantly kills him. He said die once. And then was wiped off the face of the earth.
And die he did. And by the way, that 117 is now 120 plus. And Fusion are at risk of being capped out.
Beat drop. Rush from Shu. Overclock now from Happy as well, looking for some targets. Zest's gonna be the first one to fall. Funny Astro's hands push up around the corner. Happy has
it's a wipe.
And it is just not even close. They absolutely sweep them under the rug. The Gladiators will once again occupy the bot and start moving forward to victory.
Could be our first ever finish on Esperanza.
Line. The touch comes through from Zest for a brief moment. Velasria able to join back in, even if the Fusion can win this fight. There's just 38 seconds remaining. The sound barrier comes in now from Funny Astro. Velasria, he hits the floor. He's a sliver, and he is taken down. Shu finds the headshot.
This is it.
That should just be the beginning of the end. Shu with a second kill. Zest out of there. Happy finds MN3, and that will do it. The cleanup comes in. The bot will complete the map, and the Gladiators will stay alive. A 3-1 victory for them in this series as they eliminate the Philadelphia Fusion from the 2022 playoffs.
The Gladiators live on to fight another day. The arena is where their lifeblood is, and they will come back for another challenger in that lower bracket. Yesterday, versus the London Spitfire, they were capped out on Colosseo. A very disappointing look on that push map. Today on Esperanza, which is, by the way, the Philadelphia Fusion's map choice, the LA Gladiators will find our first ever Overwatch League Esperanza full map completion. And with flying colors as well, the Philly Fusion did not even get the checkpoint here. And as you mentioned, their season is over, their run is done. At least Zest got to play one more match of Overwatch before the season is over. Beyond Zest as well, the rest of the teammates here, Carpe, who played on day number 1 with his future uncertain, unknown, his contract expiring at the end of this year, 5 years on the Philadelphia Fusion. And next year, we don't know what's going to happen. What will Carpe's legacy say after Season 5? For me, still the best player to have never won a title.
I think you could definitely make that argument for sure, but it's going to be an unfortunate way to end things here for the Fusion. They make their way over to North America. First land for a lot of these players. I mean, I guess we could count the one that happened here in South Korea as well. So maybe second land, but given the stakes, first big major tournament for them. And unfortunately, it ends in a 0-2 match record. Gladiators, however, looking much more like the team that we anticipated coming into the playoffs.
Yeah,
much more of a force to be reckoned with. They finally righted the ship. They say, okay, you know what? Happy on Sojourn, good. Kevster improved his Reaper performances compared to what we saw yesterday, and they very much found their stride. But there is only one player of the match after all, and that, of course, has to go to Happy.
I think so. I think it's just well played across the entire series, and I think even for some other members that started to heat up towards the end, like Kevster's Reaper started to look a bit better. Shu's Kariko definitely looked a lot better towards the end.
Oh, yeah.
But Happy, I mean, you can see it from the early highlights on Oasis. Guess what? Those other guys didn't show up on this map. Happy dead, despite Gladiators, I think, getting quite diffed on Oasis, to be quite fair. Happy was a one-member keeping alive. 9 out of 16 final blows, easily deadlifting for his team, even though they lost. And now, when you look at the other highlights of the other maps, you start to see his impact. I mean, the final blows, the first bloods, everything he's been doing, whether he's got the overclock or not. But even on Esperanza as well, where he just finds these critical shots and these critical kills, and that one trade sequence when it looks like Fusion are finally winning a fight. Guess what? Happy, when Glides are down, he still just kills the Fusion support line by himself. No issues. Unbelievable performance. And this is exactly why as well we were so kind of boggled in the mind about what was going on with the juggling of the two DPS players. Sometimes Happy's on Sojourn, sometimes he's on Reaper. Kevs is playing both the heroes as well. I think Glides have figured it out. I don't know why it took them this long to figure it out, but Happy is your Sojourn player. He's got far more experience, far more time on this hero, far more consistent on this hero, and the first bloods and stats prove it.
That they do. I mean, what a turnaround performance from everybody on the Gladiators is very much worth saying, because, I mean, everybody looked completely out of sorts yesterday. Bunny Astro wasn't finding good timing to the sound barriers. They weren't being able to play off the back of those. The Kitsune rushes were falling shy. That this was very much just... I think we can now say that yesterday was a bit of, A, London performing incredibly well, and B, Gladiators just being off. This was them fully turning up. This was them showing the performances that we have come to expect from these players, from this team. They look damn good, but their work obviously is not done yet. They will have to play again tomorrow against whoever wins our next series, which is still going to be two formidable opponents in their own right, because, oh boy, we've got the San Francisco Shock going up against the Shanghai Dragons. This one's going to be wild. I just hope that both teams can come out here and perform at their absolute best. Give me that 5 mapper. We fell just shy of the mark here in this first series of the day. If we can get the 5 in the second, I'll be damn happy. But we're going to go to a quick little break here. The desk will break down the action from our first elimination series of the playoffs, and then we will return for that incredible rivalry matchup with the Shock versus the Dragons. So don't go anywhere.
Monkey one. Just low. Kiriko. I'm Kiriko. Chase one. Sorry. On point. Lucio. Oh, Kiriko. Time C9. Let's go. Good job.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Butterfinger. Crispity, crunchity, peanut buttery. No one lays a finger on your Butterfinger.
Welcome back, everybody, to Game Break. I'm Danny Lim here, joined by player of the match, Happy, just getting the win against the Philadelphia Fusion. Happy, congratulations on the win. Now, I gotta first start off asking, yesterday you guys had a, unfortunately you guys lost to the London Spitfire, but you guys look to be improved today. So, what sort of adjustments did you guys make coming into today's match? 자, 해피 선수 오늘 승리를 축하드리면서 어제 아쉽게도 패배를 한 이후에 오늘 굉장히 더 좋은 모습을 보여줬다고 생각을 합니다. 오늘 경기를 위해서 어제 패배 이후 좀 어떤 조정, 좀 어떤 변환이 있었나요? 팀적으로. Alright, I don't think Happy is hearing me. Happy, do you hear me? Hello? Maybe. Nope. Hello? Happy? Alright, sorry guys. I'm so sorry guys. We're having some technical issues, so we're gonna go back to the break. Zoe, take it away.
Thank you so much, Danny. Well, you tried.
We tried.
So we certainly tried. But,
was sick.
Yeah, we might come back to that one a little later. Definitely gonna keep on at it. Thank you so much, Danny. Let's talk about the match we just got to witness. Gladiators did end up on top, but looked a little scary there at the very beginning. However, reinforced, heading into this match, there was just one wish on your list, and that was to actually see Happy on that sojourn, and that's what you got.
That's what I got, and it worked out for the LA Gladiators. Obviously, I'm not going to pretend that was like the entire thing, like, oh my god, they swapped the players, and like, oh my god, it worked. But no, it did help the consistency, and I think we can both agree that Kevster did play well on the Reaper overall, and Happy on that Sojourn. This is what we like to see him on, and he has some real impact moments on that hero. But to kick things off, Jaws, we saw the Philadelphia Fusion come out and win the first map. This is a roster that improved themselves and looked pretty good, considering, their relatively poor performance against the Outlaws Spitfire.
That was a good toss, Johnny. I like that. I like that from you. No, it was good. Look, I think it's a bit strange with the Gladiators coming into this meta because you don't really have too many questions about Shu and Funny Astra in the back line playing Kiriko and Lucio. That's kind of, you'd expect Shu to be an absolute god gamer on that pick. Hasn't showed us like exceptional level performances on the Kiriko, but maybe a bit of a slower start there. Although I don't think the peak of the hero has been reached yet, of course. But it was a bit of a question with Kevster and Happy, but just getting Happy on a hit scan roll like Sojourn, who starts off a lot of fights and sets the tempo for a lot of games, just getting those railgun headshots is super important. So it's good that Glads find that fitting. And honestly, this losers bracket is crazy. Like, what is this losers bracket? Like, no team wants to be playing in here right now. Like Philadelphia Fusion, it's very unlucky that they went out, but would you want to play any other teams in here? Like, judging on the performances from yesterday?
Unlucky Fusion fans. Have to play the Gladiators first round in the losers bracket.
Yeah.
Like losers bracket that's not supposed to happen in the losers bracket.
No.
It's a little unlucky. A few final words maybe about the Philadelphia Fusion and what we've seen, not just in this match, but also, of course, throughout the entirety of the 2022 season, as this was their last showing.
Yeah, this has been a team that impressed us throughout, because I think going into the season, we talked a lot about the rookies coming in. Obviously, they refurbished their roster. Fix is a rookie, MN3, Cest, Belosria. These are all rookies coming into the league, but they impressed us throughout with all these tournaments, right? They made the finals of the Kickoff Clash in the Eastern region. They were the APAC team in the mid-season madness that went the further than Shanghai Dragons, the Seoul Dynasty, and now they go out the first round in the playoffs. Obviously, massively disappointing for this team, but you can't understate what an amazing season overall they've had, and I'm really looking forward to seeing more of rookies like Cest, for example, in 2023.
Absolutely. Anything you want to add?
Yeah, we'll probably see MN3 and Zest back again. Like, there's no way. If they don't stick on the Philadelphia Fusion, they'll probably be on another team. Like, MN3's already shown up to be a very cracked hit scan player. And it's pretty hard to be a cracked hit scan player and stand above the rest because of how many there actually are in the league right now. So there's more hope in the future for them.
Absolutely. So once again, thanks to everyone from the Philadelphia Fusion for putting up a show for us throughout the season. Sad to see you go, but you made it to the playoffs, so that is a win in itself. Now, we do have Danny standing by once again with Happy, so let's give this one another try.
Thank you so much, Zoe. All right, let's give this a try one more time. Happy, can you hear me?
네, 들립니다.
드디어 들리네요. All right, guys, we got him. I got him. Happy. Congratulations, first of all, on the win. And I just want to say, after losing to London yesterday, you guys look to be improved today. So my first question was, what sort of adjustments did you guys make coming into today's series? 자, 일단 너무 다행이네요. 해피 선수 이렇게 들릴 수 있게 돼서 너무 다행이고, 어제 아쉽게 패배를 한 이후에 오늘 굉장히 좀 더 좋은 모습을 보여주셨는데, 오늘 경기를 위해서 좀 어제 패배 이후에 좀 어떤 조정을 했고 팀적으로 좀 어떤 변환이 있었나요?
사실 어제 딱히 전략적으로 그런 거에 대해서 문제가 없었다고 생각을 하고 그냥 저희끼리 합이 너무 안 맞았던 것 같아요. 그래가지고 어제랑 오늘 이제 좀 단합을 잘 할 수 있도록 그런 노력을 한 것 같습니다.
Alright. So I guess strategy or gameplay wise, I don't think we had much problem. I think the only problem that we had from yesterday's match was I think the teamwork. There were a lot of little kinks that we needed to work on. The teamwork wasn't there, so that was a major problem. So coming into today's match, we really wanted to focus on that and to sort of work out our teamwork better. And I think that's what really helped today and what really showed today. I completely agree as well. And I think another big thing for you guys today, what I saw was you playing that Sojourn. While yesterday it was you and Kefter sort of going back and forth playing the Sojourn, but today you stuck on that main Sojourn role. So how did the Gladiators come up with that decision? 자, 방금 말씀하셨듯이 팀업도 중요하지만 제가 봤을 때는 오늘 승리에 좀 크게 기여한 게 해피 선수의 소전이 아닌가 싶습니다. 일단 어제 캡스터와 소전 선수, 이제 캡스터와 해피 선수가 둘 다 이렇게 소전을 같이 사용을 하시다가 오늘은 해피 선수가 소전 역할을 이렇게 담당을 하셨는데 어떻게 보면 이 결정을 좀 팀적으로 어떻게 만드셨나요?
일단 저는 솔직히 잘 모르겠어요. 저희 감독님이 이제 결정을 하시는 건데 제 생각엔 아마 이제 캡스터 선수가 정말 잘하잖아요. MVP 후보기도 하고 그래가지고 제 생각에는 소전이 조금 더 캐리력이 높다고 생각해가지고 네 그렇게 했던 것 같아요. 저도 잘 몰라요 사실.
Alright, TLDR, I honestly don't really know why I have to play the Sojourn role today, but I think it's really up to the coaches. But from my understanding, Kevster is a really good player. He's a really good DPS player. He's an MVP candidate, but I guess, and Sojourn sort of has that carry potential. So I think I really don't know why I was stuck on the Sojourn role. Alright? Well, hopefully we'll get to hear from the coaches maybe near in the future, but happy again. Big congratulations on the win and thank you so much for your time and good luck in your next match. 자, 어떻게 나중에 가서 좀 더 이야기를 할 수 있었으면 좋겠습니다. 일단 해피 선수 오늘 시간 내주셔서 너무 감사드리고 승리 너무 축하드립니다. 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
Alright, Zoe, back to you.
Thank you so much, Danny. Thank you so much. Happy congratulations to the Gladiators. I see some smiles from that corner of the desk here. It's like, Happy doesn't know why he's stuck on that.
Yeah, what the hell?
So weird.
Pick yourself up, Happy. Come on, man.
I love the conversation, though. Without getting too analytical and the data, analyze. But Sojourn has room for a lot of skill expression as well. So, if you
what
have
expressions of that, Johnny?
If you have carry potential players like Prophet on the Seoul Dynasty, for example, Proper on the San Francisco Shock. Proper's been an amazing, hit scan when it comes to Tracer, Reaper, stuff like that. But now with Striker in the mix for the Shock, we'll be talking about later, they put Proper on that role instead because they realize that Proper has more potential to carry and take us further on that Sojourn role. So interesting conversation as we dive deeper into the playoffs.
Absolutely. Now, we do want to not quite let go of the match we just got to watch yet because Reinforce, I'd like you to break down a few plays here, specifically Gladiators' way of punishing the aggression coming out from Philadelphia Fusion.
Yeah, I think in our first match against Alona Spitfire, we saw the Gladiators struggle a bit with aggression and being synchronized. Happy he mentioned the teamwork, we're struggling with the teamwork. So one way to sort of play around that is being less proactive and more reactive. And we saw that really come out against the Philadelphia Fusion. So I want to take you through a few fights here. So this is the first, one of the last fights on Oasis, the first map rather. And you can see that Belosria with the Winston bubble is taking space here for the Philadelphia Fusion. And the LA Gladiators, they're forced to react here. But this time, they weren't really put in a position to succeed because they gave up so much space. So MF3 are going to close things out, and Fusion, much to this fight, are going to take the win on Oasis. King's Row, however, this is another example of the LA Gladiators playing more reactive. They're doing some Harry Potter impression in here, they're just staying in this closet, but they're going to fight their way through this. So the Kitsune Rush comes out from Shu Shu before he goes down, and then Kevster with the Death Blossom, capitalizing on the fusion extending into the LA Gladiators. So you can see many times here that the LA Gladiators, they prefer to be reactive because they acknowledge that Velosria, he committed a lot of mistakes against a lot of Spitfire. Maybe this is something we can abuse. We go over to Route 66, our third map, and once again, Velosria, he's like primal raging, you know, on the other side of the map over there. So the LA Gladiators, they wait for these mistakes to come through from the fusion. Velosria, he's locked away from this fight. Then Shu, he's going to drop the Kitsune Rush onto the cart, and now when the fusion are already in an offensive position, that is when the LA Gladiators are going to react. That is when they're going to capitalize on the positioning of the Philadelphia Fusion and perhaps minimize their mistakes as well. I think it was interesting, Reaper, for the LA Gladiators, a hero they struggled on perhaps a little bit, right? But one of the biggest parts about Reaper, one of the biggest mistakes you can commit is when you're Wraith forming away, right? You go in for an engage and maybe the engage doesn't work out and then you have Wraith form out. We saw Striker commit that mistakes a lot for the San Francisco Shock yesterday. Well, let's just not like go aggressive. Let's stay on our side of the court, and then when the opponents push into us, that's when we'll capitalize. And that's what we saw a lot from the Gladiators today. I think it was interesting. Maybe once they figure out the teamwork, they'll be able to be more aggressive in the future.
I think that's a perfect point. Is actually Johnny with the Bellosaria like jumping in, and that reactive style works really well in this meta because the bubble from Winston is so important. And if you lay that bubble down super early, oh, you're just going to get rolled. Like, it's a lot like Lucio beat or like support ultimates. The one to use it last normally has it coming out on top, and it's exactly the same with the Winston bubble. You can't go too aggro with the Winston. You need to help your team, and like separating healing away from the Kiriko from the enemy team is crazy good. And yeah, funnily enough, when you don't get healed, you die. So that's pretty sick.
Who would have thought? Now, heading into our next match, and I can't believe I'm saying that, and people might be confused now, thinking that we're somehow in the upper bracket. Alas, it is not the case. Our next match is going to be fought out between the Shanghai Dragons and the San Francisco Shock. We're talking two champions. That is the reigning champions in the Dragons and the two-time champions in the Shock. And those two will now actually fight it out about who will go home and who can stay. And that's crazy.
Unbelievable.
I can't actually believe that this is about to happen now. First things first, in Leveling Up presented by Butterfinger, I want to know who can't afford to, I guess, drop the beat, drop the spaghetti. There was a joke somewhere
Please drop
in there.
The beat.
Drop the Butterfinger.
But you
Please
should
drop
be
the
dropping
beat,
it.
not the spaghetti.
Actually,
Yeah.
drop the beats, not the spaghetti in our Lucio head-to-head.
Yeah, that's true.
Don't Ajax the
I'd go
spaghetti.
with
I like that. What's that?
Don't Ajax the spaghetti.
Don't Ajax the spaghetti. Is
Yeah.
that what you said?
Never
when
mind.
spaghetti?
We're too deep. We're too deep.
No, it's not. Keep
Run
going.
us through it, Joss.
What kind of spaghetti do you like?
Lucio's, though. Let's take a
Butterfinger.
look at him. Lucio's, please, save us.
Save us
Save
from
us.
this spaghetti talk. Do you like fusilli or do you like the shell pasta? That's the question. They're not changing the screens.
I'm
There
a
we go.
penne
Thank you,
kind of
X. Reset.
person,
I
but
like
yeah.
that. I like that from you, actually. Ravioli's pretty good too.
Oh, yeah.
So like, if you look at the Lucio head-to-heads here between Violet and Lee Jae-gon, it's kind of crazy to think that Violet was once, obviously this is like old history at this point, where he was stepping in on the Lucio for the San Francisco Shock because they needed one, and he didn't look that great, but now he's going toe-to-toe with some of the best Lucios we have in the league and obviously in the world. Like, Lee Jae-gon is known as a god on the Lucio pick, and Violet is just kind of dominating in the stats. Like, it's a little bit ridiculous. And you are right, Zoe, too. Like, the Shock and the Dragons being down here is just absurd. It's actually going to be kind of sad, honestly, seeing one of these teams go home. And a lot of the play, and you can kind of relate it back to the Winston point, Johnny, in the way that the bubbles are used. Later B, obviously, always kind of better. But the Winston bubble is also kind of key. There was actually a few situations in the last series where we saw Lucio's kind of go in with the B, but the Winston was just either in their face, near them, or on top of them with a Winston bubble. And you're just blocking off the entirety of the sound barrier. And if you don't get it on, like your people like your Sojourn, your Reaper, you get dominated. Like, there's no if and or buts about it. You will get focused out, like, super quick. So getting good timings on the beats and like forcing out bubbles and destroying them and stuff like that is like what you need to be looking for right now if you're Lucio.
Yeah, and I mean, the good news is both of those teams, the talent is there. So let's see who can make the best use of it. Let's take a quick look at our predictions to know where the desk is going with this.
Did I pray?
All right. Joss going for the Shock. We are sticking
Let's go,
with
Danny!
the
I thought I'd be
Dragons.
alone with the Dragons. I'm going to be honest.
No, man, that lip.
Dragons.
Excuse me, for lip alone, I would.
Are you surrendering on proper? You said
I'm
that
not
Shock would win the tournament, and
I
you've been talking
did.
about proper all
That
season
was like
long,
yesterday,
and now you're
Zoe.
abandoning them. They're out! If they lose, they're out, Zoe!
I know, and I hate it. I hate it for them. But also, Dragons, pretty good.
Imagine how poo-poo you'll feel if the Shock lose right here and now, and you just, or they win rather.
I guess, well, but I've been a
feel bad
ride or
anyway.
die for them like all season long. It's time to make.
I can't believe you betray them like that.
It's just proper, honestly. I'm betraying. Like the rest of the Shock.
He's a beast.
So if Proper was on the Dragons, you'd be like, oh, Lip and Proper, like we're.
Yeah, probably.
Actually, Proper was on the Dragons for 5 seconds.
All right. Well.
But anyway, there's only one way to find out what's going to happen. That is starting the game. The casters are ready, the players are ready, we are ready. So let's send it over to Avril and Ankylios.
Thank you very much, Zoe, and the rest of the desk. Yes, it is time to go into our next elimination series. The second out of 4 here on the day. Winner of this one's going to be going up against the Gladiators tomorrow. So another swift turnaround for these squads, and that's why it's beneficial to stay in the upper bracket. But what a clash this is going to be. The Shanghai Dragons going up against the San Francisco Shock. A tale as old as time, really, at this point. This rivalry kind of starting all the way back in Stage 3 of the 2019 season. A stage final that I was fortunate to cast, and it went the distance. Best of 4 all the way to 7 maps. And Shanghai were able to stand victorious at the end of it all. The question now begs, is it going to happen again here in an elimination series in a best of 5, or will the Shock be able to keep themselves in the tournament?
And of all the recent matches, you know, you bring up that that 7-map series in Stage 3 all the way back then. We often get Shanghai versus the Shock in these sort of playoffs, tournament, final type of games, and we get them in the playoffs here. And, you know, if you're tuning in, you're thinking, oh, this must be really deep. But we look at the winners final here, not quite. We're actually the losers bracket, first round, which is what's so shocking about it all. That specific win on, you know, Stage 3 2019, that was one of the only 2 times the Dragons have actually ever beaten Shock franchise-wise. The other time was in the 2021 playoffs when Moon chose the Shock right off the rip and beat them 3-0. Those are the 2 times the Dragons actually beat them. Krusty eventually got his revenge in the mid-season madness when the Shock got 3-0 versus the Dragons. That has been the most recent result, and that was the last time that these 2 teams actually played.
Well, the Dragons likely going to be vying for some revenge. We'll see if they're going to be able to achieve it. But first, we'll go ahead and welcome the players out onto the stage, starting with the Shanghai Dragons. They make their way to their seats and get ready to have battle commence. Like you say, the record not too great for them, but in these playoffs moments, they can get the upper hand. They can go absolutely nuclear in the lobby. Just need to see that hive mind fully come online.
And that's probably, you know, one thing that has been a little bit missing this year at times, and it's a little bit weird because when you talk about Shanghai, normally, you know, they're referred to as the Shang AI because their teamwork, especially from the 2021 season of the dive compositions, was phenomenal. It was unlike any other team. That's why they had so much success last year, why they easily had that championship locked down. Now coming into the 2022 season, you know, 5v5 change, the team shifting from, you know, to their new base in Shanghai with early internet issues, all that kind of stuff as well. They've had a slow start, but it's been a season of up and downs. They did actually win the Summer Showdown as well, but that was with Void in playing the Jungle Queen. They're back onto Fate now playing Winston Flitters, back to the starting lineup playing the Reaper here as well. They can't use Who Are You here because Genji has been nerfed, and Who Are You gave most of the success to the Dragons for this year. But even without Who Are You, the other member that has also been giving most of the success is Lip. And as we saw from the desk early on in the pre-show, Lip actually holds the #1 position for a lot of these very important Sojourn stats: hero damage, final blows, charge shot kills, and overclock kills, all at #1 with second tied for fewest deaths. That's insane for a Sojourn player, and absolutely on par actually for a guy like Lip.
Well, saw him begging at near the end of his stream when the Shock lost just yesterday. The question now begs, has Super flown out to Los Angeles, to Anaheim, to join in with the rest of the team? He was saying, put me in, Krusty. I'm ready to play. We'll find out as they walk out onto the stage whether or not he is with them, but something tells me that that's not going to be the case. But we'll go ahead and welcome the San Francisco Shock all the same and also see who the starting tank is going to be.
Yesterday we had a bit of a swap up, Mikey starting out and then Kalush came in, so once more to start things, it is going to be Mikey on the opening control map. That actually seems like a bit of a standard thing for Shock now, right? They like to play Mikey to start things out with, and Kalush comes in for map 2 onwards. And for Shock as well, I mean, they had a very intense 5-map series yesterday versus the Houston Outlaws. Went the full distance, but Houston pulled it through at the end. Dante even on the Orisa, and it was too much for Houston. And Kalush played 4 out of the 5 maps there, so even when we talk about control, Mikey plays the first control map, but he wasn't there for the second control map. So, I mean, even that considered, the Shock still, unfortunately, could not pull the series through. They did win Esperanza, they did win Kings Row versus Houston. I think the thing about the Shock versus Dragons now is Dragons lost 0-3 versus Spark, so they've actually yet to take a single map in this playoffs. At least the Shock have 2.
We'll see if this can be the turnaround point here for the Dragons. Never in our wildest imagination coming into the playoffs did we anticipate that this was going to be a lower bracket matchup, maybe an upper final, maybe a grand final if the Dragons found their form. But right now, both teams suffering some hefty losses, need to recover.
Yeah, I think this man on the screen as well.
4 days today.
I think Fleta to me has got to step up on this Reaper also, because Striker coming on this here that we saw versus Houston was very strong for the team. Even when other members were not quite finding their marks, when the Shock were in maybe losing scenarios, Striker pulls up results big time. And that flank on Esperanza that we know, that we saw, beautiful stuff. And that's what you need to see out of Fleta as well. I have no doubt in my mind that Lip's going to perform. Proper versus Lip, by the way, the Sojourn heads up is going to be super exciting as we gear up to take on Lijiang Tower.
All right, Lijiang Tower, first map here in this best of 5 series. Who will be able to take it in the end? Shanghai Dragons, they have that home field advantage on the map, you could say. We'll see whether or not it's going to be good enough to get through the San Francisco Shock. And as you mentioned, Striker, definitely somebody that we have to keep our eyes trained on. Striker, I think for the side of the Shock, huge stand-up performance with that Reaper. Great timings with a lot of those Death Blossoms finding value pretty much consistently, despite the loss. And then, of course, for the Shanghai Dragons, as the desk was bigging them up, is Lip, who has basically been leading in every single metric as far as the Sojourn is concerned. Had the team on his back, but this wasn't quite enough to be able to get that initial win.
And had his team on his back for the Spark series as well. I mean, super competitive. I actually don't think Dragons played poorly in that Spark series, but they definitely were on the back end. Fate not quite on the same, standard as Goose Rate, and that will need to change here as well. They'll be up against Mikey first and foremost. Yep, is the same. Compositions coming on through. Shock not going to try anything different here. Dragons taking indoor so far. Shock wanting to meet them.
Meet they shall as Mikey starts moving forward, leading the rest of the squad up. But the Shanghai Dragons do have that inside track right now over towards the point, which is going to be unlocking soon. But Violet swoops his way into the back lines and assassinates Lip from the flank. What a play from him. Violet, one of the things that we were talking about with him just yesterday was another one time on those sound barriers, and yeah, he gets a second elimination. Now he's halfway to the beat. First lockdown, the point goes the way of the Shock.
I mean, that's just great kill confirmation, right? Because Proper finds the rail shot onto Lip, puts him on a 1 HP. It's not the one shot that Proper gets, but it is available. It is what allows Violet, or maybe Mike or somebody else, in this case it was Violet, but to add the extra damage and find the final blow. The Shock now in control. Ultimate's coming online very shortly. Dragons still have a window to play through, especially if Easyaki does that.
Okay, huge opening kill. Proper going to be taken down. Shanghai Dragons occupying the point. They have the Shock forced off the opposite side of the map, and a couple of them looking like they were going to go off the side of the map. I think it might have been Finn. TP'd back in either way. Does die in the end. The cleanup is swift and relatively clean here from the side of the Dragons. They pick it up. They get the flip. 29% for the Shock.
Incredible kill coming through. Easyaki really setting the stage. Recently named support role star as well. The 2022 regular season. Proving his worth here. But it is still Violet who finds the first ultimate. Is it going to be a tempo beat? You might want to save this one. Fate's already dead. Didn't Primal, by the way.
He just opens with the beat. And yeah, Fate taken down. No Primal to be found. Like, he does get traded by Fleta, but they need so much more than that if they want to be able to turn the tides of this. That Blossom is online. He's going to dive in with it. The flip has come through for the side of the Shock, but now it's going to be the Rush committed to the fight as well. So they're looking for the pass flip back for their favor. Rush out from Finn. Sliver of HP remaining on that Kitty help. He does stay alive for a little bit longer. And Striker is incredibly slippery. Oh, like that should have died well before that, but now Primal comes in, Striker gets the Death Blossom across, and they're looking to hold this point, not get the flip back over to the Dragons. One Snail's ultimate on dead, that's the beat taken away. Primal is out here from Fate. Lip steps off the side of the map, I do believe. Either way, cleave down, might have found the kill. Like himself will also be eliminated, but now Proper, he's got his overclock ready to go. The beat comes in from Lijiang in exchange. Fate's gonna be taken down, the headshot looking good. Looking for a bit more Dragons in the meantime. They sneak the point away.
Where's
from the Shock. They're still in a rough position. They need Faye to rejoin overclock very quickly. Overclock is in from Lip, gets the body shot there on a Violet, not good enough for the kill, and Lip gets shut down. Striker moves up right into his face. finds the kill. Point still held by the Dragons, 42% ticking up. Izayaki playing forward here, trying to keep Fate alive. And as he leaps to the sides, they will both go down. The Shock once more will regain control.
Huge shutdown. Lip going down mid. Overclock, that's everything you need. The San Francisco Shock will maintain control 70% and still climbing. The Shanghai Dragons, they tried to keep that one alive with Fate's Primal after 2 members went down. Lee Jae-gon and Lip died in that fight very early on, so no sound barrier, no overclock until they could come back in. By the time they did come back in, as I mentioned, Lip shut down. Lee Jae-gon did keep the team alive for a little bit longer, but no firepower there. San Francisco Shock now looking for that double sound barrier plus Kitsune Rush combo. Izayaki has it, but Lee Jae-gon does not. Anything.
Oh. Yeah, Lee Jae-gon doesn't have anything. He's completely and utterly destroyed. Violet drops the beat in. The rush is out from Izayaki, but the damage is not really being found right now. The HP bars on the side of the Shock relatively strong thus far. Push into the corner. Fate falling low. Gets picked off. Flutter going to be taken down as well, and there's nothing more that Lip can do. Zone gets shut down, even with the overclocking in hand. Final pop here from Proper. Doesn't have any more targets. There's the overturn. Will go ahead and tick down 146%.
Yeah.
Shanghai Dragons, I mean, a really nice extended fight to get themselves back in control of the point briefly. The Shock retake, and they don't let go.
75% charged shot accuracy from Proper over the course of that round there, and a brilliant two-piece towards the end that gets the kills required. A first blood into Lee Jae-gon, denying Flatter from using the Death Blossom as well. He kills Flatter when he's on 99. He was the only member left that could maybe still clutch up for the Dragons at that 4v5. A lot of low HP members, but if Flatter pops off on the Death Blossom, that could save the point. But unfortunately for them, Proper is there to shut him down. The Shock have a 1-0 lead so far on the opening map of Lijiang Tower. Looking over towards Control Center now. Still the same comps. Yesterday we did see some variation. A little bit of Ryan coming on through. That was from the Glads. Possibility of maybe playing Orisa here as well. But for these two teams here, we're going to stay true to what the meta is. And let's see who defines it.
Here on Control Center. They will greet. Initial skirmishing now opening up. Mikey jumped down about half HP. Rail shot goes across. Striker tagged low. Takes the Wraith Walk out. Move away from the point, which is now unlocked. Shanghai Dragons inside track there. Might be able to get the lockdown. Now with Mikey falling. Certainly looks a hell of a lot better for them. Rail from Proper as well. Not going to get the connection that they're looking for just to find the kill. But it goes forward. Looking for a kill, but Striker. It's just the best of 20% lead.
Oh, that shot.
Blossom as well, but okay, nice shot there from Lip. We'll stop any potential follow-up, any hero plays here from the Shock. They do pull back.
I think that's super important as well because the Shock were gearing up to be able to maybe get that 5v4. As Mikey comes back up alive, Flitter goes down. You notice the reason Flitter died was because they traded aggro, right? Fate initially had the aggro, who's too low, he jumps back. Flitter tries to hold the front line, can't do it forever, goes down. Now as we enter the next fight, the support ultimate's about to come on. Izayaki leads. And another shot
again. Lip starting to look alive, finds the shot. Violet going to be Goomba stomped out of there. Nice little chase, making sure that Lucio cannot keep his life intact. The kills, Lip goes on the flank, looks for the shot, and he's got Striker in the head as well, as Fan is just going to go tumbling. And the Shanghai Dragons look very well in control for now.
Great staggered kills there, just delaying the Shock even further as Proper comes up alive. 2 extra members go down. Another consideration from the Shock. They're going to try and just break through front doors here, through the choke. They'll need the Kitsune Rush to do so. Double support ultimates are live online for both teams. Mikey liking the primal. And Lip takes up Striker. Oh my god!
And he gets him ahead of the sound barrier as well, crucially. What a pick! Lip is absolutely crushing it right now here on Control Center. Overclock still going to be held. Now it's just the Kitsune Rush committed to the fight to go ahead and get the win. Now it's 70% last fight territory here for the Dragons. If they can win this one out, they should be taking this over to Gardens.
So many first bloods, so high impact as well. And another one. That's 3 first bloods in a row.
And he still hasn't even had to use the ult. He keeps it in his pocket proper as well. Not getting the opportunity to try to use his overclock. Rush goes out from Finn. Death Blossom dropped in. Striker will find Fate. Right as the Primal expires. Make their way over the point now, looking desperately for the flip. Overclock. The beat going to be layered in from the Shanghai Dragons. But again, the shutdown is there. Mikey gets on top of Flip. He finds that kill. And that certainly gives them a chance to go ahead and gain control and maybe still win out this round. Closeout comes through. There's the flip at 99%. San Francisco Shock with 1 ult. Can they hold?
It's extremely important that Mikey does that because if Lip is going demon mode the way that Shy was doing up against the Dallas Fuel, Fearless shut down Shy here. Mikey has to shut down Lip in the same way. He does that when Lip overclocks, but 3 first bloods in a row for Lip. outstanding stuff. Puts Dragons at 99%, forces Shock to come back from 0 to 99. Proper now this time has the overclock. He needs the same impact. Oh my god, he does it again!
Lip again! He finds Striker! Just magnetized these rails to his head! Death Blossom finds 2, and that's going to be the round done and dusted as Finn's the last one to fall. No chance to stagger this one out. Striker's still so very far away, so the OT will just tick down. And we are going to Gardens to settle this first map. This is Lee Jae-gon's stomping grounds, and I'd start being a little bit worried if I was the Shock.
Well, the thing about Shanghai Dragons is everywhere is apparently the stomping grounds for Lip. Talked about the stats for Lip on the Sojin earlier on. #1, leading in all of the most relevant stats that you want for a play. I mean, outstanding. And then he backs it up straight away versus Proper, versus Striker especially, who died multiple times to Lip. The only time that Shock really found success was when Mikey just jumped on top of him, killed Lip, removed the overclock. That was the one fight that Shock won. Take a look at some of these again. That's what Lip is able to do here. I mean, you're just looking at, you're following the rail shot coming on through. And as you mentioned, live during the cast as well, Striker dies just before the sound barrier catches him to give him that green HP.
All right, on to guard to see who's walking away with the win. The rail is charged. Shock hiding back around the corners for now. Lip just waiting for a moment.
Striker fearing for his life.
He is violent. Yeah, I mean, good enough. He died, what, 4 times? Lee Jae-gon, however, will be the first one to fall. I talk about his stomping grounds. He gets stomped. Mike finding the kill. Shot this time. It does hit Violet, but it's not in the head, so it's a second lease on life. Jae-gon is going to be rejoining here as quickly as he possibly can, but it's like Shock should have the first lockdown at the point. Yeah. But he gets tagged up, and yep, they will go ahead and take it.
Tell you what, Dragons played that well though. They lost a player early, they just back on out, slow the payload, the Kappa a little bit. And now they're coming back as 5, getting ready. Lip taking a bunch of damage here, under pressure maybe.
Pulls back, pumping out the left clicks as much as he possibly can. Striker will finally find some much needed revenge. Get on top of Flooded as well, so now it's a DPS-less Shanghai Dragons trying to persevere in the fight. The leap forward, Jae-gon's going to be taken down. Fate will find 1 for his trouble, but now it's Proper's time to shine. Picks up 3 kills in the fight. Shock maintained control, 30% locked in.
Keep that lid on Lip as much as possible for you, the San Francisco Shock. That is their game plan right now. Striker, like you said, got their own kill. Proper with the final 3. Shock, because they already have that early lead on the cap. The lead will just extend further. Kitsune rush now. Iziaki looking to maybe follow up. There it is.
Oh, but he's dead. They've figured it out. They found the win condition. Kill Lip first and foremost, and then things come tumbling down. The rush not going to lead to too much of anything here. Jae-gon eventually just going to fall. Does have that beat to try to match Violet's.
It's a reset for sure. And this is the thing, right? When the Kitsune rush comes down for Finn, Mikey just gets to jump on in. He has the speed to work through. He knows what his target is. He has a safety back at the primal, so if he does get low and he does get punished, he can get himself out alive. Very well played there. Shock learning quickly after losing on Control Center what it is required of them to take this map still.
Sound barrier basically going to be matched. Violet's a little bit later. Mikey goes into white room, juggling Lip around, and there is no reprieve for him. No hope of getting out. Lee Jae-gon will find Violet. Making a DPS for a support. His Fate is trying to do much of the same, but he desperately needs some healing. Striker going to be taken out. That is going to be the main threat to Fate, so he does manage to stay alive now. Mikey's going to be taken down. Dragons have since gotten the flip. They're in control. 86% set up here for the Shock. Now Dragons look to maintain.
Takes a number of kills coming through and Flatter there, so despite Lip going down, the rest of the Dragons come up big. That's what you need, right? If your big carry player is gone, the rest of the players have to step up. And they certainly do. With Mikey out of the picture, Dragons will lead the way. Striker as well, like you sort of mentioned, with him going down, allows Fate so much more extra room to play through. Bit of a catch-up still requires the 60% deficit. Lip overclocks.
Yep, overclock is popped, but sends the Shock packing here for the moment. He's trying to hound down Violet, gets him at the very end. And with that kill, Lee Jae-gon, he had killed Violet prior. You see the York Charge right now, the difference maker. Well out.
And by the way,
that sound barrier.
Shock is still
like catch up.
Shock is still semi-committed here. They're in white room. I don't think Dragons will push this one. I think they'll give the respect over. Waiting for Violet to see the silhouette on the left side, so it has rejoined the team. Full 5v5 here. No, it's not. Lip takes him down again.
Violet now. He's the one getting the Striker treatment. Just punished over and over again. He's got 5% ult charge in the last 30 seconds, and that's just basically been natural stuff. He hasn't even gotten a Cheerio to connect onto an enemy player in the last
Did you see the ping?
Seen.
Did you see Lip's ping there? It's like, oh, I know who I want. I know who I want.
Lip's back on it. He shuts him down. The consideration was still committed to the fight here by Finn. Hoping desperately that they can find something, but Izayaki also gets involved, finds a headshot connection on the proper, and that might just be enough. Shanghai Dragons will certainly take the lead now on this map, if not take it to 99% as Legion gone against Violet once again.
Violet just can't play.
28% of a beat in the last 2.5 minutes.
Not allowed to play the game. Legion has a sound barrier now, the one that Violet wants, 50% behind. One final contest here. Primal available for Fleta. For Mikey rather, as Fleta just goes on in.
They can't quite get himself up onto the high ground, but it might not matter. Point is being contested for now. Mikey fighting two. Izayaki and Lip both going to be taken down. Striker is here, has a Death Blossom of his own. The Dragons have they overstepped. Knocked off the side of the map. That should be Legion gone dead. Waiting to see unless he got a wall ride back in. Either way, the Shock have gained control of the point. 90% to work with. They might have just stolen this away.
The unlikely hero there, Mikey knows his target. He's got to be the one to kill Lip. If no one else can do it, then Mikey has to. Ichigon still has a sound barrier, Violet still does not. This is what they got to do. They got the touch, it's the most important part.
The overclock is popped here by Proper. They're diving in. Striker still holding on to the Death Blossom, getting juggled around.
Fate has to shut him down.
Proper finds Fleta, takes him down. Fate not really being able to get too much done. He's just trying to clear the point for now. Gets the shutdown there on the Striker. Much needed. The beat comes in from Violet, shields up the remaining 4 members, but Fate will fall. Izayaki taken down. Lip, he's got the overclock, but he needs to go absolutely crazy with it, and it just does not seem like it's going to happen. It doesn't. The Shanghai Dragons, they over-pursue, they over-commit, they lose the point in the follow-up in the San Francisco Shock. It feels like they steal the win away, but man, what a way to kick off this series.
And I'll tell you what, despite all of the pressure on Violet, they're dying multiple times. They're barely building ult charge. He gets that legendary sound barrier right at the end when they actually do need it. San Francisco Shock in the final fight. That missing sound barrier finds its way into the fight, and it makes a big difference. Shanghai Dragons do not shut down Proper. Fate is not able to get on top of the Sojin the way that Mikey is on top of Lip, and that's a big difference maker for me, because when Lip doesn't have that pressure, he destroys the Shock, but when Mikey's on top of him, that's when the Shock can succeed, and we never saw Proper getting shut down the same way that Lip had been.
I mean, Violet, the slowest buildup of a beat in the playoffs that we've seen so far from him. But it arrives precisely when it needs to. His beat is a wizard. It's a blue shell lobbed in. When it strikes, it's absolute perfection, and it allows them to get across the line. You can already see Deluge making his way out to the stage, so it seems like Mikey's work here is done. But man, what a way to start off this set between two titanic teams in this lower bracket matchup. One of them is going home for now. The Shock have the upper hand with a 1-0 lead. Shanghai Dragons have map pick on Hybrid. Don't go anywhere because, I mean, if you were paying any attention whatsoever, you know that you do not want to miss the rest of this action.
lightning doesn't strike twice, has never met the San Francisco Shock.
Just a depth of talent on their roster that can't be denied.
Some of the most hardcore carry performances that I've ever seen.
This is going to be a wild ride.
Somehow Violet's going to come to the rescue, get a double kill.
Kalush says, how about that one, Chief? See you later.
Dude, his aim is so crispy.
Finn doesn't miss those. Holy cow.
A stick on Hardy. Striker's able to bring the Titan down.
Sam straight to the backline, instant killing. Oh, Mikey!
San Francisco, the greatest team in Overwatch.
And we are back in just one map into this absolutely crazy, colossal series between the San Francisco Shock and the Shanghai Dragons. Dragons looking like they had the upper hand there in the second, or the third round, I should say, on Lijiang Tower Gardens. They had it in hand, but they overstep at one little moment, and the Shock swoop in to steal it away.
And I think a lot of that comes down to Mikey, you know, for whatever performance he had yesterday, he makes up for it today, right? He comes in, does his job, refuses to elaborate, leaves, and now Kalush comes on in. 7 primal rage kills for Mikey to the 4 from Fate. I know it's not all about that for, you know, Winston comparisons, but specifically, who does Mikey kill? How does he get on his targets? He gets on top of Lip, he shuts down Lip. Lip was the guy putting Shock in the dirt, and Mikey was the one taking the Shock back out.
Well, a bit of vindication for him. Kalush does come back through, though, as we get ready to go into hybrid. As mentioned, Shanghai Dragons, they have their selection, so we'll have to see where they opt to go to and whether or not they can tie things up, because, I mean, like I have all of my fingers crossed right now, toes included, that this is going to go to 5. So, you know, again, as per usual, Avril and I, we don't care who wins. We just want some good, honest Overwatch, and between these two squads, we should be able to have that achieved.
I want the best team to win at the end of the day.
And they shall.
And if not, then whatever team Proper's on. No, I do want the best team to win at the end of the day. I'd also like to see, just for fun, because like we saw the Reiner versus Kalush standoff with Midseason Madness. I want to see a little bit of back-to-back with Kalush rocking up to Lip. You know, Lip is 8'9", so we'll see what goes on there. I think they're the 2 Chad games that we have in the venue. Couple of Titans on the battlefield. On and off the battlefield, I should say, as the Shanghai Dragons now choose Eichenwalde as their map choice moving forward. Just taking a look at past matches here. We did not get to see Eichenwalde yesterday. It was a King's Row that the Shock ended up playing. So Shanghai Dragons on their end, they also played at King's Row. So they're going to be the first Eichenwalde players for both teams.
Alrighty. See who can get the win. Think about, I mean, we didn't get to see too much of it. I guess there was a couple kills there onto Violet. Not sure if Lijiang got those with, you know, by setting him off the side of the map, or if it was just a straight up kill. But think about that bridge where Toby used to dominate back during the days, the era of Lunatic High, and then the early stages, I suppose, of the Seoul Dynasty. Lijiang as well around the bridge.
Grandpa's giving me his war stories.
Amount of impact. Back in my day.
So the flashbacks right there. Good times back when Eichenwalde was still. You do a good like Nurge voice. And an old one will work.
I can do that. I can do like an older, like chain.
Your Nurge voice is seriously one of my
Woman's
favorites.
voice.
It is quite good. A chain smoking.
That's just
women. Okay.
that's what the chat sounds like. That's the Timmy voice. All right, Izzyaki in a forward position. He's going to be looking for a pick. Okay, still playing secretively. Gets the one tap. Can't quite line up the second one. He takes spin low. Close but no cigar. And
good rotation from Shock.
Go ahead and swoop around the back. Finn does get picked, however. Fate able to leap forward. Lines that kills. Now they have a good, decent in, but they have already surrendered away a tick. Now Lip going to be taken down. Kalush, he is following the plot. He saw what Mikey was laying down. He is picking it up. Proper down low. 38 HP remaining for him, but it's under 0 pressure for the moment. And this is just a bloody brawl. The Shots are winning. And that
was 5v4
point coming through.
That was 5v4, but guess what? You're right. Kalush instantly steps on top of Lip, gets rid of him first. Fate was also low HP. Izzyaki, unfortunately, does not say Lip, tries to say Fate does for some time. And while they try and trade Proper, guess what? They can't. Proper outdeals EJ Gone. He slides away from Fate on 30 HP, I even believe. Finally gets a slide, and Shock will get that first point cap despite losing Finn nearly straight away.
Again, maybe the Shanghai Dragons really overthinking their positioning here, trying to play this out a bit more aggressively. And once more, the objective gets away from them. TP to the high ground. Izayaki is going to be first by a fairly large metric towards this Kitsune rush, so decent opportunities for them to be able to regain control here of the portcullis. Proper slides into the castle. Rail at the ready, but Kaluj left out all on his lonesome, ends up falling down.
And that will be a reset. I think Shock, otherwise, aside from Kaluj dying, actually disengaged well from that. You can see from Proper's POV, most of the members got inside the castle. Kaluj was still stuck outside, and that was the one member that Dragons got down. You'll say that's a successful fight. Dragons don't get much more out of it. EJ Gone down, that does not feel good.
No, it does not. Spectre finding the kill. The overclock is here. Looking for the shot, but it does narrowly manage to TP out.
Okay.
Lip will get the punish, making sure they don't find the follow-up, but for now the card is going to be moving forward by the Shock.
EJ Gone in 99 here will finally have that sound barrier available. Finn still yet to use his Kitsune Rush ultimate. The Shock have double support ults available now. Lip to pop this overclock. No, what a shot! Fight it dead.
Yep, could just do that, Lip, I suppose. I mean, it really is just like a flowchart. Is Lip alive? Yes. Lose the fight. Is Lip dead? You know, then you win the fight if you're the Shock.
There's a secondary flowchart. Is a tank on top of Lip. Yes, no, okay, Finn's dead as well. And yeah, if Kaluj is not on him, if Mikey's not sitting on Lip, then Lip just goes off. Time and time again. 2 back-to-back first bloods here.
It's just so incredibly consistent. What a player. What a shutdown. And this has slowed the Shock up. Granted, they still have a very healthy timing for now, but they need to get this cart rolling so they can get the punish on the Lip. They'll be looking good for it. Right now, just pushing down below the ramparts. Jump in, push away. Fate trying to get the stop, not able to do so. The rush comes out from Finn. Kaluj falling low, pops that Primal Rage. It's a couple smacks around over on the Lip. Can't quite get the elimination just yet.
Jigon holding.
More people to join in. Trying to finish him off. Yeah, Jigon is still holding the beat. Izayaki nearly with a rush of his own. The cart now starting ready to make its way across the bridge. The beat's going to come in first now from Violet. Jigon's going to be matching. Death Blossom out from Striker, not going to have eliminations. And I believe he actually, did he go off the side of the map? No, looks like he might have TP'd back in. Yeah, he will get hounded down. Flutta finds the kill, Spin dead on the back end as well. The payload, it gets close, but not close enough. But this does split the attention of the Shanghai Dragons now. They can't play Rampart side the entire time because they have to be worried about a back cap.
Now that's the one mistake for the Shanghai Dragons, right? They were otherwise winning that fight, but the San Francisco Shock were running away with that payload, nearly capped, really forced the attention of the Dragons. Izayaki finally pops in his rush ultimate. They will be able to stop the shot with Flitter leading the way. Very fast firing help by Shock. It's proper. He doesn't get away. I thought he was about to, but it does get punished.
Fate has found the script that Shock were using, raiding from, kills off Proper. Finds the kill. I mean, Fate gets what, 3 in that fight, if not 4. Oh, there he goes, 3. Clean up once more. 2 minutes about to be remaining now.
It's a good hold. Very successful hold otherwise from the Dragons. I mean, look, the payload might get close to the B finish line, but if it doesn't cap out B, then it does not matter. As it will be Proper's turn to overclock next in the fight. Can Fate get on top of Proper? Is there going to be a primal in time? Probably not, but you don't need it. You don't need it. Lip will get the kill again.
I mean, how do you even approach this? Do you just have to use the Suzu every time you push a corner just in case you get headshot?
No, what you got to do is Striker has to kick over his PC and swap it out again, and then the 20-minute break will weaken the Shanghai Dragons. That's what you got to do.
That could work. That could work. All right.
That feels much better.
Wow. What a start. Diving again. Fate.
Oh, what? Are you kidding me?
Violent! He was wall riding, he was boosted up, he was sliding across, and Lip just says, nah, it's an easy track for me. Striker is trying to get on top of him, but he's got no HP, so he just dies as Fate joins in, holds the door, making sure they can't get on top of Lip.
This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous.
Lip is
he can't keep getting away with it. He can't keep getting away with it.
Off the top of the castle, slides in, shuts Proper down. And Lip is just absolutely
Achilles? I changed my mind. I changed my mind, Achilles. Shy is not the best soldier in the world. It's Lip. It is definitely Lip. No question in my mind now. I've changed my mind. It's Lip 100%. And right now, the Dragons, they're looking to maybe even spawn camp a little bit here. Shock might have to burn ultimate just to get out of spawn.
I mean, this is such a performance. I'm thinking MN3 on that new Queen Street. Just pounding,
he
carrying their way to a win. And he's just going for it right now. The overclock pop, slides over. Catches proper, misses the shot. One more rail off the back of the ult. They're gonna go wide, but he still manages to just go ahead and spray him down with the left click. Gets that kill. Collusion not able to do a damn thing. Fleta finally wants to get the ball.
I think it's over.
Finds one, Lip claims the second, and yeah, that has to be it. Striker dead. One of the only people who maybe could have TP'd away. Tried to get a touch of the card. Instead, it is rolling back steadily. Look how far back it has rolled. That is how long it has been since they have touched this damn card. It's coming down the ramp. It's made it all the way back across the bridge, and Violet cannot get there in time. What an absolutely beautiful hold from the Shanghai Dragons. The Shock very well could turn around full hold this and still win the map, but that takes nothing away from the efforts of Lip on this defense. He absolutely dominated at every twist and turn.
I mean, this level of control on a game, a single player, single-handedly dictating how the game is going to be played by sheer force of will. This is the 2021 Finals MVP player, Lip, coming in, and he does not want to finish things here. He would like to win here and continue on. After day one, after they lost this Hangzhou Spark, Lip puts out on Twitter, he says, "I don't want finish now." Verbatim those words, "I don't want finish now." They lose the Hangzhou Spark, and Lip says, "No, it does not end here. My season does not end here." And he's coming in versus the Shock today and pulling that level of force through now onto San Francisco Shock. This is the rage pent up from that Hangzhou Spark loss. Now Shock are feeling it.
God damn. Well, can we get an update, Mr. Avril? Share with us one of your fun facts here in a moment as far as Lip's statistics, because it feels like he's got to be deadlifting.
10 out of 26. 10 out of 26 is a few more. To be fair, I think that speaks well to the rest of the team being able to do some stuff here. I can say he is the only player on the server with 10,000 plus damage per 10. Everybody else is well below 10,000. The next highest is Proper on 8.8. So Lip is clearing Proper by about 2k because Lip was on 10.8 versus 8.8. There's that. 70% charge rail shot accuracy, by the way. 70% accuracy on Lip.
All right, well, let's see what that looks like at the end of the map. And Shanghai make their way over to the point. Lee Jae-gun gonna be the first one to fall. Proper able to find the kill. Rail does connect, but Violet avoids taking it to the face, so stays safe. Proper sliding back over towards the attacker spawn now, does find a second elimination. Turns the sights over towards Fate, just needs to break down the bubble, but Fate fights too.
That's so good.
Striker both die. Violet under fire. Lee Jae-gun comes back into the fight, manages to find the elimination. The Shanghai Dragons might still yet be able to get the cap, and they will. Lee Jae-gun picks up a second. As Izyaki's right here next to Proper, finishes him off. And there you have it. The cap's going to be coming through unless they go for a cheeky last second.
And by the way,
Collusion, he's just going to situate himself on the high ground instead.
Let's take a look at the time. 5:26 to get where? Partway through B. I think they do need to push the end to B, so I say partway. It's actually to the end. It looked like partway because by the time we got to the end of B, the payload went from the end of the bridge all the way back to this first corner. So
yeah. Oh yeah.
So this is where, you know, you do give credit to Shock when they actually snuck the payload that distance. They give themselves a win condition still on Eigenwalder to defend. That's the good news. That's a silver lining.
Sure. They have to defend it for about 5 minutes. So roughly, you know, what the Shanghai Dragons were able to do. I, for one, have always kind of had the opinion that I think that the cart distance should be wherever it rolls back to rather than your furthest push. But that's just me, maybe. Cluj now going to be dropping down off the top. Fate swapping positions with him, goes up to try to pressure. Denies the line of sight away from Proper. Overclock is online, not using it yet. Today Rush comes up with Izayaki. Finn matches, but Fleta gets on top of Proper, finds the kill. Finn as well, going to fall. Lee Jae-gun continues to find these kills on the opposing support. Fate with the Primal just juggling around absolutely anybody that he can find. He wants to get rid of Collusion, and he does. Striker TP's right in front of Fate, and then instantly has the Wraith walk away.
A good position. This will be final fight now. Violet Proper of ultimates, Collusion nearly there, Striker not that far away as well for the Shanghai Dragons. It's Lip time, getting on high ground, Overclock ready. Proper is on the opposite end. This is going to be an Overclock battle to decide it. Lee Jae-gun desperately needs this beat as well. Payload is nearly there. One last shot.
Proper needs to find some value. He needs to find picks.
Oh, Violet got the one.
Damn soon. Slides around the side, he spots Lip, the rails go out. Collusion's there for the alley-oop. He gets on top of Lip right as the rail connects. Manages to find that kill. It's Izayaki spots Lee Jae-gon, pings him. Wants to go in, try to find his kill. Lee Jae-gon's desperately trying to get himself out of here. Grabs the health pack, and I mean, he's just so very elusive when he wants to be.
Yep.
Wolves that frog, life intact, but it's still 3 minutes, 20 seconds.
I'll tell you what, and Lee Jae-gon, yeah, okay, you should be able to go here. Violet took a rail shot from Lip. Wasn't a headshot, but the close margins, Lip got the first shot off. And if he had killed Violet there, no sound barrier, Shanghai might cap. Violet was so threatened by that one rail, he pops beat almost instantaneously. Doesn't want to lose it, doesn't want to die. And also, I respect it.
Dangerous spot to be in. Izayaki, speaking of dangerous spots, but look at this push up onto the ramparts. Lip's going to be taken down. Striker finds him with the Blossom. Beat from Lee Jae-gon was expended. Just not enough to try to keep him alive. Might have been taken down before the shielding came through. Either way, Overclock
Dragon's still in.
Hell's proper trying to weave in some of this damage here. Sees Lee Jae-gon is down low. Wants to try to get that elimination. Dragon's just going to make their exit. They swing back inside of the castle. The chase comes in. Finn and Striker both.
Oh, what? Back up! No way!
Oh, Lee Jae-gon, you absolute madman! The shock! They completely lose sight of the objective, and Lee Jae-gon says, "Thank you very much." Grabs the cart, slides it into the wind, and that is a tilter. The way to lose a map. We are tied up 1-1.
Oh my god. Shades of Mid-Season Madness Dorado. Shades of Mid-Season Madness Finals. The payload just caps, and the shocker nowhere to be found. Oh my god. Lee Jae-gon, he just sneaks it through, and the shock don't even realize. Unbelievable finish. That's wild.
They get so tunneled in, saying we need to take the fight. We need to get some picks to buy more time off this time bank, that they completely forget about the objective itself. And that is definitely a feels bad moment for the Shock, but they are still in this. It is now tied up 1-1. Shock will once again have a map pick as we get heading into Escort. We'll see where they want to go and whether or not they're going to be able to recover from this loss. All I know is I'm all about it. What an absolutely, can I say, I'm gonna say batshit map from these two teams. I'm fully invested. I know you guys are as well. We'll be back after the break. Don't go anywhere. If you leave this stream, there's something wrong with you. Get checked out. We'll see you guys on the other side of the break.
Oh, man.
New hero stepping into the fold. A few new maps, too.
Yeah, it's going to be so exciting.
Kevster keeps Pelican in check and makes sure that he doesn't get close to Ons, which is really good awareness from the Gladiators, who force Pelican back, and now Houston's backs are against the wall, but Gladiators are not healthy, and they're locked into a fight that they can't escape in. Pelican finally closes the gap between himself and Ons, and Merrick kills 3. He is having an incredible series. Usually want to save that sound barrier to counter the opposing Dragon Blade, but it wouldn't hurt to have that extra sustain. About when does Yaki want to find an opportunity, especially after the shout, but the shout's been used by Doge. Here's the rally from Lastro. Houston push into New York, but it's the sound bear at the last second from Monsoon J that gives New York a breath of fresh air as Yaki's blade is finally slicing through all the extra health. And New York come out ahead once all the resources of the Houston Outlaws have been expended.
They have the Rampage. Feels like they're just trying to bait the Shock into them so they can use a Rampage and get it onto the back line. That gets pulled in with that knife. There's the Rampage, comes out, hits 4, that's good. Target priority right now is Kilo and Proper. They take him down with ease. A perfectly timed Rampage from Mag. Maybe that's what they were doing. Maybe I called it correctly there. Just baiting the San Francisco Shock down to low ground to set up for that Rampage. And look at this forward push. I mean, yeah, there's no hope for you, unfortunately, Proper and Kilo. Straight back to the spawn, would you?
We go to the cart, and it's 5-on-4 for the Gladiators. This could be winnable for Houston. The 3-0, one of the best teams in the league, and it's starting to fall their way. Glads are down 2. No Rider, no Skewed, but you have Kevster, and you have a dream to keep this alive. The DPS do it all, and it's just us who cancels the bomb. Gladiators are still alive.
Aspire used that overclock super early. A beat from the Titans, in fact. They just want to go ham. They're going to go in, Touch the spawn, maybe? Master gets the better of Dredro and the little Lucio 1v1, and Aspire cleans 2. The Vancouver Titans. They're looking, they're hunting, the payload moving, a couple of meters to go, and this will just be it. Dredro used the beat at the last moment, and the Vancouver Titans have done it. They found their first win in over a year. They are now 1-13. August 14th was the day many were counting down to, and the Vancouver Titans can let out a sigh of relief. I mean, look, Rome wasn't built in a day, and neither is a legacy, but maybe the Titans have started one right here today.
The Dragons teach us that if we want to climb high, we must do it against the wind. The Shanghai Dragons are your 2021 Overwatch League champions.
That's the go button. Overclock triggered. Takes one shot. Beat from Legion gone. Smurf goes down. Doesn't need the headshots. The body going up. He uses one for Frog. He uses one for Vidane. Oh, Lip.
The blade comes in. Fixa hits the ground. Imgod joins him. Who are you? 2 quick kills.
EMP can come through now.
The blade.
Stop
okay,
you.
He's gonna be taken down. He's slapped. They shut him down. A sleep dart from Izayaki, possessed on the ground, nullifies the entire Dragon Blade. Fate though goes back in for it. Pyronite comes down. He's gonna be Angie, but the Primal gets popped. He finds Irony. He finds Shy, and here is the Primal Cleave as well. The Primal Blade from Fate, as he will just scoop up 3 kills. He's looking for a little bit more.
The Dragons will wait no more. They continue to stand as kings of this meta.
Woo, boy, are we back. Tied up 1-1. Let's take a closer look at Lip, who just went crazy in our second map of this already incredible, exciting series. What a performance.
And if you remember, you asked me at halftime for some stats. So when we swapped sides there, I said that Lip had 70% charge shot accuracy, which means we finished the map and he only dipped by 2%. That's insane. So the consistency on his accuracy for right click is unbelievable. Only dipped by 2% after halftime. And I also mentioned at halftime, he was the only member that held a 5-figure plus 10,000 damage per 10. By the end of the map, he finished on 9,778. So he dipped a little bit, but he was still the only member almost at 10k at the end, with everyone else definitely trailing behind. He was still the only member above 10,000 on total damage done though. So he ended up with 31% of the team damage, 10,186. Nobody else in the entire server, not any of the other 9 players, reached 10,000 total damage done, only Lip.
All right, well, in case you just recently tuned in because you saw Twitter exploding or whatnot, let's go ahead and take a look at how that map 2 lost in case you didn't get to see it, and also maybe just rub some salt in the wounds of some of the Shock fans out there, because I'm sure they're going to want to turn away in a moment. Lige gone with the back cap. Just go ahead and take this one right out from under the noses of the Shock.
And let's see how he does it. By the way, his survivability has been so good. We commented about how much he just gets away. He notices no one's on payload. He's like, oh, look at this. Is that a free payload? Omega lol. It indeed is, and the Shock realize far too late. Kaluj sees it, but he doesn't have the capability to get on the payload. And Legion smiles all the way from down the end. You see it, he loves it, he knows that he just won the map for his team.
Well, what a way for the second map to go down. Now again, Shock have them pick in their pocket for Escort. We'll see where they want to take us and whether or not it's going to work a trick, because again, they need to be able to bounce back. But we do also have a new face for the playoffs coming out here for the side of the Shock, as Kilo will be subbing in for Striker.
Very curious. I wonder what this is all about, because Striker comes into the roster late this season and replaces both Kilo and Sam, and he kind of takes, at the time, Proper's hero of Tracer to allow them Proper to go over towards Sojin. So with Kilo coming back in, is Kilo here to play a Reaper? or is he going to play his Sojin pick again? Because Kilo had spent most of the year playing the hit scan, playing that Sojin, which Proper currently has. If Kilo is just here to play the Reaper, what does that mean? Okay, actually, this answers a lot of questions. Because we got a Circuit Royale, it's double hit scan, Kilo would make it Proper Sojin, that's the game plan. Kaluj Sigma, obviously. Actually, we talked about this yesterday. Houston versus Shock. I did mention there was this kind of extra ace up the sleeve for the San Francisco Shock where Kaluj, his best hero is Sigma. That's a signature hero. He probably is one of, if not the best Sigmas that we have in the league. This is a very good matchup for him. And by the way, Dragons did not make a substitution. There's no Void here. Dragons will not match Sigma. They're going to stick to the Winston.
Well, let's see what happens. Circuit Royale. I think this is maybe the first time that we've seen it in the playoffs, if memory does serve. So, a bit of a different little bit of scenery for us. For the escort map, it's been a lot of Route 66 that's been showing up, some Dorado in that mix as well. Let's see how these teams fare. It's going to be first on the attack for the Shanghai Dragons as San Francisco Shock gets set up for the defense. You already mentioned the Widowmaker. Proper's got it right there.
Well, one of them will have it. I expected Kilo to play it, given that Sojin has been mainly Proper's other hero, but maybe some viewers a little bit confused as to why Proper is playing Widowmaker. He has Widowmaker in his hero pool. He played it a lot in contenders over the 2 years plus that he was on O2 Blast, alongside Kilo, by the way, who was his teammate. So he's going to be the one picking up that role now as Kilo fills in for the Sojin. That is quite curious, but you know what? I'm here for it. We're going to take our Sojin players off that hero and now onto Widowmaker. You saw how good Lip was on Sojin. Now let's see him on Widowmaker as well. For one shot only. Right, now he's back to the Sojin.
Lip and
for one shot only.
Well, it seems like this is just going to be a lot of stock put into Fleta on that Genji to be able to get on top of Proper and find the punish. Get some cheeky deflect headshots coming through. The barriers come up, and yeah, I mean Shanghai, I mean they have the full idea of what the Shock is running, but it seems like they are not down to party. They don't want to try to match this. They're just going to be
I gotta say as well,
with this comp.
Teams do, I had heard murmurings that teams do want to play the Genji versus Sigma as a maybe soft counter pick. Dragons don't put Who Are You in though, and I think the reason for that is because Kaluj can still flex over towards the Winston. If we play meta again, you want Fleta in for the Reaper, so this makes a little bit more sense, a little bit safer, even though Who Are You would probably give you more value on the Genji. We'll stick to this and make some plays and probably this first pick off.
That he does. Cart inched up around the second corner, I should say. Proper nicely peels back the Shanghai Dragons. They'll wait for Li Jing on to rejoin. You can see him just swooping across the map right there with the silhouette. See how they try to pile on this one, but yeah, I mean, also could have seen Void come in to try to match on the Sigma. You kind of anticipate that that is going to be the tank selection.
I mean, the problem there is again, Kaluj has the flexibility to go between Sigma and Winston, whereas for Fate, he just plays Winston, and for Void, if he were in, he'd just play the Sigma, so you wouldn't be able to flex between both. That's the strength of the Shock composition, yeah. Fate wants to get in deep.
Okay, well, it's going to be Kilo who gets taken down. Fleta be in the fight, but Fleta just carves up 3 with relative ease. The flex pop goes around the corner, finds the 4th. Proper dead. Maybe he can even get the ace here if he finishes off Kaluj. He will not. And that's going to be the breakthrough and the cap on A.
Well played. And Lip with the opening frag on a Kilo here as well. I think that's the bad spawn, so a few of the Shock members, yeah, Proper will respawn, but you can see the silhouettes. Some of them are still kind of caught in spawn right now, including Proper. Fate on low HP, has to respect it and leave, so the Dragons, they want to punish further, but they can't actually have Oh, okay, that was a great shot. Combination of both Violet and Proper, I think, landing on a Fate there. But I was going to mention, if Dragons got more kills on Shock's bad spawns there, they would have been able to snowball this one a lot more effectively. But now that Shock can fully respawn together, they can actually play for this high ground properly.
Okay, now Izzyaki going to get picked up as well. Finn finding that kill. Pushing back out to get over to the cart. Can prove rather difficult here.
What's Jigon doing? What's he doing? Oh
boy. I mean, he could just go down to the low ground.
Okay, in for sight spawn, something he has to leave.
Okay.
I think Dragons actually wait this out.
I
don't think Dragons actually make any moves while the Infrasight is up. They will respect the ultimate, but it does mean the payload is significantly slowed. I mean, look at the payload's actually rolling backwards. They've made no progress on B at all.
Yeah.
That hit shot.
Up over the top. There's the dink on the Fade. Takes him down low. Primal almost online for him. This will be a good amount of charge for Izzyaki. Just healing back up that Winston. So getting the rush nearly there. Lip tagged up. Grecian not going to connect.
See, they're waiting for ults
for a moment.
Dragons are waiting for ults. Yeah. They're pushing the payload, waiting for ultimates, and getting ready to strike. We go now.
Okay, overclock is in. Kinetic Grasp is going to be used. Kalush now can't mitigate any more damage, and the headshot connects. He goes out.
Finn.
Legion drops the beat. Finn going to be cleaved down. Violet dead as well. Kilo did commit the overclock actually to the fight, ends up losing it. Doesn't find any value. Now the card can move forward. Maybe there should be enough time here for Shock to go for one
There
last
is.
test, but they
And I think the question is like, okay, well, why doesn't Shock just use ultimates there? Finn was on one, doesn't trance. They know the payload positioning is not good for the Dragon, so they're waiting for one more opportunity to come back in, and they can force this fight, window up from Violet to get positioning. There it is.
All right, it's used. A lot of
winning it out.
breaks though for the Dragons. Flux now going to be going in, gets the pick up onto Izayaki. He gets dropped down, proper dashes forward. Now swapping over to the Tracer. Does find that elimination. Kilo going to be traded. Finn able to find one. Finn down low. Immortality Guild to come alive. Now the Transcendent's going to be coming in. Keeps the other four.
Oh, Flynn is dead.
Let him picked off. And that should be the upper hand here for the side of the Shock. Yeah, the blade not going to be able to come through. You get the trance out, so he's got a bit more use for, I suppose, or a bit more opportunity for it to find an immense amount of value in this next fight, but the time bank is still going to be draining down.
That was clutched by the Shock and Violet specifically, because if they don't kill Flitter, once the trance is gone, Flitter goes for the blade. That was the one thing that was missing. Dragons were holding the blade because they wanted to pressure out the trance. They get the trance, but they can't use the blade because Violet gets the kill. So well played by Shock to recover there. And now we've reset. Payload's in a good position, but the time is not good.
Proper with the pulse. Can he find anything? Blade comes in. It's going to be leeching on Izayaki and Limb, actually, who finds the elimination. So Proper will get one. Blade still held. Fleta taken down. Kluge finds the kill, but with him falling, the chance of the hold seems like it dwindles down. Recall used. Proper not going to be able to get out of it.
So long to
cracks him perfectly. They find the kill. Yeah, and that will be the cap coming in. So just shy of 3 minutes here for the side of the Shanghai Dragons as they go onto the final stretch.
I mean, it would have been legendary for Proper to live even longer there, but if Proper actually lives for maybe like 2 to 3 seconds longer, the rest of the Shock show up in terms of respawns. So he actually nearly clutched that one up big time for the team. It took so long for the Dragons to actually get Proper down, and now Fate really limit testing there a little bit. Doesn't end up popping the deployment, which is good. They wouldn't have wanted to waste it there.
Inching the card forward now. Next corner, going to be another breaking point for them. Looks like widely the Shock are playing back. So maybe they can even get to the final corner relatively for free. Kalush just going to have to backpedal here sooner rather than later. Just hold on to the Flux. Could be a decent opening, but of course if he catches multiple, Ziyaki's in that mix. The Suzu can go ahead and keep them alive through the drop damage. Flux now paging up, looking for the catch.
Like a one.
He gets one. Mitigates the shielding there from Lee Jae-gun, who had dropped a beat, but it's still going to be Finn. Kilo taken down. Violence on the side of the map. No way to recover from that one. Fate, excellent juggle. And a big opening once again here for the Shock as Kalush going to be the last one to get dropped.
That was a good delay, though.
A minute and 40 remaining.
Super important. Kalush will die, and once again, the big corners. They got to get a final fight here. Kalush comes back on a win, so this is pretty winnable for the Shock. If they can get value on Transcendence, Lip can go off though. Lip has overclock. If he finds the opening frag, that would be the cap. High ground control now found by the Dragons. Proper nearly on the pulse as well.
It's so reliable for these opening kills. The whole last map.
Struggling to find charge.
Roll. We do it now. Overclock is popped. He goes up over the top. Finn has to pop the Transcendence. The headshot will still kill. The Mortality Field goes out, and then it's going to be Lip stuck by Proper. Finds the kill. The rest of the team will follow. Shock go ahead and clean them up. A clean team fight win with 55 seconds remaining. Shanghai Dragons now in danger of not finishing the map.
I was so ready for that to be a kill from Lip, but it was just the Immortality Field. Flitter now changing over towards the Reaper as we head towards the final contest from Dragons, and it's dubious as to whether they can actually finish the map or not now because they've run out of resources. So, you know, I said previously, if Lip can get a shot, well, now he has to. That'll be one of the only ways they can actually get this done. 30 seconds, and I think Izayaki might still find a Kitsune rush, and that will be the final ultimate that will come online for the Dragons as they once again will force the high ground. Kalush, by the way, stays on the Winston. He got some ult charge there. He does not have the Lucio and the Kariko to play through though.
This ends now.
Cart brought forward again. Overclock from Kilo does get popped. Everybody moves up onto the high ground. Kilo
have to touch.
Wrap around the sides to greet them here. The touch does need to come through. 2 seconds, somebody's got to get there. Okay, they barely managed to make it happen. Playing it close. Rush now.
Too early.
Comes in proper into the back line. They're trying to find the lockdown there, but finally gets a headshot across to the Lee Jae-gun. Opening kill goes the way of the San Francisco Shock. Fleta down to a sliver of HP. Lip Rail charged up, misses the shot. Finn strikes him down out of the air. The cleanup comes through just in front of Point C is where the cart will rest. So the Shock have a very winnable condition in their pocket here if they can get a strong push going.
Honestly, well played there. Shock, especially on B, I think played that B point so spectacularly. A left a bit to be desired. Shanghai Dragons pushed through with a little bit of slowdown, but ultimately they'll find the frags. San Francisco Shock end up vacating. But straight from the first moment to be where Shock come out from the A side spawns, they then lose the A cap, and usually, you know, the A attacking team would rush up, get some extra kills. In that case, I think Dragons got the one, but they couldn't get further kills. Shock recover, hold up on the high ground, delay the payload by a long, long time, really shaving that time down. And we get to see really clutch Kaluj plays in the Sigma to keep the payload locked up. Dies, allows the rest of his team to respawn, comes back on a Winston. They hold strong. Trance from Finn ends up working out. Lip does not get a kill. Great timing by Violet on the Immortality field, by the way, as well to stop Lip. We get towards the end, Iziaki throws in the Kitsune rush, but the Suzu comes down so early. I mean, doesn't save or do anything for his team, and that could have been used, I think, in a better space to maybe save Lee Jigon or someone else's life.
Finn having a nice little relaxing play of the piano. Try to rip people apart. Goes back over to the Zenyatta. So it looks like Probra off the rip isn't going to try to open with the Widowmaker, just go straight to the Tracer.
Which is interesting because the Tracer, well actually, I see why the Tracer can work it. He's just stealing the payload. Which is going to force Dragons back. No matter what happens here, Dragons are going to get forced back. They can't stay here.
Oh, never mind. Never mind, they do kill Kaluj, but Fate does go down as a cost, and now the rest of the cleanup starts to come in. Lip trying to escape. Proper is here, waiting. Hounds him down, sets up for the kills here for Kilo. Finds another one. And now things get opened up. They find one pick, they lose everybody. The cart now advancing.
And Shock actually win that. They win that 4v5 as well, because remember, Proper wasn't part of that fight until the very end. It was a 5v4 the Dragon spawn camping, and the payload ever so slowly or quickly moving away from the San Francisco Shock spawn, and Dragons have got to respond, and by the time they're actually respawning here, it's already final fight, final corner.
Rail built up, trying to get Fleta, but he just stayed tucked into the corner. Push back out the opposite side, Kilo.
Collusionally his ult.
Shot hits Lip, and the accretion's there for the alley-oop. They find the kills. And again, it is just so clean from the Shock. Point A grabbed over 5 minutes now for this next stretch of the map.
I think that's cleaner. I think that's even cleaner than what Shanghai Dragons got on their A.
By far.
Let them now go over towards the Genji, which means that Shanghai Dragons, they'll hold on and actually win this map. Their B point defense has to be solid now. Also, part of the reason why Lip is not having the same impact on this map, especially with Kilo just sniping him here, is because the extra shield, the extra compositional difference, it's harder for Lip to actually find these angles. Okay, you can farm some energy off the shield, but you can't get those headshots.
Not much. Okay, they do get on top of Finn. They manage to find that punish as Fleta has since swapped back over onto the Genji, but Kaluj picks up two. The front is killing off Iziaki. Fate dying moments before. And again, it's just a cleanup. Basically a team kill as Lip was dead right before the fight even started. 4.5 minutes just about a Shock are at the top of the ramp. They only had to use one ult to get here.
And they can play full range here. Violet can hold back, play for the Ant Matrix. Finn has Transcendence for safety. Kilo's already got Lip.
Yeah, again, managing to find him. Fate instantly tagged low despite the sound barrier shielding coming in from Lee Jae-gon, and he's going to die. Kilo able to track him as he tries to leap out the safety. And the San Francisco Shock are just storming their way through the streets of Circuit Royale. That's going to be a cap on point B, and I mean, nearly, what, 5.5 minutes for them on the final stretch.
Yeah, I think it's done. I think this would have to be the most gargantuan, Thermopylae-esque defense coming through from Shanghai Dragons. And they've fallen completely flat on this map, and you really owe credit to the map choice selection, compositional selection from the San Francisco Shock here. As, is this the first Circuit Royale we've actually played in playoffs? Can't quite remember, but it might be. It's certainly the first time
I believe so.
Seeing some, actually it's not the first time we're seeing serious Sigma play. We actually got that a little bit of that yesterday as well, but yeah, it's working wonders for Kaluj.
That it is looking well at home. Proper into the back line. Nice bomb at the ready. Still holds on to it. Doesn't feel that the moment is right. Fleta dashes in, trying to force his position. Proper continuing to push. Just trying to get in behind them. Continues to poke and prod. They know that he has this stick. Kilo in the meantime does get taken down. Fate popped the primal off screen. Right on top of the enemy Sojourn, but the card is still advancing forward. Kalush's just walking this one in. Hello. There you go. Not looking at the Charlie Niner this themselves after getting the back cap, but Limp still going to crumble. And the HP bars right now dangerously low for the side of the Shanghai Dragons. Pulse bomb lobbed in, goes into the corner. Fate leaps away up into the high ground, manages to avoid the blast. Kalush taken down. Maybe a semblance of stability found here for the side of the Dragons. Still so much time to work with if they want to win this.
Cost them a Kitsune Rush ultimate to do so as well. Proper pulls in the Pulse Bomb, which is kind of free because you can just charge that one back up so quickly. And you got Dragons to actually reset Shock, I think maybe the first time so far in this entire defense. Split it with the Blade. Difficult to get value here though. Also, by the way, Finn at 82, so there's a very specific timing window for Flared Up, and it's about to close.
We're going to need to use this soon or try to force out that Transcendence, perhaps with an overclock. Legion needs to get this beat up. Window comes down, Limp taken out, and he pops the overclock. He loses the ult. Now it's desperation as Fleta pulls the blade. He's looking for a target, but he's down low. The trance is there. Kilo, the only casualty thus far. Legion falls. Izayaki stunned by the accretion. The cart glides in, and the Shock, they managed to rebound. What a return to form from them. Absolutely crushing their way through Circuit Royale after that heartbreaking loss over on Eichenwalde. They make it look easy. They now have the lead 2-1, the series in their hands.
That was so clinical. I mean, the entire way through. You'll give credit for Shanghai to even get to the end of the map, but for San Francisco Shock, the entire attack, they might have only lost, I think, 1 fight total. And the way they outplay all of the resources coming on through, all the weapons coming on through from the Shanghai Dragons, right? The Blade doesn't do enough. Lip gets shut down instantaneously when he pops the overclock. Fate has consistently forced a primal too early, well, earlier than he'd like to. And it costs Dragons, you know, plenty to even try and defend. I mean, Izayaki has to pull through a Kitsune Rush ultimate because Kaluj is backcapping, all of this kind of stuff. San Francisco Shock, a fantastic map pick. Once again, shoutouts to Cross and the team because this one was masterful.
Yeah, absolutely impeccable from the entire squad here on the Shock. Now the series is in their hands, 2-1 the lead. One more map for them to see whether or not they are going to be eliminating the Shanghai Dragons or if we will be going into a Game 5. Either way, the action does not stop yet. We will have push coming up. Shanghai Dragons have the map pick. We'll see where they decide to take us when we come back for the break.
And it all comes down to this. You can feel the momentum.
The 5th season is coming to an end, and it's time to crown our next Overwatch League champions.
To be back with such a fresh game, I'm here for it.
For the first time in a damn long while, we have LAN. It has been a long time coming, and it feels great to be back.
There's just something magical about a global tournament finally pitting the West and East regions together. Completely different environment out here at LAN.
This is where legends are born, Matt.
I feel like we have seen the ceilings go even taller.
Come at me, bro. Let's see what you got.
This one's for all the marbles.
This is the last battle.
The stakes are continuing to get higher and higher. It's supercharged with emotion.
He's gonna touch! They can't do it!
Every upset, every tournament, every victory has led to this moment.
This is the big international event.
This is the playoffs, so you gotta give it all you've got.
One last cataclysmic fight. This is the place where MN3 stuck his flag.
Why did they beat him today?
That's legendary stuff.
Was that triple collapse? But Pelican comes out of nowhere. That's 2 with the Storm Arrows. Millimeters away from victory, and they've done it!
All Prophet sees is fear and dead men.
Beautiful stuff.
What is more satisfying than that?
But it's been one-man army up the front.
One man, 4 foes, and one flip of the point.
Everybody fighting tooth and nail here.
It is do or die.
Oh, Lip! This guy's a real deal. We are going all the way. Today is about maximum Overwatch.
Are you not entertained?
And we are back. The Shanghai Dragons backs up against the wall. They need to win out this next map of push to extend this series all the way to a map 5 if they want to stay in the playoffs. One of these teams is going home at the end of this, and right now, Shock have the upper hand.
And again, you really have to credit how well chosen that Circuit Royale map was. The flexibility of Kalush to go between both a Sigma and a Winston, something that for the Shanghai Dragons, you'd have to pick one of your tanks for, not both. You can't have both Fate and Void at the same time. And also, didn't get to speak about it much, but Kilo coming in, all striker, playing the Sojin, while Proper goes over for a Widow, for a Tracer, and Kilo actually pops off really hard. He had some great impact on that match, plenty of final blows, even outplaying Lip at certain times as well, something that Proper struggled to do on the Eichenwalder map. And as we move forward here, San Francisco Shock winning that beautiful Circuit Royale. We are going to get off the escort maps, head over towards push. Striker comes back in as well, over Kilo to play the Reaper. Proper will be back on that Sojin. And likely that means we're back into the Winston mirror as well. This is going to be far more comfortable for the Shanghai Dragons in terms of playing the mirror. They can ideally on their end go back to what was working on Eichenwalder, which is a lot of actually just Lip getting the first blood. Can he do that again? He struggled to do that versus Kalush in the Sigma, but lacking that Sigma shield now, Lip can maybe get more success.
I'll have to just wait and see. But yeah, the Sigma very much threw a spanner in the works for all of the Shanghai Dragons. It's looking a bit out of sorts. I mean, the attack going decently for them, but couldn't get to the finish. Shock just making it look easy breezy on the attack of their own, but it will be Esperanza once more as this map continues to pick up some popularity amongst the playoffs teams, it would seem.
Yeah.
Coming through. Can this be the staging ground? We saw the Fusion electing to go to this map rather than New Queen Street earlier on today, and it did not work out for them whatsoever. The Glads managed to give us our first ever push to completion on Esperanza, so we'll see how the Dragons now fare.
We haven't seen Dragons on a push map so far in the playoffs because, well, they got 3-0'd by the Hangzhou Spark in round 1. San Francisco Shock, they narrowly beat the Houston Outlaws on Esperanza. The scoreline was 86.62 meters versus 86.61 meters. So literally just, you know, they basically got that last flip and the map ended. If you remember how that happened. So no overtime in that particular map yesterday. So I think Shock don't mind running it back. They're pretty happy with it, given that they had success on it previously. We have no idea what Shanghai Dragons will bring to the table here and how they will perform. Don't get baited by the echoes. This will definitely be the Sojin. Or for Striker to be the Reaper.
5, 4,
Everything now
3,
for the Shanghai Dragons.
1.
fairly new territory for them to be in a lower bracket, at least this early on in the tournament. Now are at risk of being eliminated. Cannot leave anything on the table as they rush out now. The shots flying, Lijigon getting tagged up, but Widely's going to be okay. They'll occupy the bot first and foremost.
Dragon's a little bit quicker though. It's Shock playing towards the bridge side and better damage. Probably gets left.
Lip. Huge pick off to start things off. Could that just be the beginning of the end? Still 9.5 minutes to play through. So we'll have to just wait and see. Izayaki trying to get some shots across right now. He is going to be ahead of Pin by about 5%, but then Violent gets on top of him, finds the follow-up kill. Lijigon nowhere to go, melted down by the nade. Faith will just try to get any charge that he possibly can, but it's not much of anything at all. As proper fight flips straight out of the respawn doors. Once again, the headshot is crisp, it's clean, and it's devastating.
And it's a smile on Proper's face as well. He knows he's turned on the heat now. Putting Lip to the sword. All the damage, all the kills. The Shock suffered against Lip early on Eichenwald has now been turned around. Dragons quickly now need to contest this payload as one more fight for the Shock and they get the cap. No ultimates up for anybody just yet. Proper does lead.
Okay, they go ahead, they grab the bot. It can be held with the choke here. Proper builds up, looks for another instant execution, sends it towards Lip, takes him low. The follow-up, nearly there, but he does manage to stay alive this time around. Lip needs to be showing us some of that magic that we saw from him on Eichenwald. They want to turn this. Already 40 meters set up on one fight. Pretty good. And now, Overclock comes in. Proper finds Fate. Takes him out. Lip will answer back with one, canceling the rest of the ults. They need a lot more than that if they want to try to get this bot moving. Lip finds a second. Zap's coming in. Lip gets a third. And that's what we're talking about. Finds the kill. Spit will fall. Final shot. Violent will go down. Lee Jae-gon picks up both the supports, and now the Shanghai Dragons can finally start getting some distance for themselves.
No cap for Shock. They did not get that first checkpoint. Let's take a look at the replay here again. Watch how well protected Lip ends up being. HP down to 37, I just saw there. As everybody's on him. He knows 3 HP, by the way. Everybody knows that Lip is the target. So Shanghai Dragons throw everything on Lip to try and keep him up, and Shock throw everything on him to try and get him down.
About halfway to match, the rushes come out on either side. Kalush pops the primal rage. The bot going to be stolen away. Shanghai Dragons need to try to get back over on top of it. Waits the dive forward here from Fate. Oh man! In place. Lip. Overclock comes in. Violent going to be eliminated. That's going to be the beat now out of the fight for the side of the Shock unless they can elongate the fight. But with Finn falling as well, that should be the end of it. Dragons able to take the one, but Fate, okay, he does go down.
Another
he does pop the
4K.
primal. Didn't want to have to commit it in the fight, but they would rather have him still alive here, but they should be able to get some good distance.
Lip goes from 3K to 4K. Alrighty. Should get some decent distance here. They might get a flip, but oh wow! What is that? God. Okay, yeah, we're back. We are back on Eichenwald. Shock still need to contest this one, otherwise it will be the cap. The flip is now coming on through. Just a few tens of meters remaining here for the Shock. Violence now respawn. Speed required here. Shock got to get on this payload fast.
Feels like Lip and Proper playing horse against each other, having a match.
On.
Cap gets the shot out of the spawn room. Yeah, the cap is there. The forward spawn established for the side of the Shanghai Dragons, but they don't want to be done quite just yet. Beats out from either side. Death Blossom thrown in by Striker. Will find Izayaki. Couldn't get himself out of there to safety. Lee Jae-gon now also in a bad spot. Down to low on HP. Fate does hold on to the primal. Says it's okay. We've got the checkpoint. We got that out of the way. I'll just die. Save the primal for the next fight.
Yeah, so that was a very obvious choice there from Fate, given that he was on critically low HP. Opts to not primal would have been a 4v5. I wouldn't have hated them for going for the primal. I think it would have been an okay decision, but they'll hold. Playing for the future fight, playing for the future opportunities here as we're about to trade Kitsune rushes. Finn has one first, Proper pulls through, instantly gets a shot.
For it. Now he's thinking about it though, and he thinks about a little bit too much. Ends up getting taken down. That's going to be the Shock able to equalize.
Should be another flip, cap and a flip here. And that's the Dragons, you know, unfortunately when you kind of get ripped apart very quickly there as Proper wants to get the same early spawn frag that Lip has been getting, that Proper also got a Lip a little bit earlier on. We're actually dead tied up.
We're tied up.
We do have a cap on both ends here. So Dragons, yeah, they want to contest. They have the ultimate, superior ultimates as well.
Okay, there's the Kitsune rush from Finn. Izayaki throws out his as well. Lee Jae-gon getting collapsed upon. Falls low, but does stay alive. The Death Blossom from Fleta tries to buy them a little bit of space. Primal now out from both of the Winstons. Fleta continues to fall low. Fate as well. The Primal expires down below half HP. They desperately need some healing. They desperately need some headshots here from Lip. for a target. Overclock rolling. Finally, the shock is shift back. They break line of sight. They deny him access. Kills not found. Now the beat in from Violent. DJ Gunn still 13% away from one of his own. And the Shanghai Dragons can get barreled over. The shock play off the back of the shielding perfectly. And now they continue to take the lead.
And this is going to be a lot of distance here as well, assuming they keep on pushing it. Striker's barely got the payload. Great timing by Violet. The sound barrier will be the difference maker when all rest is stalled up. Lip does not find the rail shot. Violet will push it over the edge for the shock as we now hit above 80, reaching towards 90. Dragons look to contest as Lee Jae-gon builds a sound barrier up himself.
Violet dead. That's a huge pick here for the Dragons. Proper still going on the offensive, slides up, tries to get behind Lip to find that elimination. Still has them at risk. Bubble comes down perfectly timed to go ahead and block that rail shot, which otherwise might have taken down Fleta's life. That barrier has to be used by Lee Jae-gon just to ensure that they win out the rest of the fight, and they will do so cleanly. Bot again going to be shipped back, but it's nearly a 40-meter advantage now for the shock.
Let's take a look at that early shot coming through from Izuyaki. Okay, yeah, just sends it through.
Over top
long range.
That's the spot.
Barely finds the head, but we'll get it. I heard 2 dinks in there as well. So the midpoint recaptured for the Dragons. Forward spawn denied. Well, when I say denied, I mean it's taken away. The forward spawn has been claimed by Shock. And we swap sides, actually. The Dragons are on the Shock end. The Dragons will have to spend ultimates to move. Izuyaki hold them for now. Burns it.
But they do have that rush. They're going to use it. Fleta immediately falls low. Shots flying. Proper trying to line somebody up here. With the overclock, you know, man, just a brief little glimpse of Lee Jae-gon, and he strikes within that window. What a hit from him. Fate now popping the Primal Rage, trying to keep them in this one, but Izuyaki is all by himself. He's got no one else to try to heal him up, and he can take it down. Fleta now dead, his Striker will claim 2. They only pick up about 5 meters here, still at a disadvantage of 32. The block once more in the hands of the shock, 3 minutes remaining.
And it costs Dragons an extra fight every single time they get reset like this. But it's going to go back for a couple of taxiing players, so we're not going to see a ton of distance being pushed up by Shock in terms of, well, okay, well, they're going to try and shove it in as much as they can, but they're not going to increase the 92.
This ends now.
The overclock is out. Lip looking for value. Bubble taken away. Primal gets popped by Kalush to try to stay alive. So far, Lip isn't finding any of those low HP members that he would love to just
can't see anybody
assassinate. Instead, it's just the Winston. Spots one there for just a brief moment, but has not sent the rail out quite just yet. Just continues to hold it as the bot is locked in place.
Time's running out. It's on Dragons here to move things forward. They're currently getting stuck. It's Shock with more ultimates here as well. Dragons need a build. They need a rail. They need something. Violet.
They need Violet. He's got the sound barrier. He's going to be taken down. Fate able to play off the back of that shot. Proper is well down low. Fifth sends some healing over his way. Planet uses the Death Blossom. They fall right into his trap. Pulls the trigger on that, cleans up the kills. The bot again in control of Shanghai, but they need to get distance on this push. Otherwise, the shock, they might as well just go ahead and close out this map now.
I think there's split spawns here. If I'm not mistaken, Kalush did not get it. No, okay, they all got the spawn together back in. Never mind. Just looking out to see if they were getting that midpoint, quote-unquote, cap in time for the Dragons. But a lot of distance still remaining here, about 30, right? So they need a win. I'd say about 2 fights here. Striker getting low, but it's Violet and Striker that have the ults, and tempo beat coming up through both teams.
The beat comes through, rush nearly there for Izuyaki. Now has it on the line, he's gonna pop it instantly. Shielding gone from Lee Jae-gon. Fate taken down. Striker just +4 and over towards it. The boot comes in. They knock away the Death Blossom. Don't have to suffer any losses from that one, but the HP bars continue to get shredded down. Violet nearly giving his life to get the kill on a Lip, but he still does stay alive. But it doesn't stand a chance. Only fights 1, 3 meters gained. Shanghai Dragons again reset. 1 minute left on the clock.
And they'll get the forward spawn here as well. They'll at least be able to take a very quick fight, but they basically can't lose from now. We're going to head into OT. If Dragons can turn this around and win the map, take us to a map 5, they got to do it in the overtime. Backs against the wall. Their season on the line. Dragons will be falling the playoffs 0-2 if they lose this map now. And they need ultimates. They need something. They have bot control at least. As the Shock start building up for more. Kalush looking towards Primal. He'll get it before Fate.
Proper. He's got the overclock. Pushing around the back. Puts a little bit of damage there. Tickling Izuyaki. Overclock now popped. He swings around the corner. The bubble blocks it. Doesn't get the hit there on the Lip. Great timing there from Fate, albeit likely inadvertent. The bot, though, taken by the shock. They continue to ship it back to the opposite side of the
Oh my God!
He gets the assassination! Shoots him right in the thigh, gets the melee hit. Lip knocked out of the park. What a play from Proper. That might just be game winning. Primal does get built up. Fate alive. The bot contested for now. Collusion at the same time. Primal is rolling. He's got the juggle going through. Izayaki needs to get a TP the hell out of here. Fleta barely manages to escape. Fleta with an Death Blossom, not going to be able to find anything. The bubble blocks it out. He gets taken down. The beat gets dropped. The shotgun looking to end it. Leeching on a desperation uses it. The rush comes through. Lip rejoins. The overclock pop. He does get Proper, but they need so much more. He'll find a second. Does he find a third? Slide up onto the high ground. Kalush still here, still healthy. The close quarters contest from Finn. The rush is nearly available. He's down to a sliver of HP. Lip slides in to keep the bot contested, but he gives his life for it. The cleanup is there. The OT bleeds away, and the Shock have done it. 3-1. They deny the map 5, and they eliminate their longtime rivals in the Shanghai Dragons.
Somebody had to go home today, and it will be the Shanghai Dragons. Esperanza goes the way of the San Francisco Shock. The early lead they had has been kept 92 meters. And the Shanghai Dragons do not get more than 63. It has been a hard season. A lot of difficulty in there. Ups and downs the entire way through. They won the Summer Showdown off the back of Void. The meta shifts away from off-tanks over towards Winston. Void can no longer play in this meta for the playoffs. He already announced his retirement basically after the Summer Showdown, saying he's going to go to the military next year. And for the Shanghai Dragons as well, so many contracts I'd imagine ended after being signed as rookies in the 2020 season. You remember Lee J, Gon, Lip, and all of them. No matter what happens, the Shanghai Dragons will look a little bit different next year. This might be the last time that we see them as this exact unit. Between retirements and contracts, the Shanghai Dragons, they already won the 2021 season. I mean, their legacy is protected. They are the final team to have won a championship in Overwatch 1. But in Overwatch 2, it just wasn't their year.
No, it was not. An unfortunate end here to the Shanghai Dragons, unable to pick up a single series in the playoffs. Looking a hell of a lot better, we must say, though, in this set versus the Shock, but just not quite good enough to be able to take us all the way to 5 and then try to close it out proper. What a final map from him. The
So
whole
good.
team throughout that map of Circuit Royale as well, just firing on all cylinders. The Dragons, seems like they just ran out of gas at the end. Lip still putting up some solid figures for a brief little moment. I thought maybe he was going to make it happen with that overclock at the end to keep them in this map, but not to be. They get the shutdown in the end. And the San Francisco Shock will hold their heads high as they stay alive in the 2022 playoffs.
The man on your screen walking towards the left, Kaluj, is going to be the player of the match there as well. And I think in some ways, you know, a big shout out to Mikey. He already gave him one off the back of Lee Jung Tower. But it's the tank players that I think coming through from the San Francisco Shock that ultimately puts the pressure onto the Lip. And that's the only way you're going to really shut down the Dragons, right? Because otherwise, we've seen what Lip can do. When he takes command of the game, he becomes unstoppable, and it has to come down to Winston play. But I also got to say, this map impressed me so much from the Shock. Kalush coming on the Sigma, I had teased and hinted that maybe we would see this, that maybe they would even bring it out versus Houston. Wasn't to be the case, but versus the Shanghai Dragons, boom, the Sigma finds value. And he absolutely carried on that map and had a stunning performance on Esperanza as well. Proper, of course, getting a number of important frags there. I think when you see the final fight coming on through and Proper gets that rail shot onto Lip, you know at that point, Shocker in the driver's seat. And with Kalush to back them up, player of the match today on Winston, on Sigma, they get the 3-1 victory over the Dragons. And as you mentioned, they stay alive. And at this point, they are going to be playing the LA Gladiators in the next round. Should be another
look
banger.
at his statistics versus the Dragons. I mean, already nearly 7,000 damage per 10 as a Winston. That's pretty damn good. He almost had averaged 2 eliminations per minute playing this one out. It's just fantastic performance here from Kaluj. The man's jacked. He's out of his mind, and he has helped his team pick up this win. So the San Francisco Shock, they keep their heads above the water, but they are still at risk. They are going to have to play tomorrow. Again, fast turnaround against our previous series winners in the Gladiators.
And I got to, you know, one last, I think, send-off for the Shanghai Dragons, just because, you know, they are defending champions, a super important team as well. As I said, I think the last time that we see this specific team of Shanghai Dragons together, if you know, if there was a crowd, I'm sure a standing ovation for Lip's performance. Again, verbatim on Twitter, he says, I don't want to finish now. I know it's heartbreaking to see that the Dragons go 0-2. Lip specifically did not want to bow out this early, but I gotta say, for his individual performance, he really gave it his all. He put all the chips on the table, and he performed the best he could, and that's all you can really ask for.
Yeah, an incredible just set of play from Lip. Everybody, honestly, just playing their hearts out there on the side of the Dragons, but it's those minute mistakes that kind of caught up with them in the end. That overextension on Gardens on Lijiang Tower that allows Shock to get back into the point. They could have started this series off up 1-0 rather than having to fight back and pick up a win on Hybrid. It's just, you know, something that we've seen from them time and time again throughout the season, which is why they haven't been as dominant this year as in the seasons prior. But still, a great series for them to go out on. I wish that it went all the way to 5, but still very much a smorgasbord what we got from them. But GG's to those guys. We'll hope to see a lot of those faces again next season. For the Shock, congratulations. Looking forward to seeing if they can continue to run it back. That's going to do it for myself and Avril here today, though. UberX will be jumping in to guide you through the last 2 series of the evening because, yeah, we're just at the halfway point. There's so much more action. There's still 2 more teams to be sent home. But before they take over, we'll go back over to the desk after a quick little break to break down the action from this absolutely crazy series. I won't say the word again. I don't want to get fined twice. But, yeah, it was a wild one. See you guys tomorrow.
Lucio one. I'm there. I got it.
Baby keep.
Yeah, Sable. It's okay, Sable. Oh, Lucio still one. Lucio dead.
아 쏘잖아. 위너블
나이스.
위너블. 어이 씨발.
Let's go.
나이스. 컬러스.
나이스.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Butterfinger. Crispity, crunchity, peanut buttery. No one lays a finger on your Butterfinger.
Welcome back to another game break. I'm here joined by the player of the match, Kaluj from San Francisco. Shock Kaluj. Big congratulations on the win. How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling good. I mean, that match was a lot closer than I thought it should be, but you know, we pulled through. So.
Yeah, and you guys did clutch out the win. So I wanna start this interview by just asking you about the San Francisco Shock's tank subbing strat, I guess you could say, because it seems like Mikey is the one coming in for like when the beginning of the match in I guess map 1, and then you sub in after that. So how does that subbing strat work for the team?
Mikey, he's better at like Koth maps. Like the playstyle on Koth maps is a lot faster. You need to be more like a space-taking Winston, like know where the rotates are. He's a lot better at that than me. I'm more like slower, playing on the payload, like forcing out resources and then going. So that's like the difference in our playstyles, and I feel like it works pretty well.
Oh, okay, so it's sort of just like difference in playstyles, and that's how you guys are like subbed in, depending on like map and the playstyle. Got it. Okay, awesome. Thank you. All right, and not only that, you know, this match was your first time going up against a Eastern region team and for the playoffs specifically. Do you think there's like a big stylistic difference between the East and the West right now?
Yeah, I think so. I think that the East kind of plays like a slower type of game, and they're more resource intensive. I feel like the West, we kind of just go in and we don't really think about it too much. If there's 5 people doing one thing at one time, I mean, if it works, it works. If it doesn't, whatever. I feel like they like slow down the game a lot and try to outplay the opponent.
Okay, so do you think the Western teams are more aggro?
Yeah, a lot faster playstyle versus the East teams are a lot slower playstyle.
Would you say that that's sort of better in a way? Because right now the comps are sort of, they're pretty much similar. They're pretty much the same. Do you think going aggro is more beneficial, or do you think it's just the Eastern region style is better?
I think the West style is better. I mean, I don't think the East is going to do too hot in this tournament, in my opinion, but I could be wrong. I think if you look at the Dallas play style, they're really fast sometimes, and then other times they're really slow. So they kind of take parts from both sides and mix it into their team style.
All right, interesting. Kaluj, that's all. Unfortunately, that's all the time we have. Thank you so much for your time again. Big congratulations on the win.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's head back to Zoe and rest of the desk.
Thank you so much, Danny. Yeah, I am back with rest of the desk, and we're here to break down all the action.
The rest of the desk.
Yeah, now I have Reinforced and of course Jaws are joining me to break it all down. Interesting opinions here from Kaluj. Would you generally agree with the assessment of playstyle and which of those might be better for the current meta?
Yeah, I mean, I think that you can't really classify some of the teams like aggressive and reactive when it comes to the region per se, because for example, like the Philadelphia Fusion, we see them 2 times now and they've been very aggressive, but we do have other teams like the Shanghai Dragons, for example, that sit a bit more far back in that regard. So there are definitely distinctive styles. Hangzhou Spark is another one, for example. They have gone pretty aggressive with Guangzhou at times, right? So I don't really think it pertains to the region as much. I will say, though, that some of these Western region teams, like the San Francisco Shock, for example, especially with Mikey in the mix, they are being more aggressive, and I think Dallas Fuel is a leading candidate when it comes to those aggressive teams that are finding a lot of success with that playstyle. Also, I mean, look, I'm biased, all right? I'm a super aggressive Winston, so I'm always going to say that being proactive is better than being reactive, but also the LA Gladiators, they won a match just recently playing that reactive style. So I'm not going to crown one superior style, but I love seeing, you know, people being aggressive, like Lip was just there with the railgun shots as well.
Man, Lib just went kind of crazy in this game.
I mean, if someone tried to carry it, it was.
God damn.
He was trying his best.
Yeah.
May his back rest in peace. Unfortunately, it was just not enough.
Yeah, that was actually insane, the performance Lib put up. Like, ridiculous levels of carrying on the Sojourn. Like, we were kind of looking at the stats during the game, and we were surprised that his final blows weren't as high as we thought, but like, it wasn't necessarily like how many final blows he had, it was more like the impact of them, especially on the Icon Welder map. It was ridiculous. I just want to make a small point on the Kaluj topic too. I think that's a really interesting way of looking at it, like a slower paced style in the Eastern region. Western style is a little bit more fast paced. And I also kind of agree with you, Johnny, like it's, you know, a little mixed bag here and there, but it's quite traditional, I think, to have slower teams in the East. We've seen that over the last couple of years, and then faster teams in the West. Although this meta, man, you have to play quick.
Yeah, I mean,
you just have to.
I think you have to play both styles, depending on who is your opponent, right? Like you kind of have to be able to have that ebb and flow, which you broke down so well yesterday, Reinforced. Like you need to know when it is desirable to be more aggressive versus when you want to play reactionary to like counter it, just like the Gladiators did in their previous match. Now, I do want to take a quick look at a little highlight and or low light.
Low light, both.
Depending
I mean,
on who you're
every
asking,
highlight is a low light for someone.
That is very true. How poetic it is.
But this one in particular, it's very much a highlight for Lee Jae-gon and the Shanghai Dragons, but also a bit of a low light for the San Francisco Shock. But I mean, Shock, they won the match, you know? I'm not bagging on the Shock here, all right? Because they won the match, you advance to the next round. Let's celebrate that. And also a bit of a funny moment here for the San Francisco Shock. Of course, I'm talking about the Lee Jae-gon back cap here on Eichenwalde. So let's break it down how it actually happened.
Counter
So
Shanghai.
right here, we have Shanghai Dragons on the offense, and they're going to try to contest this card. So we can play this clip forward, and what we're going to see is how these teams are like vying for positioning. So Shanghai are on the card right now, and we can see if we pause it right here that the San Francisco Shock, they are going to pursue when they find that opening that I talked about yesterday, right on this Winston. So you can see now, if we play this out, the Shanghai Dragons, they're going to commit, or rather the Shock are going to commit. They go forward, they are pushing in, and we see the leap backwards from Fate. Now, if we go ahead and pause right here, the Shanghai Dragons, they've actually rotated into the castle. Fleta has just used the Wraith form on Reaper. We broke that down as well. Wraith form, that's an opportunity to engage. But all while this is happening, and Shock are seeing that something's like they can win this fight. Look on the left. It's Lee Jae-gon and Lucio just abandoning his team. So while we play this out, we can see that Shock, they are so focused on trying to win this fight that Lee Jae-gon, he immediately rotates to the card, and it's a bit of a C9 from the San Francisco Shock, obviously stating Cloud9. That's a historical team that stepped off the card way too many times and earned themselves a name for it. Not what you want to be known for, but once again, let's look at it from Lee Jae-gon's perspective. They have to disengage here, but notice like the immediacy when he gets into this cattle. They zoom into the cards like straight away, not even second guessing himself. The Shock, they're caught off guard because they're trying to win this fight, and Lee Jae-gon with a beautiful back cap. This is one of the best plays I've seen all year because of the presence of mind. There's no hesitation, there's no second thought. Lee Jae-gon, he recognized how close they were to capping the payload there on Eichenwalde, and it paid huge dividends. They win a very close map just because of that small play.
Yeah, what you didn't see actually in the talent green room was Johnny flipping over an entire sofa on top of me. That was very epic.
On top of you?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, it was pretty brutal.
You didn't
brutal
see?
scenes
He was
transpiring
in a
the green room.
blinding rage,
Yeah,
like
you
pure
couldn't.
red.
I primal rage
rushing
IRL.
through him, literally, and he flipped
True.
the sofa over, almost hit the TV. It crushed me. It wasn't a good time.
Yeah, no, this is totally not made up. This is exactly
this
what
is
happened
exactly
in
what
that green room.
happened.
I do,
HR,
however,
please.
want
Primal
to take
Swede.
just one quick second before we are previewing the next match. A few final words to the Shanghai Dragons, who unfortunately are now officially out. They are the current reigning champions, and they will not be able to get that back-to-back trophy.
Yeah, it's insane having them go out this early, but we were talking about it at the very top of the day. This losers bracket is ridiculous. Like, how many top-tier teams we have in losers bracket right now? Like, Glads, of course, we have Shanghai Dragons and the San Francisco Shock. Who thought we'd be here in losers with some reigning champions? I think, obviously, a lot of the Shanghai Dragons can pat themselves on the back. Lip, especially after that performance, was ridiculous. Like, head should be held highest it's could ever be. I don't know how high you could really get. The guys are pretty tall anyway. But at the end of the day, the Shanghai Dragons, they're going to come back stronger next year, you can imagine. It's just, this playoffs has just been disgusting. Like how much talent we've had, new and old, coming in.
Well, that is the big question, right? Will they come back stronger? Because in many ways, I look at this loss right here. This is the closing of a chapter for the Shanghai Dragons. Of course, it started with a horrific 0-42 run for this franchise, but they clawed themselves back with the help of Guangzhou, for example. They won a stage title in 2019 and then committed to this roster that they pretty much have now set in store in 2020. They found massive amounts of success. They won a title in 2021, but tons of rumors about a lot of these players retiring now after this year. Void, as Avril said, pretty much confirming that he's retiring to join the Korean military, of course, mandatory in Korea. So in many ways, this is the closing of a chapter. I'm very appreciative of so many awesome highlights and moments this franchise and this roster has brought us here in the Overwatch League, and I can't wait to see what all these players pursue, whether it's in the Overwatch League or in real life. I'm very grateful. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and that does, open up room for some new dragons, dragonlings,
Dragonlings.
The hatchlings are coming out to
Hatchlings.
play. Let's see how it goes in the next season. For now, we say goodbye to the Dragons. Thank you so much. Everything Jonathan just said, he summed it up just so nicely. Now, we are looking at our next match, and that's going to be a rematch already from day number 1. Of course, I'm talking about the Atlanta Reign facing off against the Florida Mayhem. Florida knocked the Atlanta Reign into the losers bracket on day number 1. Why are you smiling?
I
What
think
is
it's
going
hilarious
on?
that like Atlanta were like, oh, we got swept by the Florida Mayhem. Let's go to the losers bracket. Oh, it's Florida Mayhem again. Come on, like we gotta play this again. This is Halloween moment right here.
Yeah, but like looking into that first match, the big question we had for the Atlanta Reign was like, who's going to pick up that main tank? Winston. We had a lot of questions. Now, looking at the starting lineups for this one, we actually see a change coming in because Gator
There he
is back in Reinforced. How does that make you feel?
Well, actually, hot take coming out, it does make me feel pretty good. We haven't seen Gator in the lineup since about the kickoff clash, and the big story was, of course, that Atlanta Reign, they put all their faith behind Hawk as their tank, you know, named as the Jote, the jack of all tanks, because he's able to play so many of these tanks. But now we're heading into a Winston meta, and I think it was quite clear that maybe Hawk struggled to, you know, pursue that Winston specialty. We've seen other teams around the league struggling when it comes to this pick. So relying on your main tank instead, Gator, of course known for the Reinhardt and the Winston pick, maybe this will suit them better. I think this will be a jolt of energy, like, hey, we lost 3-0 to the Florida Mayhem. Maybe you're a bit like, you know, disenfranchised and a bit, you know, not confident in yourself after that loss. Well, Gator, different circumstances, new roster in for the Atlanta Reign here. Maybe that will be like a jolt of energy of like, hey, we can do this with Gator in as our Winston player. Maybe this will lead to a victory here for the Atlanta Reign.
I mean, we've already seen it once. The Dallas Fuel didn't play a whole lot of fillers throughout the entire season, right? And now he's coming in and kind of dominating for the Fuel. So, like, what's the better time to bring in your main tank player? Well, right now. And yeah, the loss is going to hurt for sure. Maybe bring some bad memories back against Hydra and Sojourn. But look, Gator's still... We haven't seen him play since kickoff flash, so it's hard to really tell because we haven't seen footage of it, but he's probably still as good as he's ever been. Like, they were the dynamic duo in the Atlanta Reign last year, playing in Overwatch 1. Like, their off-tank and main-tank play was just so sublime. I can't imagine they've lost any of that kind of pizzazz. I'm super excited to see Gator, honestly, and I think this is a kind of a perfect meta for him, obviously, because of the Winston. But just that refresh, big jolt of energy, like you were saying, Johnny, yeah, it's going to be a good time, I think, for Atlanta Reign fans.
Yeah, and now that we talked about Winston, we also have to check the Sojourn box, and for that we're heading over to our Leveling Up segment presented by Butterfinger, and we want to take a look at the Sojourn head-to-head between those two teams, because this one is going to be pretty spicy. It can be quite explosive. We have two phenomenal players. I'm going to be so interested to see who's coming out on top. But if we're looking at the statistics here, so far, Hydron is looking really good in the majority of metrics. Kai, of course, with a little bit more damage output here, though.
Yeah, a little bit more damage, but you're looking at charge shot kills. That's what you're really looking at. The majority of the final blows are coming from just those railgun headshots, whether it's overclock, whether it's just a regular charge shot. Even overclock kills, Hydron's kind of beating him there just a tad. The stats are fairly close. I mean, final blows is more for Hydron right now, but this is also in playoffs too. It's kind of worth keeping in mind that Atlanta Reign did end up losing 3-0, so you're still thinking, yeah, of course your Sojourn's going to be behind on stats. Everybody's going to be behind on stats because you ended up losing, so you're kind of shrugging there just a little bit, I think. But Hydron's just been unreal. Like, Sojourn players stepped up to another level. I don't know if it's LAN or like something else, something in the water, something in the breakfast in the hotel. But
the spirits of Anaheim. It's just like, oh no, not again. Dude. And on that note, we are ready for another match, and for all the action, we're going to send it over to Uber and Mr. X.
As the sun has set over Anaheim, so has it set over the campaigns of two of our Overwatch League playoff teams, and two more are to follow today in our lower bracket matches, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Overwatch League playoffs. I'm Mitch Leslie, joined by Matthew Morello, presiding over, first up, a rematch. These two teams have only had, a couple of days in between the last time they played each other. And that last head-to-head was the first time this season that the Florida Mayhem was able to win a series against the Atlanta Reign, and they're here to run it back. So nice, they're going to have to do it twice.
Yeah, it's funny that, you know, these two teams met up 2 days ago. I think I saw Noah, our stats guy on Twitter, was saying the last time our next match after this, Hangzhou versus Toronto, it was like 1,300 days between their matches. I'm excited. Look, I love elimination matches. It's sad to see people go, but this is where you see the best out of teams, I feel like. And Atlanta making a huge gamble, I would say, here, you know, putting Gator in. We don't know how much scrim time he's had, I imagine. You know, just in general, right, with the game being live, he's been able to play more. We know he's a fantastic main tank player. What will it be like seeing him in the lineup today?
Yeah, been an interesting season for Gator, right? For a large amount of it, he was sort of designated a juncture for this team. The Atlanta Reign are fighting for survival after, frankly, a lackluster showing earlier on in these playoffs. The pieces are there on this team, and there's redundancy, and we've seen much of, you know, the Speedily and Venom look from this again added to that list. Matt, he's known for a couple of tanks, right? But bringing him in a Winston situation is interesting, given that we knew that sort of Hawk was being groomed to be the tank player that kind of does it all. So I'm really interested to see what they come out with today. Let's not waste too much time. Let's get them out on the stage here. Let's start to put the microscope on the Atlanta Reign.
And like you mentioned, right, when the kind of meta shifts here going into playoffs, prior to this, the Atlanta Reign are playing, obviously, Hawk all of the time. It's really been like that since stage 1. They were playing a ton of Speedily, Venom, you know, and Vigilante, who they acquire from the Washington Justice. And with this meta swap, they've decided to kind of like change things up completely, so to speak, and now even further seeing Gator in the game. And look, we talk about Gator like, you know, it's some kind of like crazy move they're making here. He is a fantastic player, let's be clear. We just have not seen him playing in a very long time.
I mean, much of you know, Gator's best looks were like from Reinhardt, for example. He played a lot of Orisa for this team. Yeah. Back when obviously she deployed a shield and leapt towards that bunker kind of style. We have seen Gator play Winston this season at times, and it passed the eye test, I think, by all accounts, even if the players joked about it in that very match that we were sort of playing the Winston. But yeah, this subverts our expectations. We thought that you know, Hawk was going to be the guy, the one to play all the tanks for this team, and that's what Brad Rajani at the Reign sort of said. So now you have to wonder, why this big course correction? Do the Atlanta Reign have something else up their sleeves, right? Nero and Kai, I've seen Nero comes in here and is playing a lot of the Reaper. This is something he did a bunch for San Francisco as well, back when he was on that roster in what we coined at the time, the Zombie Comp. Very much up his alley, that Reaper pick.
Yeah, and you gotta wonder, like, is this more, instead of just the Winston pick, right, for Gator, he has more experience playing these more rush, you know, how Scott kind of refers to it as like zombie comp style of play, right? Where, you know, he's a main tank by heart. Traditionally, he can probably pick up that role as the tank in that type of composition pretty quick.
And now, let's bring out their opponents, running it back once more after a victorious 3-0 against this Atlanta team. It is the Florida Mayhem.
And I really like this team. I think they've been ascending really through the play-ins and whatnot. Hydron secures his spot, you know, in this lineup about, you know, probably a little bit through the Countdown Cup. That's kind of when we start to see, you know, Exi moving out, Hydron being in all the time, Surma Jed being fantastic on the Kariko, and then also, you know, having the kind of veteran experience of Animo in. I think this team has been one where, you know, they've been trending upwards for a while now. Did not for them in the it looks good otherwise.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Tough matchup against the Seoul Dynasty for the Florida Mayhem. But I think something that Gunba sort of said, he said, you know, if we are winning maps against teams that have had that extra time to practice, to prepare, obviously teams that didn't have to compete in the play-ins, that's pretty embarrassing for them. But I think we've established now that the Florida Mayhem have the pedigree to allow them to overcome that lack of time when it came to scrimming, when it came to preparing. I mean, Christ, they said RuPaul came in and played a map on Kiriko. I think just randomly. I don't know if they submitted the roster wrong for that or whatever, and he played really well. So it's clear to see that we're dealing with 5 players who are adaptable, are extremely flexible, and on the fly they can make the changes that they need to. It's a whole of a great team. The first map choice here is going to be Ilios. Now, we kind of talked about this off air, Matthew. Maybe expected to see Lijiang based on how well the Mayhem did on that map last time they played this team. But now, we'll have to see what they bring on Ilios, and it does still feel like a map that lends itself pretty well to their style.
You're a little bit more comfortable with which is, I assume, the Ilios here, going into the first map in the series. Someone with an opportunity to, play a little bit more of an aggressive Winston style play, depending on which kind of maps and points you get here. I also think it's not the same team. You can't really kind of treat it as the same Atlanta Reign, right, with a new tank in the mix.
Absolutely. And that's why our expectations kind of need to be set for a different look team. This Atlanta Reign team, rather. Already Hydron making some intimations in the match chat. Definitely the expectation of the Florida Mayhem continue to come out strong. Atlanta had better hope that this mix-up, this last-minute change, is conducive to some more success for them. Because after the season they've had, we expect Atlanta to have gone a little bit better, a little bit earlier on in these playoffs, but the Mayhem are not a team to ever doubt. And we expect to see Matthew here pretty standard compositions, right? Shouldn't be any big mix-ups so far.
I would be shocked if we see some kind of large shakeup. Maybe you see the Orisa come out. We see the Outlaws with Dante use that at times, but kind of fully expect this mirror matchup to continue to play out through a majority of the playoffs.
Okay, already Hydron gets identified as playing an off angle, and Gator wants to cut that to the quick as soon as possible, but Hydron's able to find Kai already. After repositioning, he zeroes in on the enemy Sojourn and removes him from the map, and OG fares a little better, lingering a little too long in those crosshairs himself.
Because, the Florida Mayhem, Hydron is so good on this Sojourn that, he starts to get rolling. It's kind of like how Kai is on the other side. When Kai gets rolling, he's so difficult to stop. You don't want to see Hydron start to pop off.
Well, so far so good for the Mayhem and Hydron here. Atlanta already back to start another fight. Marjed, a little bit of an extension there. He's able to swiftly walk away to his Winston. And look at this, just Mayhem responding very well to these probes from the Atlanta Reign. Gator just gets caught amongst all of them.
Yeah, really nothing that they can do to get back towards the point, right? 30% counting here for the Florida Mayhem. Death Blossom here for the Atlanta Reign, so maybe they can actually make a play for this. Is someone not close to Primal just yet?
Yeah, good opening here. We saw Hydron fall fairly early in that fight, and a successful Death Blossom there from Nero. Good way to come alive in this round, as he is accounting for 4 out of the 6 final blows from this Atlanta Reign squad. Good way to turn up and start to get some percentage on the board here for Atlanta. Of course, Kitsune rushes are now online for both these teams. Things are about to get a little hairy.
Yeah, online for both teams, but you're going to have someone with this Primal Rage and then also Animo with the Sound Barrier a little bit earlier. So I think you can play a little bit more aggressive here to take the point back if you're Florida.
Checkmate's TP from the backside here, trying to get behind this Kitsune rushes coming out. A lot of roads being paved so far, and Checkmate's going to be the first to fall. He's discovered in the backline another Primal Rage from someone, really pressuring Kai. He waits and catches the falling Kai like a damsel. And that's it for him. The Atlanta Reign now struggling as they push into the middle of the map, and someone just gets his jump online. Able to clamber back out of the pit and now look to pressure the remainder of the Atlanta Reign. They still hold the point right now. We're losing Hydron here again. Less than ideal.
Yeah, you see for that brief moment there from Ultraviolet. He drops that Immortality, the Protection Suzu there, just keeps Gator himself and OG alive for a split second, but not good enough to win that fight. Someone incredibly able to live throughout that entire period of time, already halfway up to another Primal Rage. You kind of just see how awesome he is on that Winston, but also I think kind of like one of the new breed or potential new breeds of tanks as we see moving forward in Overwatch 2, right? A tank that can truly play everything.
He's only got 1 death so far, 3 final blows to his name, and to compare, I mean, Gator has 3 deaths. I mean, Gator is getting picked on pretty badly by the Mayhem when he tries to engage. Speaking of which, that's happening right now. Bubble going to be thrown down here by someone, but Hydron has this safe pocket to play in with a fully charged rail. He's in a pretty decent spot, and Gator realizes that, oh no! The slide gets interrupted by Hydron! He can't believe it!
Oh, you can see on his face, he was absolutely stunned. That's where he ended up. As still have players here from Florida who are going to be able to contest. You just got to get this up to like that 90, 95%. Oh, they actually get pushed back off the point. You see Animo and a few others still here.
He's able to lock Nero into the pit somehow. I mean, OG tried to give him the same kind of send-off, but he's able to clamber out naturally. Hydron was actually booped into the pit by OG there, is what happened. Kitsune Rush now comes out straight away from both sides here. The Mayhem trying to use it to engage. Someone for the Primal Rage looking for Kai at the moment. Sound Barrier now expiring off the Atlanta Reign. Someone wants to try and track his quarry, but there are 5 people turning towards him. He has to go for the Mega Health Pack and double back now. Checkmate has a Death Blossom, but he's a little exposed in this position. Nero's going to go for it. Hydron gets riddled with bullets here. Checkmate wants to reciprocate. He's found Ultraviolet, but that's all he's going to have. The Atlanta Rainer up to 93 and counting, and the Mayhem decimated.
Yeah, as you see it, Mayhem, they're going to go with some desperation picks here towards the end. The Doom, the Tracer, but it doesn't matter. Not able to get a touch. Where the Atlanta Reign take round number 1.
Nero has an unbelievable round, Matthew. 9 final blows, 2 deaths out of a total kills of 16 for his team. His Reaper really on another level early. A lot of pressure being put down on the Mayhem, especially someone who could see trying to play aggressively, trying to look for Kai, and is getting thwarted by Nero multiple times.
And Atlanta's got to be such a scary team to play against, especially in this type of scenario. We can take a look from Ultraviolet. Yeah, that's beautiful. The protection there right on to Nero. He's able to pick up a few kills, then just use the Wraith to just back up away from Checkmate. Really nice sequence there.
Someone locks himself inside a lethal snow dome with Nero to try and prevent that damage, but it was already too late.
And do you get a vibe, Mitch, right? Like, you know, putting Gator in, I thought Gator looked, you know, good there on the Winston to kick things off. It's also like Atlanta is just a scary team in these, you know, lose and go home scenarios, right? It seems like they always, you know, pick up their play in moments like this, where they're not going to be, it's like almost like Florida 3-0ing them the other day just gives them like a little bit of false confidence going into this series. It'll be the same thing, where I think it's a much different team they're playing today.
They love to be doubted. They love to be underdogs. They thrive on that negative energy, and you can see it because they kind of invite it a lot of the time, Matthew. Kai to the high ground invites company of Winston right now, and someone will break on in there and remove him from the equation. Hydron now can get a bit more aggressive, not worry about being picked off after 12. Nothing across the map. Frustrating, healing overclock there from OG. He's able to bring him down eventually. Gator looks to be on the way out here as neither team is capped early. It will be Florida who start with the lead.
Yeah, which is pretty similar to what we just saw in that previous round, on Wells. So Atlanta will have to, bounce back. You see Gator making an actual, really strong attempt constantly to just get in Hydron's face, put that bubble down, block the line of sight, force the Sojourn off of those positions up on the high ground.
Getting close to Kitsune Rush here for Ultraviolet. He's going to be ahead, but they've lost Kai already. Checkmate is able to isolate that key target. And now the Reign look a little bit, embarrassed with 4 players that have to make their way through the left-hand side. They'll throw Kitsune Rush down. That's going to help Ultraviolet's healing output and, of course, that haste buff. Nero is looking to make good use of it, but it's a disengage by the Mayhem and the Sound Barrier defensively. The Reign use this a little bit later now, when they actually have to fight. The Mayhem are behind in their durability count, but they have point control. Looks like the Reign are backing away from that Kitsune Rush.
Yes, Kai's got an overclock though, so maybe right after this Primal Rage, you'll start to see the Atlanta Reign press forward as you see someone Animo getting both real low.
Oh my goodness, it takes 2 to tango, they say, but I think Nero had the right idea there. Checkmate just throws himself into that one. Both Reapers went into Raid 4. We knew that was coming. Pretty messy fight so far, but the Reign are able to cap it in the background despite having lost Kai again.
Yeah, and you can kind of see when Florida was, deep and engaged in that fight, right? And someone is using Primal, the Sound Barrier and the Kitsune Rush is worn off. Like, they sort of have players getting quite weak, and Checkmate ends up using the Death Blossom trying to, save the day as they try and exit. But Atlanta just kind of played that 50-50 stalemate for so long and so good. And then they were able to get away, but look at this. Servajet opens things up with a headshot pick.
Yeah, medium range shot there with the kunai. Great connection, but Checkmate also will fall to longer range damage. And Kai now has that overclock. You're asking for it, Animo. Up in the air he is, and Kai just picks him off. The Atlanta Reign are going to be able to maintain control for now, and that Kai pick is a big part of it.
They don't have to push forward anymore. They can back up, play from the point here. As if you're Atlanta, you're going to get, probably about even in terms of percentage off of this. This fight should last for a decent amount on the point, but you have that Kitsune Rush here to use.
Yeah, Ultraviolet, who can let that one go pretty much straight away here. Wants the pressure from the front line, needs to be careful, because if he's not healing, then there's not going to be a ton of it going on. Hydron gets caught out again, though. This is looking good for the Atlanta Reign. Now they move into the lead behind that Kiriko ultimate, and they have to hope the Sound Barrier from OG is enough to answer Marched. He'll be back with a vengeance.
yeah, this will be the next, really probably the last difficult test for them. So actually, Gator goes in over the top. They're going to Sound Barrier, try and catch them off guard a little bit.
Someone's seen better days, but he's been topped back up. And Animo's going to have a later Sound Barrier. If the Mayhem want to fight, now might be the best time. Overhead again goes Gator. Hydron aware of it, so he repositions now towards the point, hoping to try and pressure down, but the protection Suzu was in play. Checkmate's able to pull Kai out of the mix regardless, and Hydron is everywhere at once. Nero doesn't even realize he's crept up on him. The overclock's doing some serious work, but the bubble dance doesn't end up so well for Hydron. Gator eventually is able to bring him down, and now it's up to Summer with this Primal Rage. You've got the point under your control.
Yeah, but Gator's going to actually Primal. That's the one that I was talking about, as he's knocking players back all over the point here. In favor of the Atlanta Reign, he's going to have some teammates coming back off the spawn. This long, drawn-out fight could be difficult for Florida.
Banjo didn't have a protection Suzu available. He also couldn't swift step. He's brought down by Gator, but Checkmate and Hydron are back. And it's now 85 and counting. The Atlanta Reign make it close, but we're into last fight territory here.
And I kind of like the idea there from Gator. You get both primals out, and at that time, you had Kai and Nero alive with you on the point. He's got both of them now, and they both have their ults going in this final fight.
Checkmate got himself into the back line well and truly early. Looking for an opportunity now for a Death Blossom. Does he go for Nero? No, he just takes it to the face. Nero blossoms first and actually catches Martin somehow. Perhaps he swift stepped into that fight. Regardless, the Atlanta Reign, they managed to flip the point back here. And maybe, just maybe, Checkmate is punished for holding onto that Reaper ultimate too long. The first map in this series goes to Atlanta.
And you can see a little bit cleaner there, I think, with Gator in the game. Gator just making, the consistent plays, jumping right on to Hydron, making his life very difficult all throughout. The Primal tech is good. And I think, Florida probably came in here, Mitch, like, hey, we get the same opponent as the other day. It's going to go just like how it went. And Atlanta making a statement right off the bat that it is not going to be an easy series.
Can't ask for much more than that from the Atlanta Reign. Gator comes in on the Winston, looks really quite solid. Eye test and stats included. Nero's Reaper, though, head and shoulders above the rest. So important to have that consistent piece of damage firing on all cylinders, and you better believe Nero is in the thick of the action more often than not. Good start here for the Atlanta Reign. The Mayhem now need to recalibrate themselves for this different lineup their opponents are bringing.
I'm back strong. I'm back strong.
It would appear, ladies and gentlemen, there's much more to the Atlanta Reign than meets the eye. A roster mix-up coming into this survival match. And Gator turns up in a big way on that first map, playing the Winston pretty darn impressively.
And I guess if you're Atlanta, because we were talking a little bit about this morning, and just kind of when we got the lineups, and it was like, is this the right type of move, right? Because you announced ages ago, now Hawk is going to be your tank for the rest of the season. We're going to roll with him on every tank, right? Hawk plays tremendous throughout the entire season, right? It's not like we ever saw like real dips in Hawk's play. And then make the swap at this moment. I think if you're kind of just like, the viewer, right, you probably just have to, keep faith in that Atlanta coaching staff and Brad, like they know what they have in their players. I also think the Gator, it's kind of like a no-lose scenario, right? Because you've already lost to this team 3-0. So like what would happen yet again, right? Like what's the worst case scenario? Is, maybe this meta just wasn't for you and you're kind of out. But put in a player who, historically has always played those main tanks and played them in compositions and metas like this and see how it goes. And maybe a little bit of a change up after, the other day, give some momentum to the team, right? A little jump start, so to speak.
Absolutely. Something a little fresh here as well, maybe just to allow them to recalibrate a little bit after a very tough start to this playoffs. Florida Mayhem, they lose that first map, so they turn around, they select Eichenwalde for our hybrid battlefield. And again, we're talking about tank selection. We may see Hawk later in the series if we head to something like Circuit Royale, for example, where Sigma may be more desirable, just like we saw from San Francisco, for example. But for now, no changes to either of these rosters. Gator, as you saw on the stage there, remains in. You can tell he's serious because the blue cap's off his head and on his table. He's here to game.
Is that how you know where he takes his hat off?
Yeah, he's worn that darn thing all season.
Okay, sure, whatever you say. How scared do you think Florida is right now? Maybe not scared, but like worried, right? In the sense that you beat this team the other day. Now you come in, they got a new player in the mix, and you lose map number 1 in an eliminator. How worried are you if you're Florida?
Well, I think you're less worried, maybe more frustrated, because you probably can't get a real read on this Reign squad right now. Especially Hydron is constantly being in check by Gator. You watch him. We see his POV in that first round. He's forced to slide early and often, sometimes into OG's boop, into the well, sometimes just into enemies in general. He's being forced to put himself in some risky positions to avoid just getting flattened by Winston and shut down by the bubble. Gator's done a great job of just neutralizing him. He's Florida Mayhem's, he's one of their biggest weapons here, but if he can't function, it's hard for them to stay in step with this Reign squad, especially with Kai smiling from ear to ear on the other side.
Yeah, I wouldn't say Gator's doing anything flashy, right? Not like kind of coming in and looking like Smurf per se, but like just playing the Winston role in a way that he's just trying to take or make Hydron's life extremely difficult. And you think if you can neutralize the Sojourn's effect, you have a pretty good chance in this series.
Florida having to fall back a little bit here as Gator's been probing. You can see his health bar. He's actually able to get out alive, which is huge. That's great for Ultraviolet. He'll top him up and get him back in the fray and hope to build to that first Kitsune rush where things start to get a little bit hectic. Hydron as well. Okay, he's on a flank here and he's used his mobility and he's in the perfect spot to catch Gator. Checkmate also runs into that. Winston's able to pick him off. Hydron again finds himself, in a sticky situation. Kai roundhouses him.
I was wondering if you could fight this, if you're the Atlanta Reign. But now that you've lost your Reaper, I don't think you can as effectively. I think if you would have had Nero stay alive there, you actually could have came back rather quickly, and maybe you're actually able to kind of catch them, further up at the choke and make a play for it. But Kitsune Rush already here.
I'm surprised someone gives space even without Reaper on the battlefield right now. But maybe it's all part of his plan because he seems to have lured OG into his trap. It's a trade though, and Kai's able to get the better of Hydron for the second time in a row. Ultraviolet tries to run away, but that's the lion's share of the healing now taken away from the Atlanta Reign. But someone gets caught inside the PC shop. That's not what we mean. We say check in PC, ladies and gentlemen. Florida able to outlast though, because Checkmate and Margit stand.
Yeah, and even with that Kitsune Rush coming right around the corner from Ultraviolet, and Atlanta actually making a pretty good play for the point. No progress gained. It pretty slow here for the Atlanta Reign at the start. This, Florida Mayhem, you'll have your sound barrier here, and you'll have your Death Blossom. That'll be the overclock early there from Kai.
Gator makes the first jump, but he's caught out of position as we see someone make the counter engagement. The Mayhem are waiting for Gator to try and go after Hydron, and that's when they strike. Hydra being pressured once more by the aforementioned. This time gives him a parting gift, that's right. Railgun catches him, and Nero finds two. Into the hunting lodge he tries to go, but Hydron posthumously is able to catch him inside that disruptor shot. Now Kai needs to make the flanking play, but his team is gone. He's going to find himself up against the wall.
And Checkmate has gone, he has gone unmarked by the opposing team. It feels like every kill in the feed for the Florida Mayhem is Checkmate, just running around, kill after kill, just finding these targets low. The DPS passive is like massive for Reaper, right? Reaper really struggles with like that movement speed and being able to reload faster and get a little bit of a movement speed buff. You can see how the Reapers start chaining these kills together. It's not good for Atlanta. It's going to be Kai dropping off the rip.
Hydron flips the script and actually gets the first pick this time. Florida were winning the fights, even losing him first beforehand. The Animo getting caught there, not great, but look, the mobility not as important for Florida because they're backed up against the back of the point as it is. OG getting zoned away by Hydron. That's a fantastic disruptor shot. And look at Gator. He's caught away from the rest of his team. Easy to drag down by the rest of the Mayhem.
And I think right now, you're seeing the Atlanta Reign so split from each other, right? Gator on like a little bit of a flank and off angle. He gets taken out. It's just like that. 30 seconds on the clock here for the Atlanta Reign. They made no progress here on point A. It's been all dominance from the Florida Mayhem.
All the coordination we saw in that first map seems to have evaporated for the Atlanta Reign. They cannot get Gator matching up with the rest of their dive. And there's a Kitsune rush on board for both sides. Look to the Reapers here to make the big impact in this fight. Front line standing tall is going to be crucial. Martin trying to play from the back line here. The healing on someone is good and he drops. He removes Gator. Checkmate lunging forward, but Nero catches him there while he's in that Death Blossom. Nero getting close to his ult, but it may not be a factor in this fight. Hydra needs to double back here, going for the overclock, and what a connection. OG falls straight into that railgun. The sound barrier definitely helps the Mayhem hold out. It is a shutout of the range here on Eichenwald.
Yeah, it's not able to get in front of Hydron. You see how much space he has when we go to his first-person POV. And then also Checkmate, able to just pop off on the Reaper. Now, there was one moment where we were talking about Gator using the Primal Rage, and he actually had to use the Primal Rage a little bit earlier than I think he would have liked, because what happens is he's like around the corner by the pillar, and then Checkmate comes flying around and uses Death Blossom. And Gator's got one of two options, right? It's either pop Primal, live, and get out, or, just kind of stand there and die, right? I mean, he's just going to eventually die to the Death Blossom, the damage. He actually uses the Primal and, starts to try and almost, get him out of the way, but doesn't have the Primal that did knock around Hydron in the back line, and that's when Hydron is able to pick up, 2 kills during that fight and win it for Florida. So just those little things like that, Primal is such a big ability from the Winstons, right? The ultimate to be able to just displace the enemy, Sojourn, or force cooldowns out, whether it be Sojourn or Kuriko. Not to have it at that moment, and really one of your only 2 options to have that ultimate during an attack there is really difficult for Atlanta.
It's bad beats for Kai as well, Matt. The first 2 fights for the Reign, he's the one that serves him up that elimination on Hydron. He finds the first pick in both those engagements. And still, the Reign can't leverage that player advantage into any capture progress whatsoever. No ticks, no nothing. Now the Florida Mayhem's win condition is so clear. Just 1 tick, they'll be taking this map away. Very quickly, the tables seem to have turned, and Hydron is on the hunt. He wants Kai, he wants him bad. Look how deep he is into the belly of the beast he goes, and he gets away with it. Protection Suzu thrown up there. Hydron now face-to-face with Gator, who picks off Margin. Maybe a little over-eager for the Mayhem in that fight.
Yeah, I would say so, right? Coming flying around the corner. He does get Kai weak, but he slides in. They use a Protection Suzu. You have to use so many different big abilities there to be able to land that kill, and they don't get it, and then they're just kind of stuck with absolutely nothing. So Florida getting really aggressive early on. Hydron took a huge shot there from Kai. Has to get healed up basically from death, but first fight goes fast for the Atlanta Reign.
See, someone he jumps there, but he's not engaging, right? He takes some space, but Hydron is still taken down. The aforementioned trying to take an off angle to the left of Kai right now. He just gets picked off. And once you let Kai get started, you're in a lot of danger. The Mayhem now scrabbling to get back into spawn.
Yeah, I think Florida needs to be careful, right? You're taking these fights fast, maybe trying to build up some ultimates. You're not accomplishing that. You haven't really gotten any target in a zone where you would say they're like, you know, extremely weak or near death, right? Where you would be a little bit alarmed if you're the Atlanta Reign outside of that first fight with you know, Kai. But other than that, it's been just dominance by Atlanta. You can see it in terms of the ultimate charge game.
Here Kai goes, still very safe, very conservative. He's not playing this left angle that he's standing in right now at the start of the fight, right? He's only transitioning there once the Mayhem are fully committed. He's sitting right at the back of his entire formation, not wanting to get picked off for free. Disruptor shot thrown down on the Mayhem. Looks like they're pretty clear about wanting to stay around here. Marjet doesn't have the Kitsune rush yet. Ultraviolet is going to use it straight away. Sound barrier from Anima. Was it going to be enough? Primal Rage inside a computer shop here. Hydron eventually brought down and Checkmate in a compromising spot to say the very least here. We're under 2 minutes left and Checkmate tries to go for the Death Blossom here. He's able to find 2 kills, make it 3. Somehow he's able to catch Gator. Unreal! Now he's in a position to do some real damage. Kai goes down, Ultraviolet follows. The Atlanta Reign tip the king because they've seen Checkmate come in hot and heavy.
And I feel like Checkmate is really the big difference between these two teams on this map because Atlanta's D was looking pretty good there for a bit, Mitch. And then once the Reaper for the Florida Mayhem got in position, right, we see him being primal raged, like basically to death in a corner, uses Wraith form to get out. And then once he gets in towards that back line, I know it is just dominance there from Checkmate.
In a matchup of superstar Sojourns, incredible hit scan players, so far it's been all about the Reaper guy. Both Nero and Checkmate in back-to-back maps having outsized impacts for their teams, and that's not even counting playing inside those Kiriko ultimates. What a crazy run there for Checkmate at the end of the round when his team was well behind. It looked like the harebrained attempt to go for the Death Blossom, but it paid off, and that's why he's there, and that's why I'm here, ladies and gentlemen, and you need to stay there. We're going to be back with map number 3 after this.
That's one.
Time for week 2 of the Summer Showdown qualifiers.
Everybody's been beating everybody. The upsets have been in full swing. You have to kind of bait to walk forward though, because even if you want to blade here, first of all, he's outpaced the supports, which is very nice, not just Becky here. Importantly, you have to get past the rally and the sound barrier, but you need to make sure that Valiant are committed in a way that you can chase them down.
Okay, this time he does not wait to pull the blade. He pulls it immediately, and it's 4 swift kills in the blink of an eye. Zest shutting him down. That's half the time bank now drained away as he nearly comes up
forward
with the team kill. And they're looking for some more.
Becky got
You're going to be able to take that
forward.
one. Yep. He yoinks him right
sick.
back out into the open.
Monk's gone. Zest being the one to take them out. There's Fury's Doomfist coming into the fight. Lee
Gaga
hiding at the back
ult.
with the overclock. I don't think they're going to be able to do anything here.
Where's
Gaga's
Gaga?
going to have to expend that. Wait, Jinmu just took out Aim God. Jinmu again finds Fury? Jinmu's keeping the team alive. Zest takes out Leave. 20 seconds remaining. This is going to be one hell of an assault coming in from the Hunters. They got Gaga's Rampage. If Gaga goes down, this is going to be disastrous for them. They might not have time. Jinmu is back in this fight again. They cleaned it up. They didn't even have to use that pivotal ultimate, and they're back on the points.
I mean, goodness, Jinmu really clutched that fight.
Figured out how to break the meta even further. It turns out all you need is a profit on Brigitte. Blade now going to be pulled out. Nisha taken down by Binham. The bomb will even get involved. The coach gun to take out Jinmu, and it is such a swift cleanup.
Did you see a sound barrier? Because I didn't. I think that was an Ajax from Nisha, sadly.
I think he got Ajaxed.
Oh, here it is. Oh, what a boost!
And what the hell was that? Binham booping him further up into the air and then dragging down.
Just give him the trophy. Just.
They win. They win the season. It's over. We don't need to play out the rest of it.
I don't care anymore. Vindame is the rookie of the year.
Rally out from Irony. The ante from the Rampage only catching 2. Bernard A little bit of pressure, but now can be healed. An Architect finds Fitz. Blade pulled out immediately. Gets in, finds Prophet, finds Smurf, and it seems like we are not done yet. Architect
huge,
picking up 4 eliminations with the Blade itself. Otherwise, I believe just completely aces the squad. And that is going to be the cap now on to point B.
When the Sigma comps were a thing, you would either take 2 fights, like fight on the first corner and then fight on the last, but a lot of teams just held on this last corner before this point. Oh, Victoria, 13 HP, someone pack him, please. Oh, no, that's so unlucky.
I feel like this,
dude,
this map...
look at him go!
I mean...
Like, look at this guy go. Like, 5 kills, just like that in a blink of an eye, quick team kill. This guy's just, he's a freak on the sticks, man.
Take a look at Proper from his POV. 1 dash through 2. Yeah, I mean, this is just... that's just filthy stuff.
The ultimate's coming out, Primal, and a nano-tactical visor. It's matched by Merit, and shut down just as quickly. Hydron with the 4K!
Call that one a 5K, Lemon. The American Tornado spins up and gets those Houston Outlaws out of here. You can go all in, but I hope you got insurance against the weather, baby.
Oh, that's
it's
huge. Nasty. 4 players hit with a biotic grenade, and the follow-up. Oh, it's there. They'll rue the day. You let RuPaul into your backline. Snuck in the corner there.
No way! Animo pooped the duplicated Winston.
The sleep into the pond.
The broom comes out, and the Mayhem sweep them away. Unbelievable. Well, everybody, looks like we have a bit of a game on our hands now. Perhaps we were singing the praises of this slightly retooled Atlanta Reign squad a little too early, because in Eichenwald, there was a whole lot of nothing.
Yeah, I mean, it was a strong showing from the Florida Mayhem on their map pick. I also think a little bit of a wake-up call, right? Losing map number 1, like, hey, this is not the same Atlanta Reign we played the other day. This is a win or go home scenario. We need to turn up. And Checkmate definitely did in map number 2.
This was unreal. 10 final blows for 3 deaths. A good portion of those coming in that very last fight. Checkmate not really putting himself in the spotlight early on in the round, but absolutely helping punish Gator, who was trying to engage, trying to continue this trend of pressuring Hydron, but it's a different map. Hydron has much safer pockets to retreat to. On defense, Eichenwalder, and sometimes Gator would find he's just jumped and all of a sudden someone's gone over his head with the rest of the Mayhem and are engaging on the Reign. Florida on the same page when it came to their counter dives in a big way, and that's so crucial. When you're playing Winston comps on defense, you have to be on the same wavelength. And the Florida Mayhem, they look like a well-oiled machine there. This is what, I mean, this is really the fruits of this team's labor all through the season. A team that was doubted by so many. They've come together at such a crucial time. They've evened up the series now as Route 66 will be the Phoenix pick.
I mean, look at the team like the Florida Mayhem and London Spitfire, right? Like, nobody was picking these teams at the beginning of the season to go deep, into our playoffs. I mean, hell, even qualify for the playoffs, right? Just tremendous showings from those two teams. We got one of them in the series here with Florida Mayhem starting to get things going in the right direction. Route 66, an interesting map choice here from the Atlanta Reign. A little bit more space, a little bit more open. Maybe they feel like this allows Kai to get things going a bit more.
Atlanta definitely looking to leverage that part of their arsenal, as it was pretty critical on Eichenwalder, at least in terms of starting off the fights. It's a matchup we get really excited about, seeing Kai pitted against Hydron, 2 players that have spent many years honing their craft as long-range hit-scan players. Sojourn fits their styles so well, And we've seen them quite often go to battle with each other at the start of these fights. I mean, let's think back to like one of those, the first fight in Eichenwalde with the Florida Mayhem just sent Hydra.
Yeah.
And he dove into the Atlanta Reign, backed up, of course, by Majid on that Kiriko. It didn't work out, but you can kind of see the game plan. Take Kai down at any cost.
And what's your opinion here on this? Because I think this is a map that it's probably a lot harder to play the Reaper on. I mean, you're still going to play it, right? But just harder than a map like Eichenwalde, right? Like Eichenwalde, a lot of different, area of the map that you can kind of get behind cover, use different routes, the TP. Route 66 is, obviously not Junkertown in terms of wide open, but it is pretty open. The areas where the fights take place are more lengthy, choke points, where I think it could be a little bit harder to get value out of Reaper in the same way.
Yeah, I mean, the flanking routes aren't exactly as plentiful on a map that's more sort of, singular level. Of course, Big Earls is a factor here, but trying to obscure your position as Reaper can be difficult. Sometimes that's why teams don't play forward and actually hold Big Earls to give a decent flank angle to their Reaper, who can head up to the cave on the right-hand side or flank behind that sign. Hydron hears this. He hears Nero teleport into what we believe is the lower level of Big Earls. We see him there in the wireframe. So Hydron very aware of when the Reaper may come knocking.
Yeah, Reaper not the most silent, sneakiest flank hero with his teleport, just screams.
What gives that away? Yeah, exactly.
Just gets right on the other side of Big Earls, but no, Atlanta's gotten a decent amount of payload progress here. Before this fight is kicked off, like Florida's had to back up numerous times where, you lose this, it's going to be a one-fight point 8 take, which is great for the Atlanta Reign.
So I'm looking for the counter dive here from Florida, right? They're giving a bit of ground. They're allowing the Reign to potentially overextend themselves.
I mean,
there it is.
They almost have the payload home.
But there it is. They eventually able to carve Gator away from the rest of the Atlanta Reign. So their patience really pays off there, man.
I'm more of a fan of seeing that earlier fight. I mean, here's going to be the continuing rush here from the Florida Mayhem, so you actually have to use this ultimate, just to be able to live and maybe solidify the fight in your favor. They're going to have to back up now. I mean, how do you like that passive play now that you've burned that ultimate, right? They're coming back with both support ultimates, and the payload very close to completion. Oh, that would have been a big shot.
This is a problem, big problem. Hydron has to now face Nero 1 versus 1 for a time. Yeah, the entirety of the Mayhem, or at least half of them, have to double back, and that allows Kai to find checkmate amongst the thinning mass of Mayhem players. Now they're being stretched across the map here. Atlanta can now start to poke at some of these weaker extremities and start to punish this. Oi, okay, Kai. Looking like a very nasty mural on the wall of Big Earls there.
And this is massive from the Florida Mayhem. You're able to stay alive on the payload while someone is juggling Kai inside of Big Earls, gets him out of the fight. I believe you had Onimo and Checkmate there able to do so, stay alive for a period. If you're able to hold this here, it's because you were able to just stall that out for a while.
All right, OG down. Crucially, Gator is still in play here. It can be healed up by Ultraviolet. Death Blossom, though. Checkmate is the cactus upon which the Reign fall. Perfect. He catches him with open arms, and the Hellfire shotguns go to work. Great turnaround there, considering that, Majid not really in the picture through much of that fight. Someone gets picked off because there's not enough healing, and still the Mayhem hang on.
It's so difficult. I mean, you see, no, it's really just Kai and someone inside of Big Earls. There's a few players alive for the Atlanta Reign, still in the cart trying to get it over the line. It's so close. But, Reaper, in terms of, obviously he gets a lifesteal from doing damage. Wraith form to be able to live for a little bit longer, be invulnerable. And then Onimo on the Lucio, so slippery to hit, they're not able to get those players off the point.
It's Foxy is on, the Mayhem are on the rush here, paving the pink road as they charge ahead. And again, it's Checkmate leading the charge. Where's Gator going to go? I mean, down to the end of the chasm by the looks of things. An hour, 23 seconds left. The Atlanta Reign have to come up with something real quick. These two support ults are going to be absolutely essential.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to have sound barrier for Florida Mayhem and Onimo. I wonder if you decide to get aggressive behind this, or you try and force this fight. Atlanta Reign trying to go in. They're going to sound barrier first.
Yeah, both teams actually end up getting the beats off there. OG really wants to get this fight started up. Kitsune Rush thrown down and a disengage from the Mayhem. Look at them spread out here.
Trying to wait it out.
This might expose them though to getting picked off, but Hydron uses the space to find a kill on OG. Not too shabby, but Ultraviolet turns up and those kunai are going to work, shredding through the Florida Mayhem. And it looks like those double support ultimates are the difference maker in the end.
Yeah, have that extra support ultimate was key Florida Mayhem, I actually really like how they play that, though. They end up disengaging, like you mentioned, and they actually jump right in. And I think what they're trying to play for, I mean, you lose, I believe you lose Animo really early at the hands of Ultraviolet. What they're trying to play for is someone getting that primal rage. As we see this from UV's POV, is, yeah, he's able to get checkmate and Animo. But they're trying to play for there is like if those two players can live, those are the two players key installing the previous one out. If those two players can live, someone gets primal and they keep that going. That's what they're really trying to do with that disengage.
Oh, that was dangerous. Lining up on the stairs like that. It's an easy railgun shot for Kai to send the kill up. Checkmate's gone down and primal rage here from someone. To what end? I've got to ask. He goes deep, should be able to climb back out and join the rest of his team, but Gator is sowing disarray in the backline himself.
Yeah, someone has to bail. I mean, he is so low. He actually goes back and gets the mega health pack. I think like he's almost like behind Big Earl. It's overclock both teams. Oh, that is clean.
Fantastic. Hydron was probing for something just like that, but Nero prefers the more brute force approach. No finesse required as he spins to win. Checkmate, though, is going to get away with this. I can't believe it. Makes out like an absolute bandit. Slams down that Reaper ultimate, and the Rain do not have the ability to get away.
Checkmate is so happy he is not playing tank anymore for the Florida Mayhem. So he is able to just do stuff like that. Looks like Nero, he gets that one kill. Looks like he's gonna, make it out with his life. He's got Wraith 4. He's just staring down Checkmate with the Death Blossom there. It's nothing he can do. Not able to survive long enough past that. But Lana trying to do like a little bit of a, they're trying to like be a little bit sneakier, right? They get in towards the saloon. It gives them options to go out the backside, come back out the front, just making Florida guess a little bit.
Doesn't take much to slow the Rain down though. Disrupt the shot, throw it at the doorway. The Mayhem are savvy to what the Rain are trying to pull off here. Suzu already used here by Ultraviolet, so the Rain have to come up with something and do it soon.
Might have been trying to like bait, whether like if someone would have jumped down, they could have Kitsune Rush and just charged him down really quick. I think they were trying to bait them in there.
How do they line up a good Kitsune Rush now? Look at the Mayhem. They're playing the high ground here. They're playing really quite sparsely and safe. They're going to go for it anyway, though. Sound barrier here for the Florida Mayhem, but Hydron is king of the hill for the time being. And he looks down upon his subjects with a glint in his eye. Ultraviolet will join Gator up on the high ground. Suzu deployed. Now the sound barrier comes out for the Atlanta Rain. That's a huge advantage for them in this fight, but they can't get to someone. Hydron's able to pick off Gator, because Gator eventually has to leave him alone on the high ground. This guy a consistent thorn in the side for the Atlanta Rain, a superheated one. Of course, as those railguns ring out, and the Florida Mayhem stop the Rain in their tracks.
Is it just me, or it's a really bizarre offense there from the Atlanta Rain? And I say that because they actually almost like get that second checkpoint. It just felt like they didn't really win any fights, right? I mean, Florida gave up so much payload progress for absolutely nothing at the start, and then just kind of held it right before for the entire time, pretty much. It's one fight that goes Atlanta's favor there, and then once the gate opens, it's basically one fight that goes Atlanta way there, and then it's just all Florida Mayhem. Just when you see an offense that's so one-sided in terms of fights, typically you don't see the payload obviously go that far. Like you would have seen it, just end before that A checkpoint. But Atlanta is able to get a lot of free payload progress and then take advantage of that.
Well, you kind of hinted at this map selection maybe being something to try and cater to Kai. But he's not able to have impact at all. This is Checkmate turning this fight around, by the way. Look at how low his health is. Look at how low it is. Unreal. Talk about, flipping the script on the Atlanta Rain there. They thought they had Checkmate 6 feet under at that point.
He was awesome on Eichenwald here again on Route 66.
Observers, do you have
to... they look like teeth.
Yeah, you can't unsee it. You cannot unsee it now.
I mean, I've seen it, and I can unsee it.
I was just reminded, though. Again, Kai, one final blow, 5 deaths on that attacking side. He isn't able to find the angles to punish. Hydron having a lot more success on the Sojourn, having a lot more space to work in.
To be fair, it was really one-sided. Florida ends up giving up basic, they almost give up all of point A right off the rip, right? Yes. The cart makes it like all the way around Big Earls. It's not like there was like some, fight win early on, like in a scenario like this from Atlanta, and then movement. Yeah, I mean, this is going to be Florida. They're going to get the payload moving right away, it seems. So I don't expect anybody on Atlanta to have like amazing stats, because really it was like just 2 fights that went in their favor. Florida really otherwise complete control of the game here on Route 66.
Really odd engagement there from Atlanta. I think after they lose the first play, I think it was Kai that fell. You see Gator is pretty much resigned to the fact the fight's over. He's like AD strafing, trying to right-click a Sojourn from like medium range. You're like, oh god, if he gets caught here.
He takes so much damage. I think like he doesn't want to jump right in towards Hydron, but he ends up just getting right in like Checkmate's face, so he takes a ton of damage and has to back out. And then Nero is like kind of left in no man's land. He dies.
That is
things not looking good for the Rain.
Animo is Giga Brain. He actually positioned himself so we can redirect Gator on that dive there. Gator cannot touch Hydron. Hydron again, his teammates allowing him to keep Gator at arm's length, where Sojourn really thrives. You watch Gator, you watch how much he is struggling to get on his targets, and it's not because of a mechanical deficiency or anything like that. Is that the Mayhem know his game? They know exactly how to protect Hydron for this constant Winston pressure.
Kai gets a huge pick there. Surmajet had the continue rush, so you're not going to have that here for a fight at the choke. And Florida looks like they want to press the issue anyway.
Checkmate had his Death Blossom, doesn't opt to use it there. The Rain are forced apart with the key ultimate here.
I was going to say, is that worth anything for Florida, right? You know, they end up using nothing and just pushing in, and just the threat of them continuing to fight that. It was really just, when we're watching from Kai's POV, just someone in Checkmate who actually like kind of like push forward and look like they're going to get aggressive, and that gets the Casino Rush out right away. Where now I feel like Florida has a big advantage. They really need, what, 2 fights, and that's it.
Gator quickly takes to the skies as the Mayhem again mass their troops. Hydra there actually getting a bit of a stay of execution there, as it seems that Nero backed away. Kai goes down before the sound barrier can even be a factor here, and that's a swift step away by Ultraviolet. Leaves someone free now to find anybody and start to give them a bit of a tickle. This is very good for the Florida Mayhem here. They do use both of those support ultimates, but it's house money for them after the Atlanta Rain had made use of their support ultimates just prior.
They have a ton of time too. A ton of time here for the Florida Mayhem to be able to take this point. That'll be a disruptor shot right in the choke and an overclock from Hydron on the high ground.
Gator, primal rage, doesn't really offer him very much solace at the moment, as much of that health already stripped away, and someone's able to connect with Kai. Looked like that was at range after Hydron had done much of the groundwork there. And Gator, unfortunately, is going to be lifeless as he touches down. But Nero now trying to make the gambit, only the 1 kill from him with that Death Blossom, and eventually he'll be brought to heal as well. The Florida Mayhem light years ahead of the Atlanta Rain, and they'll snap this one up comfortably. Florida go up 2-1.
Yeah, and although the Atlanta Rain almost get that second checkpoint, they make good progress, it still felt like that entire map was all Florida Mayhem. You see, some nice shots from Hydron at range, and then the follow-up from someone with the Winston right clicks, being able to do some long range damage, and then Checkmate getting in the mix. 3 players playing lights out for Florida.
12-4 for Checkmate, 10-3 for Hydron. Again, it's the elite DPS line on the Florida Mayhem that pumps out some serious numbers, but you got to hand it to this squad. They are on the same page. Getting away with a Winston composition on defense is hard for even the best teams, but the Mayhem have it on lock, and they're threatening now to send Atlanta Rain home.
us a multitude of different looks, and someone is helming all of them. This guy can do anything.
What? Someone already... Sorry? Excuse me? That's not allowed. Is he the luge? What is this? Cool runnings? Sorry? Someone just slurped up proper on the way through. There's like someone just bolted a bloody hyper-powered Dyson to the front of him as he charges through the middle of the map. I mean, someone has to yeet the spaghetti. Someone was just able to follow him up, clean him up indeed. Someone going to flat Furio here, and Dallas Fuel get absolutely Goomer stomped in this first fight. Someone trying to clear a few mines. He's very, very low, but he catches Violet still somehow.
When it comes to rookies, I think someone is someone that we're really going to have to start heavily considering as one of the best.
Hopes were high for the Atlanta Reign at the start of this season. This infusion of talent really getting people excited, but on the other side, the Florida Mayhem definitely underrated by everybody. And of course now, the error of our ways has been exposed. Look at this. Someone pretty insane play on Route 66, backing up his DPS actually in a huge way, opening up so many opportunities for Checkmate, for Hydron to get in there. This team is absolutely stacked, and I can't believe it's taken us so long to realize.
It's crazy, right? He's been such a talented player for the entire year. It's like when you do the roll stars, right? You're like, you wish you had like just more roll stars to give out. But I think someone is.
I don't. McGravy's already frothing at the mouth on Twitter, Matthew. Don't give him any more ammo.
Yeah, I mean, well, no, it's more fun to give McGravy more ammo. Let him go crazy on Twitter. If someone's a player who he's going to be in that conversation for, you know, his entire run as a player. He's just being able to pick up all of the different tanks in the new 5v5 way that Overwatch is played and be at that level consistently. I mean, how many teams have we seen that it's really kind of hurt their season not being able to do that, right? Florida, they have no worry with him in that slot.
That's something that the Atlanta Reign were touting, that Hawk was going to be able to bring to this team. And yet, for this entire series, including this next map, Hawk has been conspicuously absent. Somebody who's been thrust into the MVP conversation, the Roll Star conversation, you name it, over the course of the season, is not present on this team right now. And the Atlanta Reign are hoping that Gator is their ticket forward. But they've got to win out from here. Esperanza is going to be our next map in this series. And this is the last chance for the Atlanta Reign to show us the fruits of a long season of hard work.
It's, how we just talked about how someone is able to fill all those slots, right, where it's derailed a lot of teams. Is that going to be kind of the story of the Atlanta Reign, right? They kind of make this play where Hawk is going to be their tank for the entire year. And maybe just at this time with this particular meta, it's just not working out. And to put Gator in last minute's kind of tough. Now, I actually agree with the decision the Atlanta Reign made earlier on. Sure. I actually think that was the right decision to make. It's just maybe at a time like this, is there a way you could have got Gator some more run or more scrim time or, a little bit more experience with the team throughout the year, just in case, right? Because you never know, but still a really rough scenario for the Atlanta Reign to be in this type of position. Like how we mentioned, the Countdown Cup, we saw a lot of Speedily, a lot of Vigilante, Hawk, Venom. The meta doesn't really dictate towards that type of lineup. They have to change things up completely coming in here and go up against a Florida Mayhem team who already has their number in this tournament.
The Mayhem said that their purpose in coming to Anaheim was to chill and have a good time and eat some Korean barbecue, but now it looks like flaming chicken might be on the menu after all. This team had 3 days to prepare and only a handful of teams as willing scrim partners, and they've turned up now to threaten Atlanta's run in this playoff bracket. Already our teams are clashing now, of course, around the bot. And Hydron preemptively just making a move there to make it harder for Gator to draw a bead on him. He will be scrutinized heavily, and here he goes again.
I mean, you see how healthy someone is. Someone just playing inside of that doorway there and just inviting Gator and the rest of the Atlanta Reign around the corner. Gets so low, but nice movement, able to get out.
Kai looking dangerous in the back line, but Artemo's able to bring him down, force feeding him those Cheerios, and the Florida Mayhem come out on top in this fight. They'll clean up and they'll get on the board early. It's a long map, Matthew. It's a slog, but it's a great way to start here.
Good to see you.
Yeah, and it's getting control of that little doorway early, right? Someone is able to put himself in there so he doesn't have to play around that corner. You can put down a bubble and you can use it to kind of strafe around if you're Hydron. And Gator has no choice but to go in, try and make a play. He goes in, takes a big headshot. And at that time, it's someone's opportunity to go. He knows he's got a massive HP advantage.
Kai's down. Hydron's able to find him with the railgun there. Checkmate, though, crucially absent, and Hydron doesn't get this sound barrier. Here's the engage, though. The Rain trying to push him out. Kitsune Rush also deployed by Ultraviolet, who really values that extra healing that he can give over. Someone's forced to go for the Primal Rage here. Majed does have his Kineko ultimate online as well, and he lets it go. Someone needs to be tended to right now, though. Trying to stumble away from the Atlanta Rain, barely clinging on. That healing coming in thick and fast from Majed, though, keeping the Winston in the fight. Gator's Primal, though, is on the horizon.
Yeah, the Kitsune Rush is awesome for DPS, but you also see just how much healing he pumped down. I mean, someone was really weak throughout a lot of that, and a nice headshot there from Kai, as that should be able to get the bot going.
This is what Atlanta Rain want. They don't give up too much ground to the Mayhem early here. Nero, in he goes, trying to spin, but Checkmate cuts him down. The Venn diagram of murder disperses, and the Florida Mayhem are back in control.
If you're Atlanta, you got to be able to capitalize that, right? It's even in terms of players. Kai gets that headshot, you got to be able to secure those fights. It's kind of how we see a lot of teams end up winning, engagements, right? With the Sojourn opening things up with an early pickoff.
Good to see you.
Those are the fights you absolutely have to win.
45 meters now, that checkpoint looms large in front of the Mayhem. Just need to punctuate the sentence, and there it is, Hydron! That is beautiful. Full stop if I've ever seen one. Kai silenced instantly, and the Florida Mayhem can double back. The bot does get away from them from a moment here. Cheekily, the in-pitch Rain have 3 players to try and get it away from that checkpoint, but it will swiftly move back into position.
Enemy down.
Every time it feels like the Atlanta Rain getting a little bit of an opening. It's just the Florida Mayhem, they bounce right back. I mean, look how far they've actually pushed up through this choke and just letting the bot, escorted by one person, get the checkpoint on the other side. They're going to get a large lead here, Mitch, which, we're not even halfway through the game, but it looks very difficult to be able to bounce back from.
Make no mistake, this is a significant lead to have so early in the game, and the Mayhem look to extend it now. Kitsune Rush deployed, but Ultraviolet finds Sir Majed. Brilliant headshot there with that kunai. Checkmate is forced to back up a little bit there. Wraith Walk defensively used, but someone is still showing discord in the ranks, and it looks like Kai might have an audience with the King, but someone gets taken down. Nero is able to chase him, clip him with the Hellfire shotguns as he hastily tries to beat a retreat. The Mayhem may have overextended themselves here, but Checkmate again comes out of nowhere, hits him with the RKO, and somehow Nero has to try and find a way to survive. Absolutely dominated.
It is always Checkmate and Animo, alive. It was like Route 66. They didn't end up winning that one fight that they were alive forever, but man, this time it feels like Atlanta, they clear house outside of Checkmate and Animo just bouncing around on the bot as the Lucio, and escorting Checkmate around, letting them just kill everybody.
The Atlanta Rain are short on options, Matt. They have to throw themselves in and hope Nero can find some value with a Death Blossom of his own. How telegraphed will this be is the question. Nero walking up, he sees someone already try and put himself in between the 2 halves of the Rain, and that's the Death Blossom they were looking for. Hydron gets his slide forced early there.
Hey, Raw, I ain't saying a fight is done until I see Checkmate's body on the ground. All right, yep, there we go. Atlanta Rain, they win that fight.
Wait, check his pulse. I'm not sure.
But now what? You're going to get the bot to just back around, almost like the middle of the field, kind of back to neutral, and then you're going to have another fight. I mean, you're like 3-4 fights in a row away here for the Atlanta Rain. Taking a lead or getting close to one.
Gator's Primal Rage forced for no... Oh, that's devastating. You lose your Winston for hardly any reason. Looks like Gator's trying to go in, but the rest of his team has a completely different plan. He's isolated, brought down. Ultraviolet masterfully able to pick Hydron off here at what must be at least medium range to at least keep the Rain in this fight. Throws Kitsune Rush down, and someone's going to get picked off here. Ooh, the Atlanta Rain, lucky they got the talent to make up for the blemish at the start of the fight.
But with what we've seen from them, right? They've actually gotten the first pick in some of these fights and lose them. That time they actually win the fight.
Hang on.
Harder.
Hold the phone. Checkmate. Dial 911, but it is for him this time, apparently. Only OG falling. Atlanta Reign have a chance to get that first checkpoint here. Finally getting in the game.
And this is massive, right? Being able to get that checkpoint. You know, maybe it starts to get Florida a little bit, you know, anxious. They end up using the Death Blossom there. They get nothing for it. You know, you got double support all coming in here for the Florida Mayhem. So this will probably be the most difficult scenario for the Atlanta Reign, you know, for the moment, right? You know, 3:30 on the clock. You're going to see those come up again, but you can win this fight. Somehow, it would be huge for Atlanta.
Oh, the Kitsune Rush gives them all they need and more. Look at those Atlanta Reign support ultimates. Nothing to work with. Not even two sticks to rub together. It's the Mayhem that bring the fire and fury. And they keep a sound barrier into the next fight, which may be the antidote to a Kitsune Rush from the Reign. They need to watch out for Nero, though. That Death Blossom, something to be wary of.
You do make good progress, though, for the Atlanta Reign. And you get both support ult, well, you get one support ult out, so Alamos still with that sound barrier. It's just this bot's going to keep ending up back in your territory on your side of the map.
Someone, sorry, he just turns Kai into a bouncy castle. Great there by Margin as well, joining his Winston, getting that final blow. Isolating Kai at the start of the fight is a big deal. He's going to be a 2k Death Blossom from Nero. Can it stem the blow? Looking unlikely now as Nero has to trudge away, and there is no safe haven for this bringer of death.
And now you get into a scenario, man, where if you're Florida, you can actually complete the map. Primal, Sound Barrier, Overclock, this fight goes long enough where you get a Death Blossom. You know, there's a real opportunity with where you are in terms of meters. You could finish the map, but look at this. Florida actually just moves the bot as far as possible and then just backs off. They're totally down to let Atlanta be the more aggressive. They'll be the one who has to be, you know, proactive in these fights.
Kai, awkward angle here, getting pressured. Can he get enough damage down on someone? Unlikely now with the sound barrier in play. This is getting a little bit messy. A bit of a murder hall erected by the Florida Mayhem. Nero's down, and this primal raid, Kai about to get sent to the circus. Cirque to see you later, mate.
You've had that. I don't know. All right. Cirque to see you later. Yeah. You must run out of budget for your ghostwriter here later in the season.
I'm bereft, man. I'm bereft. Make a Patreon for my ghostwriter. Oh, heavens. Hydro. Oh, my God.
Oh, that is sick.
That's quite a greeting. Is that common in Portugal? Not sure. Checkmate now is going to just fling himself into this mess and doesn't even have to use a sound barrier. Gator, caught on the wrong side of this one. Getting plugged with those shotguns. Kai's on the Widow. Sometimes exciting. This time, maybe smacks an
headshot after headshot. Or, nah. That's the wrong clip.
No, you hide that Ghost Rider? No, okay, bro.
Yeah. I do actually think, though, like, oddly, like, the Widow's the right call here. Like, with this, like, it's just a straight shot down the middle. This,
forget about it.
Comes right up from that top.
Hit the showers.
That's a sick shot. That is a difficult shot to hit.
Checkmate looks like he wants to get this done now. That is brutal. 3 kills with the Death Blossom, and the bot is about to get home. The Florida Mayhem will persist to bring their brand of chaos to the lower brackets.
Big win here for the Florida Mayhem. The Atlanta Reign, though, they made it tough, right? Playing a different roster here today than what we've seen from them throughout a lot of the regular season. But still, a really good showing, a better showing than the other day.
Absolutely. Tough matchup against the Seoul Dynasty. Their opponents were definitely prepared for the Florida Mayhem, but it's got to feel vindicating and definitely a proof of concept for this team. I've said it a few times, I'll say it again. A very limited amount of time for the Mayhem to prepare themselves for this patch than their opponents. So they really have to work from that disadvantage. And they didn't expect all that much from themselves coming into this, but they are still alive in this lower bracket. Overcoming the Atlanta Reign, a plucky team to be sure, twice. And they've sealed the fate of the Reign. Don't know how many more times you can rise from the ashes this season. This time, they're going home.
And typically we see Florida, you know, some really strong play from, someone, obviously strong play from the whole team. But like pop-off moments from someone in Hydron, but Checkmate was unbelievable in this series on the Reaper. I mean, constantly, time and time again, able to turn the tide in a lot of these fights. Is that is another dimension that this Florida Mayhem team will have as they move forward. I know his Checkmate is going to be a scary opponent for a lot of teams on that Reaper.
I mean, talk about a playmaker. We've already talked a couple of times about Reaper maybe lacking the same level of skill expression than Checkmate would find on something like Genji. But my God, he piloted it with great finesse considering the brute force approach that it often requires. And of course, Checkmate, if we're talking about standout players, is our player of the match. Incredible stuff. And what more could you ask for than your Reaper to be dominating against a team who are shaky with their Winston use, right? Or at least in terms of how they link up with Gator at multiple points across these maps. I mean, if there's anything that's going to punish that, it's going to be this guy.
Oh, and if they can keep him playing at this high a level with the type of play they get from Hydron, which I think Hydron had moments, especially, in our final map here. But really, him and Kai were kind of going at it, toe-to-toe for a lot of the series. And, if you start to get, like, the Hydron we've been seeing over the Countdown Cup, this version of Checkmate, I think this is a team that can make a deep loser bracket run.
Doesn't matter what DPS this guy is on. He is absolutely rocking his opponents. The Florida Mayhem obviously want to recoup after they lost to Seoul. This is going to help them a heck of a lot in terms of maintaining some momentum into the next round of lower bracket play. Have a look at this. North of 10 final blows per 10 from Checkmate. But many of these kills are coming all at the same time and in situations when the Florida Mayhem are short-handed in terms of players. That's what stands out about this guy. You don't get to see playmaking potential in the numbers, but you saw it via the eye test today. This guy is the real deal.
A big value out of Death Blossom as well, an ultimate that we don't really see a ton of value from, but I think at the moments where you needed a player to step up and make a big play, Checkmate did that consistently throughout this series, whether it was Route 66, Esperanza, Eichenwald, really just an overall great series from him. And I think as we send off the Atlanta Reign, I think the Atlanta Reign had a really good season. This was a team that I think a lot of people were worried about, like how are they going to adjust to 5-on-5? We didn't see him here today, but I thought Hawk had a really tremendous year, as he was kind of playing all different tanks throughout. We saw Speedily and Venom come in. I know OG and Ultraviolet, really strong as some rookie support player. So I think the future is still bright with the Atlanta Reign.
Absolutely, a lot of young talent, Matt. Excited to see where they go from here. But for now, 2 more teams await judgment on this first of our elimination day. Stick around, everybody, for the Hangzhou Spark and Toronto Defiant in their elimination game right after this.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Butterfinger. Crispity, crunchity, peanut buttery. No one lays a finger on your Butterfinger.
Welcome back to Game Break, everybody. I'm here with someone from Florida Mayhem for the post-match interview. Someone, congratulations, you guys did it. How are you feeling right now? 자, 시작하기 전에 어떻게 이기셨는데 지금 소감 한 말씀 부탁드려요. 어떠신가요?
이게 어제 지고 너무 조금 불안했었는데 오늘 너무 잘해서 이겨가지고 너무 행복합니다 지금.
Alright, after our loss yesterday, I was feeling a little bit down and nervous, but I'm just super happy right now to get the win against Atlanta Reign. And you guys did it in an amazing fashion. Congratulations again. Now, this match against the Atlanta Reign was a rematch of your first match of the playoffs. So, I mean, this was the second time meeting the same team, right? So, did you guys do anything differently coming into the match to secure a win against the Atlanta Reign? 자, 방금 말씀하셨다시피 오늘 경기에서 일단 아틀란타 팀과의 두 번째 만나는 상황이었잖아요. 아무래도 첫 번째 경기에 플레이오프의 첫 번째 경기의 리매치였기 때문에 오늘 경기에 임하시면서 들어오시면서 좀 이렇게 특별하게 좀 다르게 한 게 좀 있을까요? 오늘 아무래도 아틀란타를 상대를 하면서?
이제 어제 그저께 저희가 호크 상대로 이겼잖아요. 호크가 뛰었는데 이제 그때도 저희가 똑같은 조합으로 이겼는데 이제 오늘도 갑자기 게이터가 들어오는 거 보고 이제 우리랑 똑같은 조합을 하겠구나 하면서 저희는 딱 그때부터 이제 절대 안 진다는 마인드로 좀 더 기세를 가져가면서 좀 더 빠르게 좀 게임을 굴리려고 했던 것 같아요.
Alright, so the very first match that we had against the Atlanta Reign, we sort of used the same comp, and that was when Hawk came in to play the tank for the Atlanta Reign, but we still beat them in sort of the comp mirror match. But today, something different happened. Gator came in, but even when Gator came in, we predicted that we're going to see the same exact thing. So we didn't really lose hope. We were kind of getting excited because we knew that we were going to get the win, and I guess we really wanted to push the tempo to really bring the fight to the Atlanta Reign, and that is how we got the win against the Atlanta Reign. All right, next. Although this match was a 3-1 victory for the Florida Mayhem, I do believe that Atlanta Reign really put up a good fight and really definitely gave you guys run for your money. So if you had to choose a player from Atlanta Reign that gave you the hardest time in this matchup, who would it be and why? 자, 두 번째 질문은 오늘 경기가 3대1로 끝이 났지만은 제가 봤을 때는 일단 아틀란타 팀도 굉장히 끝까지 좋은 모습을 보여줬고 또 굉장한 경기력을 보여줬다고 생각을 하는데요. 썸먼 선수가 보셨을 때 이번 이제 경기에서 아틀란타 팀 쪽에서 좀 썸먼 선수를 제일 괴롭혔던, 좀 제일 경기 힘들게 했던 선수를 뽑자면 누가 있을까요? 그리고 이유 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
제가 생각했을 때는 네로 선수를 뽑고 싶습니다. 그 이유는 이제 제가 어딜 가든 제가 무슨 궁을 쓰든 점프백을 쓰든 어디든지 따라와서 이제 저 엉덩이든 뺨이든 이제 어디든 저를 치고 있기 때문에 솔직히 말해서 리퍼가 좀 저를 세게 치니까 좀 많이 힘들어갔던 것 같아요.
Alright, I would definitely have to say it was Nero from Atlanta Reign, because wherever I go, wherever I was on the map, he was always following me, and whether it was my cheek or my butt, he was slapping either one of those two. So it was definitely a hard match for me to fight against Nero. All right, someone, that is it for the interview. Thank you so much, and again, big congratulations on the win. 자, 이걸로 인터뷰 마치도록 하겠습니다. 서먼 선수 너무 축하드리고 다음에 화이팅 하시길 바라겠습니다. 감사합니다.
화이팅!
All right, Desk, back to you.
Thank you so much, Danny. Thanks a lot. Someone, congratulations to the Florida Mayhem. Yeah, well, Nero can slap all he wants. It wasn't enough to take the Mayhem down, unfortunately. But let's discuss the match we just got to witness. Also, someone, what a character. I absolutely love it.
Someone.
So animated, so entertaining, so fun, in and out of the game. So I very much hope to see much more of him and that squad. But yes.
I will say, we on our bingo board over there, we're not going to show it right now, but on our bingo board, we have silly walkout. All I'm missing from someone is a silly walkout, all right? And he would be like the perfect Overwatch League character. So that's all I ask. I love you, someone. Please give us a silly walkout. You've been advanced. We're very happy about that.
Right, that's all we need from you. Now, gentlemen, this was a rematch. Once again, the Mayhem came out on top. As per someone's interview just now, we found out that they didn't really need to make any adjustments, any changes. They brought the aggression to the Atlanta Reign. Is there anything you felt looked different, or was this literally just a repeat match?
Dude, well, that was an answer. I felt checkmate clapping some cheeks is what I felt. This guy was going crazy. Like Hydron, of course, we're seeing a lot in the clips here. The railgun shots were insane. It's kind of what we expect from Hydron at this point. But Checkmate's Reaper was kind of thrown into question just a little bit. He started off the series kind of slow, and then he just started dominating. Like, and Nero, on the opposite end of things, he got a nice 2-play Death Blossom there, is also a fantastic Reaper. Like, his Reaper play and his understanding of positioning and, like, how to force cooldowns from other players is exceptional. Checkmate, he kind of had Checkmate's number for a little while, and then Checkmate just kind of took over the game. His neutral play, like, just leveled up, and then his positioning, his Death Blossoms were just so good. Like, this one here specifically was crazy. I was talking a little bit actually in the green room about this. It's sometimes difficult to tell when those healing cards from Kiriko are going to hit you. So you see him go super low, and then you see the flurry, like a whole deck being thrown at the dude to keep him alive. And just enabled by the rest of his team to just pop off. I was super impressed on Checkmate this series.
Yeah, I completely agree with that, and especially in this meta as well, where Reaper can be so impactful. These late Death Blossoms, like right here as well, like this is like mid-fight, and Checkmate comes in during the fight, out of nowhere with a huge Death Blossom for the rest of his team. The Atlanta Reign, I could definitely tell that, of course, they haven't had the easiest time adjusting to this Winston meta, considering the fact that Gator hasn't been their primary tank player for the majority of this season. That being said, though, I still think they put up a good fight here. They won a map, and they brought it pretty close at some points as well. So the Atlanta Reign, we know they're a very skilled team, but in many ways, like, the Florida Mayhem, like, they almost like course corrected the Atlanta Reign. They took like what they had going with Kai and, you know, great his gameplay and, you know, good overall kind of like understanding of the game. And then Florida Mayhem came in and was like, well, we have Hydron and like we're really mechanically skilled ourselves and we're super aggressive. Like I said, going into the playoffs, someone had the most eliminations and the most final blows per 10 minutes on this Winston. And you can really tell when you watch the Florida Mayhem play, they have so much aggression, and then they back up that offensive Winston aggression with amazing hit scan play from Hydron and now Checkmate as well. So Florida Mayhem, they're looking really good heading into the
they're starting to look like a really scary contender, and might be a reason why none of the top seeded teams wanted to pick them in that first round as well. They were thrown at Seoul at the very end, and I don't know if Seoul was super happy about that. Alas, Seoul came through, and now Mayhem is fighting it through the lower bracket. Let's see how far they can take it. But I do want to take a few moments to see off the Atlanta Reign. What a season that's been for that squad. So many absolutely talented players on that team, which made it all the way to the playoffs.
Yeah, I think it really speaks to the Florida Mayhem being able to take down the Atlanta Reign right here, because whenever we talk about Atlanta Reign, we think about a team that really excels in the lower bracket, make these deep lower bracket runs. But this time, stopped at the front door, the first round of lower bracket. But before this, let's remember, before the Summer Showdown, Atlanta Reign, they made top 3 in 6 consecutive stages, right? So this has been a really successful team, and I'm looking forward to seeing more from Atlanta Reign going into next year, of course. I think they had some really good moments when it comes to their hit scan play. Kai, for example, early on in the year, he was like an MVP candidate to kick things off in the kickoff clash, right? Unfortunately, as the season progressed, starting with the Jotes meta, it sort of fell off for the Atlanta Reign, and this was not the performance they wanted to show off, of course. But I'm really happy about their play overall this season. I'm looking forward to see more from the Atlanta Reign as we head into the next year. They have such a well-rounded roster, like the backline, the damage players, super stacked. So
yeah, I would love to see more Gator like late next season maybe, but Hawk is just an absolute beast. Like, more from him, please, every single day of the week. Like, there's no tank he can't master.
No, there really isn't. I mean, there's a lot of bright spots on that roster, so I hope to see more from everyone across the board. Thank you for all the entertainment you provided, Atlanta Reign, and we hope to see much more of that. Now, we are ready for the last elimination match of the day. This one will be battled out between the Toronto Defiant and the Hangzhou Spark. Spark has been looking really strong, and I mean the team they fell to in the end was the Dallas Fuel. They knocked them to the lower bracket. That's nothing to be ashamed of, because the Dallas Fuel definitely one of the teams which everyone considers the absolute top at the moment. So yeah, I mean Spark must be the favorite heading into this.
Yeah, I mean they're the biggest hard course in the tournament right now. I don't think anybody expected a 12th seed team to come in and explode onto the LAN environment as well as Spark did. It's a little bit ridiculous. Like, we spoke about it on day number 1, but the first seed facing the 12th seed, you're like, okay, it's a blowout. But not really. Like, nope. Spark showed up. I'd be a little bit nervous if I were Toronto Defiant right now. The level that they're playing is just something we've not really seen from them. I mean, I guess we've had little bright sparks from them in the season. Dude, it's the easiest one in the world. You don't expect me to hook, line, and sinker that one?
You gotta defy the puns.
Anyway, for leveling up
I thank God
presented by
this is the last day on the
Butterfinger,
desk.
thank goodness for sponsors to like steer away from whatever was happening over there on the desk. I do want to take a look at our Winston head-to-head in this one. That could be a big one, and of course, our Winston extraordinaire from the desk will break this one down. Muse and Gouchouet, who will have the upper hand?
Yeah, I wanted to break this down because we've given Gouchouet so much props here in the playoffs, and he stepped up massively for his team and showing us some like real nostalgia moments, of course, on this Winston. You can see 4th in hero damage, tied for 5th in knockback kills. But if we look on Muse Winston as well, this season per 10 minutes, 2nd in final blows, tied for 3rd in primal rage kills. Not going to talk about the death stat, which says he dies 14th most in the league.
Out of 15.
Out of 15.
Erase
Pretty
it.
bad.
Top out of 15, dies the 2nd most in the league. That one hurts. But if you ignore the deaths, the offensive stats are really good. And as I reflect on this Winston matchup, I was quite disappointed, honestly, by Muse's Winston performance in the previous match, because we know that he's capable of such amazing Winston play early on in the season. That was like the Toronto Defiant hallmark play, like they were leaning on Muse to play Winston a lot of the time. So I'm hoping to see better performances from Muse, because I know what he's capable of on that Winston, going up against some of the best Winstons in the world. But Gouchouet, what a playoffs he's had.
Yeah, again,
even those 2 matches.
No, it's this is I feel once again prediction probably a little bit one-sided here. I'd be very surprised if someone goes for Toronto Defiant. Not to say
Bring it up.
there isn't a possibility. No.
Wow, Jaws, I thought you'd go with Toronto.
Look, I'm a Toronto Defiant fan, man.
You're a simp.
I'm a Toronto Defiant fan.
Love
Only
that.
fan. Just a fan. I'm a Hopper big fan. I'm a
Okay,
big Hopper fan.
but
Spark looked good. Look, Gouchouet, he kind of crazy. Like
he
one
is.
of the best Winstons we have in the league.
Yep.
And he's on land.
No, and
in
then
Anaheim.
you're looking at those DPS players with
Yeah.
Afayi, with Shy. Like it's really
Oh,
hard.
Shy's just a nutcase.
Yeah, it's really hard to pred against the Spark here. Alas, we've seen a lot of upsets. This could be another one. Let's see which team will stay in and which one has to go home. And for all the action, we hand it over to Matt and Mitch.
Thank you very much, Zoe. Yes, 1,333 days have elapsed since the last time the Toronto Defiant faced off against the Hangzhou Spark, and to say much has changed would be an understatement. But the one thing that ties these two teams together, they both had to fight to even make playoffs. That's right. Both of these teams, tooth and nail, through the play-ins to have a shot here at Glory. And so it has occurred that the Hangzhou Spark have emerged.
It just feels like the meta really suits the players that they have on the roster. Seeing Gouchouet in, he's just a master of that Winston role, and then Shy on the Sojourn, 2 of the more impactful heroes we have in the meta. Them, and then for Toronto, they showed the graphic of Muse, right? Like, we hadn't seen him for a while. This team has really started to get on track and play their best when Hotba was in that tank role. So it'll be interesting what we see from them today.
Absolutely. Let's not waste any time. Let us bring forth the Toronto Defiant. Let's see what they've been working on, Matthew.
Well, I mean, they haven't not a ton of time to work on something different, right? As
hey, who's that?
No, I think we don't see a lot of variation. So Hotba will be in the starting lineup today. Which is interesting. Like, do we see Hotba pick up the Winston? If he does, like, why did you play Muse the other day? Although he is, like, your Winston player, quote-unquote, right? This team has formed really good chemistry with Hotba in the game. So it'll be Hotba, Hisu, Finale, Chorong, and Twilight. As, for me, it's always been the supports for this team that's been the best part of it.
Absolutely. Chorong and Twilight together, just incredible. We talk a lot about our role stars, right? I mean, both these guys, I'll be honest with you, I voted for Chorong. Specifically, I really thought that he had an incredible year. We know that many teams wanted Chorong this year. They wanted to bring him onto his roster. Yeah. He was spoiled for options. And so the Defiant managed to snap him up. This team's run through this season, they've had some high highs, but in aggregate, very much, I mean, mid is putting it a little bit lightly, but this team, obviously, wins and losses, they've not been able to take it to the top teams when it counts outside of that incredible outing they had in front of a home crowd in Toronto. They fight through the play-ins. It's a scary opponent in the Florida Mayhem they go up against. They don't find success there, but they do come in second through that little tournament. We underrate Finale a lot. We've done it for a fair while. You know, we talked about, although in Finale, the dichotomy of those two DPS to come in alongside Jisoo. But when it counts, Finale has really stepped up in a big way. Very exciting Tracer play. The Genji play has also been spot on. Not expecting to see that. But their opponents today have emerged as a legitimate threat in this tournament. Let's bring out the Hangzhou Spark.
I think this team has gotten a lot of hype after we originally saw them in this tournament. I don't think anybody really knew what to expect. And as soon as you started to see this roster, you started to hear whispers of what the meta was going to be, you could start to see like, hey, this team can put it together and they can maybe make a run in this tournament. Interesting of note, there will be no Alpha Yi in the starting lineup today, so they'll actually have Pineapple, who we've seen play a ton of the Tracer in the past. That'll be the only sub they make, but interesting decision.
Yeah, I mean, Pineapple was really solid when it did come to the Tracer play. Getting, starting to build up a little bit of a name for himself. A lot of people were sort of surprised. On his Tracer, he ended up being 7th in the league in hero damage done per 10 and pulse bomb attach rate 6th. That was on Tracer. We might be seeing this team just pivot to a different Reaper player as his skill set, is encompassed by many, many different players. But Hangzhou are exciting for a couple of reasons. Shy, absolutely a contender for one of the most destructive long-range hit-scan players in the league. Teru has emerged as a real flanker, someone on the Kiriko that wants to play aggressively and actually use that swift step to get back to his team when the fight begins. And he's doing this while Guangzhou has the lowest death per 10 of any Winston player in the playoffs. So the fact that he's getting away with leaving his team for a time, coming back and keeping Guangzhou alive, I don't know how you balance offense and healing so effectively, but Teru is doing it.
I also think Guangzhou is tremendous, being able to use his movement and bubble and just kind of play around cover and get back to his team on the Winston, a way that not many other players in the world can do. The first map in the series will be Oasis. Not sure how much maps actually are super dependent, right? Because the meta seems to have just formed around this Reaper, Winston, Kuriko, Lucio, Sojourn comp. So don't really think, other than Circuit Royale, you'll see any deviations. But with Hotbin in the lineup, with Pineapple, you never know.
So that's the question, right? Not unlike the Atlanta Reign, there's a tank change for the Toronto Defiant. And the question is, does Hopper hang with someone like Guangzhou on the Winston, or does he opt to play his more signature brand of, what we used to know as off tanks?
I would say there's not many players in the league who can kind of hang, let's say, with Guangzhou in terms of Winston play. And for Toronto Defiant, maybe Muse is the better mechanically skilled Winston player out of the two. I think that would be fair to say, considering he's a historical main tank player. We've seen him play Winston, and Hotba is not. But do you gain just in terms of the teamwork and coordination with having Hotba in the game?
Well, he's called himself the big boss. That's the title he wanted. He's coming for it. And he's going to be coming out on the Winston.
From somebody else. I mean, that's for a whole other conversation.
I will allow him to have it if he turns up here and is able to match Guangzhou on the Winston. I'll make an allowance for that. Finale pressured pretty heavily early on as both teams look to control this high ground. But it's Shy. Always seems to be opening up the fight for the Hangzhou Spark.
Again, interesting. They bring in Pineapple. We were wondering for what specific reason. We were like, do they go for a Tracer variation? No, it's actually just for a straight-up Reaper swap. So maybe just kind of saw something the other day in the way that Alpha E was playing the Reaper that they would have liked to see something a little bit different, a different style of play, and feel like that Pineapple can better bring that to the table.
Guangzhou trading in that front line with Hotbar for a moment there. Some repositioning from Reapers. He needs to be a little bit careful. Got to point out, he obviously on that Reaper here. Finale on the Sojourn. Finale does well here. Pineapple is felled and Guangzhou falls. Finale, hang about! This guy is anything but average. What a turn up.
Yeah, comes through with a few big kills there as Hisu's been playing the Sojourn for a lot of the season, a majority of the season. So to see him swap a little bit different, but we do know in the past, right, from time on the Philly Fusion, whatnot, Hisu's Reaper is actually really strong. Playing that in the past. So be the Toronto Defiant taking the lead here. Shy getting close to this overclock. He is so deadly with this ultimate. looks like they're just trying to maybe line this up, set up a play.
Off angle here for Shy. Pretty risky for Hopper to try and dive him from here. So Shy's allowed to persist in this position. Oh, take your bow, Twilight! My goodness, descends upon Shy. Kitsune Rush ostensibly only used really for him. As he charges down the Sojourn, Terry though gives as good as he gets. Both Sojourns falling to Kunai in this fight. And Hopper's Primal Rage now to try and disperse the Spark, but Hisu is already brought down. Terry with his second there. Hangzhou maneuvering now to retake the point.
Yeah, they're going to be able to do so, but Toronto does get close to 60%. So Gushu is going to be able to make it back. As Hotba's done a nice job so far, right? I know you were like, oh, like, can he go toe-to-toe with Gushu? I think, Hotba's looked fine on the Winston thus far. I think it just kind of speaks to just how versatile of a player he is. He actually takes Pineapple out right away, but that's going to be Finale falling at the hands of Shy.
Now you foreshadowed this overclock. You knew it would be scary in Shy's hands. He's able to find Finale, but not much outside of that. Pichu definitely posturing there for a Death Blossom. A little telegraph by the looks of things as the Spark were ready for it. And with Twilight out of the picture now, things get a little bit nastier for Toronto. Pichu trying to stay on the other side of that disruptor shot. And look at him come forward now, posturing in Shy's direction, trying to threaten him here. Pineapple attempted to do the same thing, but Hopper has found Teru now. And the Toronto Defiant starting to find their reinforcements return to the fray. The big boss finds 3.
It really makes you think, like, Mia's obviously a very good player, the main tank player, but a Hotba that's really kind of been where they've been the most successful throughout the season, seeing Hotba play for this team. So you get Hotba back in the lineup, you start to see good things early here against the team in the Spark, but everybody on the desk just picked the Spark, right? I was talking a little bit earlier, I was like, oh, maybe this is one Toronto can win, which they keep playing like this, absolutely.
Love this as well. You talked about it in the first day of our playoffs, take fights early and often, and the Defiant try and leverage that sound barrier to get an early lead in this engagement. Doesn't pan out though as the Spark are able to disengage. They'll come back in with both their support ultimates in a matter of seconds. Where does Teru go with this? What's he cooking? All right, paving some roads is the play, and Pineapple finds Chorong amidst that Kitsune Rush.
Reaper gets that speed boost, gets right in the face of Chorong, and there's nothing you can do at that point, right? Death Blossom takes him out as we get to 99. Take a look as Super Rich able to hold on to this sound barrier. Could be massive because it really looks like we're just going to have one fight left in this round.
We'll have a Kiriko ultimate for the Defiant. Sound barrier for Super Rich here. They're out of sync right now, so I'm curious to see how they interact. Twilight has to be careful, takes a bit of damage before the fight starts. Super Rich on the menu for Hotbar. So far is able to stave off the Winston. Hotbar, yeah, discretion better part of Valerie, knows his team have been able to capture the point, and it's up to the Spark to make their move. Super Rich's sound barrier has all but expired, but Hopper's life force is headed the same way as Teru's able to bring him down. Hisu wants to try and close the gap, but he's knocked back. Super Rich has to give up the ghost though, but Shy is there. Able to fight Hisu now. Overclock is activated. Twilight trying to climb the walls to get away from him, but it's not going to be enough. And that'll be a Spark control. This is scary. Finale can't quite get away. Chorong can't stall. And it will be a Hangzhou round to start us off.
You gotta feel that, that right there, I feel like the Spark did not play up to the level we've seen them play, right? Throughout the week thus far. I think if you're Toronto, knowing that, you kind of, I feel like, leveled up your game a little bit, but still fall short there, at least in round 1. Can't feel too great. So you imagine the Spark are gonna, bring it even more as the series goes on, right? I think the Spark can kind of like level up and hit a ceiling that maybe Toronto can't. I think just like the pace may actually be the thing that really does Toronto in. But Toronto, I think with this swap to Hotba in a tank yet again, I think this is the right call. But is it enough against Spark?
This comp fits the Spark like a glove, whereas the Defiant have had to patch things up basically overnight, Matthew. Shy getting the Spark through most of the rocky ground in that previous round. He goes 5 final blows for those 3 deaths. Here we go, into that room on the left-hand side again. It's Shy. Hisu gets cut short as he tries to advance upon the Spark, and now Hangzhou realizes it's time to go.
Toronto, they're just kind of stuck up there on the high ground, right? There's no
this is
way
going to get ugly.
Down. Yeah.
Trying to reposition. Not too shabby. Finale on the drive-by. Able to find Super Rich, but now losing Chorong there. Both Sojourns giving a good account of themselves so far. The Spark still control the point, and now they're corralling the Defiant on it itself. With Finale going down, Shy doing his best work from the high ground. The Defiant eventually must succumb.
There was no way they were going to win that, right? They just kind of lurked there up on that high ground, and if anything, the Spark could have just sat there. There was like no way, like they didn't have to be the team that had to engage. Like the Toronto Defiant would have had to cross the entire open area of the point to get to a spot where it's terrible for a Winston to fight in. So Toronto not setting themselves up in a great position to fight early on.
Look at this sideline from Shy. Pretty punishing here. Of course, he's built up that Sojourn ultimate already. Finale behind by a good old 20%. You do not want to walk into this room while Shy commands this space. Kitsune Rush may be an exception to that rule as Shy is forced to give up that space. But Hopper dives in, takes an absolute licking and won't get out alive.
I mean, look where the rest of the team is.
Well, they're hanging out in the corridor.
I mean,
chilling by the lockers.
There was no chance for Hoppe to live in. I mean, now they're just gonna, are they just gonna stagger? I mean, look at this. Gushue's chasing players down. I mean, this is a bad luck for the Toronto Defiant on this round. I would say is that now you got 5 ultimates here from the Spark as they have played this perfectly here thus far.
Shy is accounting for 12 of his team's 21 final blows. Pineapple's only had to get to 1 kill to put Hangzhou in this position. Very aggressive. Shy's able to find Hisu though, and that is devastating now. The Defiant are losing their grip on this map in quite an impressive fashion. An absolute capitulation now as they are unable to assemble themselves in a way to challenge.
I mean, they didn't even need the Primal or the Overclock. They just pop them into celebration here at the end. Oh, Chorong, he's made onto the point. Got that sound barrier going as he will fall as, man, the first point very close. The second point, not at all, as the Hangzhou Spark just dominant there.
The Defiants, their woes are laid bare before us here, ladies and gentlemen. They've had to make some slight adjustments to their roster, and it doesn't come out with a sterling result. The Spark are becoming an inferno right before our very eyes. A very commanding second round in that map, Matthew. The Toronto Defiant have to feel pretty boomed by that, in fact. They really didn't participate. Shy, 17 final blows, 3 deaths of a total of like 23 for his team. Absolutely taking this game over. Hisu now sat on the Reaper. Who is going to challenge this guy? Finale is going to have to step up. Otherwise, this one could be over in a flash.
the absolute highest tier Overwatch that you really can get.
4 minutes out of the Hangzhou Spark, they clear the point, they get it. 70% is Bernard crashes through 2 to get the elimination.
Shy on the Sojourn.
Just think again.
Putting up numbers. Finding 4 members in that fight.
Shy is a one-man army.
Finds Fit, Blade pulled out immediately. Finds Prophet, finds Smurf, Architect. Huge. Picking up 4 eliminations with the Blade itself. Nano does go in. He comes up with 2 quick kills. Izayaki and Lip both falling. Gets a third. For the Hangzhou Spark, they can absolutely contend with the best of the best.
Yeah. Whatever Changoon is cooking up, Matthew, I'll take seconds. The Hangzhou Spark settle into a very comfortable second round there on Oasis, showing us that even with Toronto's attempts at mixing things up, they are behind the 8 ball.
I love seeing you know, the video for the Spark. It just reminds you how many players on this roster. I mean, man, we make the roster size, you know, a little bit bigger. I mean, even Reinforce may find
Mate, they have a soccer team on their roster.
Spark. Yeah, they're just acquiring talent everywhere. They dominate map number 1. I think the first point was like pretty competitive back and forth. I think after that, it was all Spark. Like, how did the Defiant bounce back from that? Because it seems like with the way the meta currently is, there's really not like a thing you can go to, right? Like another type of composition or you know, variation that seems to be popular enough and successful enough that you can kind of veer off. Well, it seems like you're kind of stuck in this head-to-head battle.
Can we go back to fundamentals for just a moment, right? Because Shy is 17 out of 29 final blows of his team over Oasis. How are you shutting down a Sojourn like that? Or in general, even, because he has so much space to move, he's having such a ridiculously outsized impact on the game.
It's difficult because, like, you're also trying to deal with Gushwei, who is extremely aggressive on the Winston, can get into your backline, seems to always be able to make it out. So you're in this kind of pickle of trying to have to defend your backline, you know, from the enemy Winston, but also trying to put enough pressure onto Shy that it's not just a firing range, just a shooting gallery out there.
Very tough for the Defiant to close the gap. I mean, we're on board with Shy for much of that round, especially in that second round, right? University, and he's just sort of playing that left-hand side room, and no one really wants to walk up on him, and no one wants to try and close the gap, because he basically always has a charged rail at all times. Paraiso going to be the second map selected here by the Toronto Defiant. Not seen a ton of it so far in his playoffs, here and there. And again, the same issues are going to be present here for the Toronto Defiant. So a change of location isn't necessarily going to alleviate our concerns about them in that first map. Much like the Atlanta Reign, getting Hotbar in a position to pressure the enemy backline and finding a way to shut Shy down is going to be #1 on the agenda.
Right, and are they able to do that? Because I feel like if not, this could potentially be a fast series. As I think for Toronto, like sometimes like you just end up in a meta like this where you can't really play the way you would ideally like to. It doesn't seem like Muse is the answer after we saw him the other day and then now not today.
Right.
Back with Hotbar. You're just trying to make like the best out of the situation, right? Where you're going up against a team who has all the mechanical skill in the world in the Hangzhou Spark, but sometimes they just have not been able to put it together. But this type of meta, you know, you get those insanely mechanically talented players on like some of their best roles, and it's just a really tough draw.
Something that's been really exciting to watch is how Twilight has taken to Kiriko. He's looked very effective when it's come to, you know, the solo play aspect, right? We even saw it on the first map. He ults himself in Shy's direction and just ruins him. So that was a really good look from him, and have to see if he can leverage that even more. Thought we might see Pineapple trace a variation here, but the Reaper makes plenty of sense. Twilight will probe early and then return to safety. Well, for now.
Yeah, just firing off a shot or two and then just getting back to the rest of the team as Spark just puts some pressure up in the high ground, and Pineapple just stays for a little bit too long. He drops.
Terra was the spy from TF2 there. He's in the midst of the Toronto Defiant. Yeah, look at him like, hey, wait. We got pink skins? No, wait a minute. The imposter gets caught out.
Oh man.
Someone's on the
I feel like we
cams,
need
man.
like a new I feel like we need a new term for when somebody is so far behind the enemy lines, they're just tearuing.
Okay, sure.
He's always there.
Oh, not good.
Oh, they get a finale.
Yeah, they actually dive finale specifically this time as opposed to going up for info. So I wonder if that first foray just tips the Spark off to where the Sojourn was kind of playing on that high ground. It can be hard to see from the low angle. Losing a couple players here though, so Hangzhou should gain information, but they're paying very dearly for it here. Pineapple can dispatch Hotbar, and there will be reinforcements on the way. It's a matter of keeping Pineapple standing for now while Teru is on his way back.
Yeah, that was. I think they would have actually stayed and fought that a little bit longer, but it was a really nice bubble by Gushue that blocks off some damage going into Pineapple. You don't want to push directly into that because you have the supports coming back. So maybe this opens up a little bit of space here for the Spark. As see Shy here up on the bridge, trying to get some charge on the Sojourn to land a shot.
Hopper takes a long way over. Gives Hangzhou a fair bit of time to organize themselves before the Winston touches down. But a Primal Rage already built by Hopper. Pretty solid early round from him. Leads his team in damage. 2 minutes 10.
I think you needed to take that position because you did have Finale and Charong both really low. So you need to jump up there with like the bubble and just get in Shy's base and just block that line of sight for a sec.
Where does Hopper jump? Primal has to be used there. Yeah, he's probably feeling pretty exposed in that quad. Whilst the Spark is shooting the position up on the high ground. That rail did not connect by Finale. Just let Shy peer out into the open a little bit more, look for something of his own. He also comes up empty-handed. Both teams building these ultimates though. Gushue, the Primal Blade, on deck in a few moments here. This could be dangerous. It's going to be super rich sound barrier now as Pineapple tries to get a Death Blossom off him. No one's there to see it, but Finale's already fallen.
Oh, and he TP's right out. You still have this Tsune Rush here from the Spark if needed. In Gushue holding on to Primal.
Oh, okay. Hisu really forced the issue there. Shy's able just to path away from him there without the slide. We'll have that available now. Some of these ultimates are just being thrown away by the Defiant. And here comes the Kitsune Rush now. Finale's forced to bait in that for the time being, but Hisu getting rid of his opposite number. Finale trying to neutralize Gushue, but the Primal Blade has been drawn, and Finale can't do a darn thing about it. Battered and bruised, he's sent back to spawn in pieces. And Gushue will solidify the Sparks cap.
Yeah, and you have Hisu and Twilight stuck here. They'll fall. Come back rather quickly, though. So, see Gushue and Ko get the payload, start to get it moving here through the streets phase. Is Shy, Pineapple, and Gushue. You see that angle? Shy's just trying to play from that staircase. Maybe actually get some damage down, pick a player off, give themselves a big advantage and a lead.
Not too bad, though, from Toronto, right? That first point, definitely shaving. Yeah, healthy amount of time off the clock and decent rotations from Hotbar and Finale especially. Now though, you have to answer the question of when and where you drop down from this high ground. It's almost like the Defiant are playing as if they're expecting the Spark to flank left here, but they're actually just camping on top of this building.
Yeah, Shy just jumping up and down, putting in damage down, just looking for this railgun shot, trying to line up a kill.
Kitsune Rush is there, Shy. Oh mate, you're asking for it. Yeah, he's not getting out of this one-on-one piece, not a chance.
Yeah, as everybody from the rest of the team goes back towards the spawn, he kind of veers off to the opposite side, and Toronto realizes that they just chase him down. So, Gushue puts some pressure on Twilight, forces the TP out. So, Hangzhou, they will wait for Shy to come back in, where you'll have a sound barrier for both teams here. The overclock from Shy, coming up much earlier than Finale. You're able to use the overclock and maybe just buy yourself some space, right? Get the card around this corner, open it up a bit.
Again, a little bit hard to try to find a great angle that's not on top of the building, but that's an invitation for Hopper. Try and flatten him. Okay, Gushue goes up, everybody, the Hangzhou Spark, all of a sudden, organize themselves on top of these buildings, but is Pineapple ready for this? No. His Wraith Walk is forced here, but Hisu's in the midst of it now. Protection Suzu, perfectly timed, great delivery by Twilight. Means that Hisu's inoculated from any crackback of damage. Gets a nice little 3K.
And I mean, how do you deal with some of these Death Blossoms that come down, right? The Protection Suzu, the bubble, giving you the invulnerability for a brief period of time. In the bubble to just block damage at range from going in. As the Reaper's also using his ultimate and getting the life steal, it's just actually almost impossible to kill the Reaper in some of those situations.
Well, we're back in the Beyblade meta, Matt, of years and years ago.
Yeah.
It's just Desire Bubble, really. That's whoa! Oh my goodness! Finale gets a face adjustment there as Teru materializes in front of him.
So easy.
So filthy, man.
he made that look like that is extremely difficult to do on Korea. Like TP's up to the high ground, Kitsune Rush, and then just domes him right in front of him. I mean, before Finale can even look towards him, he's dead.
Yeah, again, that's sort of rate of fire increase makes it much easier to guarantee hits with those knives. Finale trying to wrap around here. Overclock's active, but who's he going for? Not exactly a wealth of targets.
And then Kitsune Rush.
The disengage is big, but Hangzhou had to go now. This has been all well and good, some flashy play, but they've got to finish the round here.
Barrier.
Good way to start the fight.
Sound barrier to use here.
And they're just going to sit on the cart. They're going to say, come to us. Hisu obliges. Great form gets him close without taking any damage, but he takes a faceful immediately. And Hotbar's going to get grilled on the cart. Chorong has to try and get there. And so the Spark. Play it safe and slow. Get the sound barrier when it counts. And they'll have that second checkpoint.
That is so disciplined from the Spark, though. Like, they saw the rush come out from Twilight. They decided to back up, not fight it there. They know exactly how much time they have left once it ends to be able to go back and fight that. They use the sound barrier. They get right onto the payload. They force the Wraith form out of Hisu straight away, and he's the one who actually has to contest the payload at that moment. They take him out. Everything else starts to fall for the Defiant.
Matt, Gushwei's 9 final blows and 0 deaths out of a total of 19. Almost deadlifting on the Winston with a perfect run so far. And that's taking into account how back and forth some of the fighting has been over the last couple of points. I don't know how he does it. He's having a huge impact right now. And again, Hotbar, keeping up is just not an option. It's about treading water at this point. Shy, aggressive play, wrapping around. He might have to wait out the sound barrier a little bit there as Hotbar hasn't found him quite yet. High ground being controlled by Hangzhou, and of course Kitsune Rush dropped on the ground. This is a fertile ground for the Spark to plant the seeds of victory. Trying to give a little bit of space as Hopper still chasing Shy, but he's being healed up quite nicely. A ton of pressure. Eventually he's going to have to give up though, so where's the follow-up going to be? Will it be Pineapple? No, Terry's brought down as well. The Spark are repelled.
Yeah, you're going to have to back up here if you're the Spark. Pineapple not able to make it out. Twilight's actually going to connect with the headshot. So it's going to be just Gushwei probably the one who's going to have to get a touch.
Kitsune Rush used sort of defensively here. And the Defiant able to push Gushwei back. The Primal Rage is going to have to try and touch somehow. And the Spark are brought to a screeching halt here in the last phase of Paraiso. Credit to the Defiant, who really have to ride the lightning in order to stay in step with the Spark across this map. It's furious fighting, but great job by Hisu there. 8-4 on that Reaper. Keeps his team in it.
Yeah, and I tell you what, that's a pretty good defense there from the Defiant. Gushwei forced there, to use the Primal just to get the touch. Then they force him out, and they know exactly the route he's going to take to get back. They finish him off. And they battle through, really, a good Toronto defense, on first point and second point. They dwindle the clock to where it's about 1:30 or so for the Spark to attack this final point, which can be difficult to get because the defense has that high ground and able to hold. Can they do it on offense, though? In the scenario where the Defiant have to be the more aggressive team, can they take it to the Spark?
Oh, the matchup between Shy and Finale is a little bit closer this time, but it still doesn't really flatter Finale. Again, seeing him come out here on the Sojourn definitely feels like a last-minute adjustment. He's only able to find 2 final blows over the course of the map. A little bit tough for him, and it's really going to be a matter of setting Finale up for success. Something I really liked about the Defiant in the past is that they were very good at creating a safe pocket for Hisu to operate in, especially against teams who were less adept at that aggressive, fast-paced kind of play. They need to offer Finale that same sort of space while dealing with a dive comp. It's not easy. It's a very different meta. I understand that, but Finale is not able to be set up for success here so far.
Hisu comes out on the Widow, maybe just trying to find a shot here. A little bit of damage, nothing big though. He'll go back to the Reaper. And I agree with you. I also think it's really difficult because, well, one, Shy can do things like that, but also Teru has been constantly he's always in the back line, right up in the Sojourn space. It's really difficult to deal with his aggression.
So far, so good, though.
So fast in those scenarios.
Oh, yeah. I mean, absolutely. Especially if you close that gap somehow. Good start for Hangzhou, though. Getting a bit of breathing room now. Almost 45 seconds off the clock. Here comes Hopper, though. Parachuting into play. Spike was hoping to, rather, Shy was hoping just to line someone up there, but the rail doesn't connect, though. Wrong. Sends him packing. Love that aggression from the Defiant here. Taking away Hangzhou's safe pockets. Blowing them out on this first point.
Yeah, this should be a point A take for the Defiant. They just blow them right out of the water, and maybe it's a little bit of the Spark being a little bit too aggressive that the Defiants are able to take advantage of. I know you overextended in so many different situations. Eventually, you're going to get got, as that'll be that first point taken, 5 minutes plus.
Hey, there's some fight in this. There's some fight in this Defiant team. Yep, man. This is a fantastic recovery. Hisu really still commanding a lot of attention and respect from the Spark, but they're on the way. Remember, the Defiants don't even have to finish the map here. Keep this pressure on, they'll be in good shape.
Well, they've set themselves up for, you know, an opportunity to do so, right? Because now the Spark, they need to, you know, waste time, and they need to burn clock here. They need to play close. They need to play aggressive, win a few fights in a row. And Toronto, they come in with some ultimate advantages right off the rip. And oh, Gushue falls right as he gets Primal. He was probably playing for the Primal there and gonna pop it, but not able to do so before he drops.
Teru went for the Kitsune Rush, maybe hoping for, you know, extra healing output to make sure Gushue could hold up under that onslaught. That's out of sync as well, and a couple of mistakes starting to muddle the mixture here for the Spark. They've given up an extremely large amount of space on the second phase of the map, so much so that the Defiant can now play from the high ground. That's gotta hurt.
I feel like this is a must-win fight for the Spark. You lose here, and you give them like almost 5 minutes to just get that payload to the golden box of victory. This is one where it would be difficult for the Defiant to lose.
And Finale knew it was coming for him. It comes for us all, I guess. Gushue runs him down very quickly there as Finale tried to make the play with that overclock. So here's a staging ground now. A handhold has been carved out by the Spark. They have to spend for it, though.
I mean, you lose that fight, you have to. I mean, if you lose that fight, if you're the Spark, I mean, you've lost this map. It would be almost impossible in the scenarios for the Toronto Defiant to kind of beat it that bad, right? Where the payload is not far towards that third checkpoint. They'd have so many ultimates in about 5 minutes.
Pineapple yet to make a real name for himself on this map so far. May not be required to be the difference maker as Hopper's already been felled. Spark can solidify this defensive position. Teru sheepishly returns to the safety of his team.
This is burning more time off that clock. You know, you lose Hotpa that early. Now everybody's got to sit here. They got to wait. You got to get Hotpa back in the fight. I mean, now we're like 30, 40 seconds down the screen, and they come right around the corner. And here's another scenario where you now all they had to use was Death Blossom there. Get through that choke point. You're going to get down, I know, about a little bit above 2 minutes before this next fight kicks off. I mean, that's a full 2 minutes basically down the drain there for the Defiant.
Yeah, Hangzhou making up for that pretty average hold on that first point. Pineapple there is the proverbial boulder in the Indiana Jones corridor. You know, it's searched through a ruin. All of a sudden, a boulder's rolling down at him, completely ruins the Defiant, who try to force himself, to be fair, through a choke. Bit of a different approach here, more circuitous as they try and snatch up Shy. He's able to slip away. Sound barrier now coming later for the Spark, and they of course have Kitsune Rush in reserve. Twilight, no bones about using it right here. Finale's reduced to them. Hisu needs to make the difference here, but he gets shut down. Shy is able to pick him off, and now Hopper stands inside his bubble. Another attack foiled by the Spark.
This is looking like a worst case scenario for the Defiant. If both teams dump both support ults into that, Hisu ends up with a Death Blossom, doesn't get anything. In a scenario where you had above 4 minutes on the clock, we're gonna be at like, you know, minute 10 when this next fight kicks off. Primal and overclock available for the Spark. Also, Mitch, I don't know if you caught that. The Spark didn't even get Gushue with the sound barrier there.
He's died only 3 times.
And they didn't like take advantage of it, right? I mean, he's on the payload with the Reaper. The wind sound barrier, they don't take advantage of it. Oh, Hisu, that's not a good hiding spot, bud.
Well, he is now in adornment for that door frame. Shy pins him to it. And now fighting through the streets ensues as the Spark once again slaps the hand that reaches for the cookie jar. The Defiant not able to get started there. And they don't have a lot of resources to work with, right? Hopper Primal maybe deny some of this high ground away, but he has to be very careful because there's a ton of damage that will come back at him in doing that. Finale.
How much can you rely on the Hoppa Primal? I mean, we haven't seen a ton of Hoppa on the Winston. Like, can you guarantee these Primals are going to be, you know, Winston main kind of esque, right?
I mean, it's also the concern of Pineapple, who's just started popping off in the last 2 minutes. Now 10 and 6. Hopper's able to get Shy, able to batter him into the ground here. But may have to keep up his life for it. He needs to be careful. He spaces well from Pineapple, who He's dealing with an onslaught from behind him.
They're gonna wait.
Gushue Primal.
Spark are gonna wait here. They're gonna wait here. They're gonna have Gushue get intense here with Primal, and they're gonna have the Kitsune Rush.
Buys a lot of time. Gushue goes low pretty early. Pineapple with the Death Blossom though. The Reaper Copter has landed and is put out of commission pretty much straight away. Finale punches one into Gushue's face. And here's the Defiant making a stretch for it. Reaching out for some victory. 90 seconds left in the round and they're still in it.
It's about the same amount of time that the Spark had at this moment. The Defiant do not capitalize on an awesome attack on point A. The Spark put up tremendous defense on point B. And look at this. A minute 30 on the clock. Teams with both support ults here at this moment in time. This may be just like one big grand fight, and that could be it.
Yeah. Double Kitsune Rush on this high ground, most likely. God knows where Teru's going to turn up in all that mess. Finale getting some tickets across the map here. It's go time for the Hangzhou Spark, or at least it will be. Here we go. Sojourn crosses over, hopping like ships in the night, and Shy gets caught. He's not slippery enough to evade capture here. Gushue drives by the card. He's going to have the drop, and here it comes. Sound barrier now for the Hangzhou Spark, but he's to his hunted. That Death Blossom available. He'll wait out the sound barrier for as long as he can. Gushue back on the card. Finale down. Okay. The Spark now have the numbers advantage, and he might have to pull the trigger sooner rather than later. He wants the pressure into the front of the fight, but the disengage is so good from the Spark, and they keep contesting, but they've lost Super Rich and Pineapple in order to do so. The Defiant put them in a lose-lose situation there, and they'll snatch away a hotly contested second map.
And I think Hotball really came alive towards the end there. The one when we were talking about like what kind of primal you're gonna get, you actually got to kill onto Shy, and how do things open up there at the end? Hotba able to find Shy. I was getting a little bit worried there, Mitch, not gonna lie. When Super Rich found Finale and we were still holding on to that Death Blossom on with Hisu, I was like, oh, when are we gonna see this happen? It's getting down to the wire, but they pull it out in the end as Toronto ties it up.
This is that grit, that composure that the Defiant are gonna have to lean on for this entire series. Pretty important to find a map early here to shut up the Spark, who again, with Gushue leading the way, have been pretty indomitable so far. Gotta hand it to it. This team has been one that's fallen under criticism before for not being able to keep that strong mental. They're doing it right now when it really counts. Map 3, everybody, is coming up after this.
Qualification into tournament number 3 is still completely in the open.
Now Hawk in trouble, separated from the rest of his team. Not before Vigilante and OG get through that wall. Is Hawk already dead? Kai also falls, and the Atlanta Rain, it may be scrappy. It's double supports versus a tank. Oh, saying that, not a support, it's Speedly. Kai ends up falling, and it's just a slugfest.
Oh, Vigilante, no way! No way OG gets 2 boops there! Both Backbone and Hattie sent to the drink? What? What is with this corner? Just ridiculous plays, by the way. The Atlanta Rain, OG gets a double boop, an unbelievable amount of ult charge for that B, plus extra meterage.
God, the swing of the tempo of that fight.
Yeah, now going to jump over to the point itself. Just keep it locked in the middle for now. Zest with 8 HP. And Lip finds Carpe. He used the debug command again, Avril. Someone needs to take away the admin privileges. As they find 2-for-1 trade. Void, the only person going down so far for the Dragons. But that's enough. The Dragons get the bot in motion.
Stop! It's too much! He's got 4!
He finds Zest as well! Oh!
Man, it's fragging once again.
San Francisco don't have too much left, so they do not want to be reactive here. It's about setting the pace for San Francisco. Kalush tries to do so, but he takes so much damage that it has to be an early commanding shout that only affects him. Rampage going to catch on a 2 from Kellerman. Proper is there. Oh my! I don't know how he gets Flora. Severs the Achilles from below, and that's 4 for Proper. Fantastic blade. Kellen's really a footnote at this point. He can't achieve anything on his own. And San Francisco convert a losing fight in a spawn camp scenario into a huge win.
Krong taking a lot of damage right
Krong
now.
dead.
Cut off from the team, and there's the blade to seal the deal. Double knifing coming in for Krong. Etu Brute.
as they will now have Vindane following up on those kills and pushed all the way back to the spawn room again.
Wow.
This is a Seoul classic at the moment.
Man of the Lucio popping up on the kill feed just a little bit there.
Rampage versus Rampage again. Mirrors is pretty big. A counter Rampage from Dante aimed it straight at Mirror. King of Mirror in trouble. Blade pulled from Pelican straight to the back. His fancy footwork looking like Wooks out here. 4K for Pelican, or 5K in fact. 4K with the Blade. Pelican getting it just a random solo kill at the very start of the fight. Ooh, this guy's pretty good.
Being rewarded after a steadfast hold on defense, the Toronto Defiant are finally able to break through the Hangzhou Spark and claim the second map of the series. To say it was close may be an understatement. It went down to the wire, and the Spark do let it slip, but it got ahead of Toronto for managing to pick up the slack they demonstrated in that first map. Now they're here to play.
Yeah, now this gets interesting, right? I think Toronto, you gain a whole lot of confidence being able to win that map. Battled through some really tough scenarios, even in a scenario where it didn't look good, right? Where they had about 5+, I think, or a little bit close to 5 minutes to get that second checkpoint. And we go all the way down to like almost OT, and then they're able to battle out in the end. Can they win on a Spark map pick? As Spark will pick Route 66, so a little bit more of an open area. Maybe it'll punish Hotba a bit more.
You can see how Paraiso makes it a little bit hard at times for Sojourns to bring the same value as some of those more open maps, right? Both Finale, Shy, relatively quiet. Like I mentioned a couple times, Bushway was at 1.9-1, leading his team in those final blows. Definitely being able to have an impact, but really a whole team performance from the Defiant to grind them down. It's going to take more of that again as the Spark are going to look to get their high flyers in position to pop off. And Toronto need to make use of what they have here. Yes, it's been hurried as far as we can tell, the reassignments that have occurred on their roster, but it's good enough to get that last map. It's good enough to get them the win here if they can maintain the momentum they've just built.
Yeah, and I think you go here if you're the Spark because you can force Hotba to play Winston on a map that can be pretty punishing at times, right? Really long sight lines, no ranged healing. I mean, Kariko, but it takes a little bit in terms of travel, where it can punish Hotba for being in the wrong spot a lot of times, and you trust that you have Gushue. I mean, we saw the stats. This guy basically never dies. He has a just fantastic track record on Winston being able to live and get out of really difficult situations. So come here to a map like this and, force Hotba to level up. But I will say, it's kind of scary, man. Like, Hotba's like such a...
Hi, what's up?
We have no player like him in the league, right? I mean, Season 1, you can think back when he's on Philly, you're seeing him play like Tracer and stuff at times. Like, then he goes to New York, he's playing like all different types of tanks, comes in this season, he's picking up main tank, soft tank, like whatever, right? I mean, just he's so talented, Hotba, on so many different heroes. Just a talented Overwatch player, really.
Absolutely. real generalist, I guess, now picking up the Winston, which makes a big deal. Gooseray, very much a specialist, right? Bernard piloting a lot of the tank play for the Spark up until this point, but Gooseray knows he's just well suited for this kind of metagame. So for Hopper to stand up against him is a big deal. He doesn't need to have the same stats, doesn't need to have the same kill to death ratio. It's about impact. And Hopper's had one so far, make no mistake. This map, though, is going to test your fundamentals when it comes to that dive coordination. Already Hisu and Hopper take a little bit of damage as they try and make the dive. Hopper ejects.
So they do not get the Spark off of the top of Big Earls. They'll actually not be able to move the payload. Okay, now Hoppa gets on. He's going to play from a little bit underneath, and Gooseray sees some players in the back, thinks he can dive in.
Now Shy caught out of the play entirely there. A nice little bubble by Hopper, I think obscuring his vision as Gooseray tries to cut off the Defiant as they attempt to make a bit of a flank. Doesn't work at all. Great way for the Defiant to unravel Hangzhou. Go for Gooseray first.
So, I mean, that is best case scenario, right? Like, rarely are you able to capitalize on Gooseray, you know, maybe making a little bit of an error as Hoppa jumps up, fires a shot just to check and then deter them from coming in. But they want to come in, try and contest anyway.
Good positioning there from, I was going to say from Gooseray to stay alive, but in evading the enemy Reaper, he also tends to evade the objective. And that's a tough one for the Spark now, caught in a position where it's fight or die. Maybe a bit of both will ensue.
This match just, you know when you can feel a little bit of silly coming along? I feel like this one's about to get, this match is about to get wild. I feel like we're about to be here for a while. As right there, the Spark, they decide they want to try and take a fight. They want to contest. They just get off for a split second, and Toronto is able to cap that first point, 4 minutes plus in the time bank. Look at this. I mean, it didn't cost anything to do it. I mean, Hoppa can play pretty aggressive. That's going to be Twilight with the Kitsune rush. Look at that. He's on the rooftop there.
Yeah, he knows that everyone's lined up coming out of the tunnel, Matt, so
he can just spam that choke.
Exactly. Yeah. That increased kunai fire rate makes a big difference, especially if he's connecting headshots. Now, that's not really the story of that last fight. But getting rid of Gooseray, again, he's targeted. Again, he's brought down first.
Oy. That's why you want to pre-fire that doorway, because Shy just rounds the corner and just takes Finale's head off. Primal available here for Hoppa, though, too. Lots of payload progress.
Card not moving right now, though. Keep that in mind. Gooseray, I think, has been able to be the cat amongst the pigeons, so to speak, and already get rid of Twilight. Now Hoppa feels a little bit out of position, but getting to pluck Shy out of the mix is a big deal here. The Defiant can return to the card and get it moving once more.
And they know Gooseray's stuck at the top there, and that's going to be the sound barrier from both teams. It's only going to connect to 3 players from the Spark.
We need a big primal play. We need it now for the Spark. Right now, Gooseray looking to pressure Finale down. Hoppa wants to try and chase.
Moving.
Yeah. Slowly. Bit of contest now. Gooseray gets away again, and Pineapple brings Finale down. Well, without Super Rich, that hurts a little bit for the Spark, but they have a Kitsune rush here in reserve, and Pineapple can combine with that ultimate, but it goes down! Hisu drops out of absolutely nowhere, brings him to his knees.
Yes, he comes a little bit on a flank where you're not able to see him. The Kitsune rush is dropped by Teru, but they do not see Hisu coming from that backside. With that Death Blossom, comes right in behind the Kuriko. Uses the Reaper ult as Toronto seems to have caught on fire here after map number 1. The second point on map number 1 was so dreadful for the Defiant. You were like, how do they bounce back in this series? But they're looking strong over these last 2 thus far.
Yeah, well, what started as a gentle stream starting to turn into a rush of rapids, and Spark are losing their grip on this game. Little by little, it's absolutely happening. 3 minutes 50 on the clock for the Toronto Defiant. They command this high ground for now, despite Gooseray's attempts to claim some space. He's been staved off time after time. Shy now trying to make the play again. Overclock in play, and the Defiant aren't around to see much of it here.
Toronto, they decide to back out, so gonna hold on for a split second. Gonna try and get an idea where everybody's at. Oh, Pineapple just use a rage form right away.
Yeah, look at the timing. They use that window, the Defiant, to come forward with the Kitsune rush. The Spark very quickly grouping up. Super Rich cleverly had that crossfade available to speed them away. The Spark, though, look how much space they've just given up. They're sitting in the back room right now.
Shy is so weak.
Ransacking their sitting room. Finale getting rid of Shy. There is absolutely huge. Shy nullified over the last map and a half. And here comes the Defiant for their last push with 3 minutes on the clock. A blistering pace The Spark don't even have a sound barrier to answer this. The Defiant are starting to run away with it. Pineapple trying to stop this somehow with a Death Blossom, at least able to force the Defiant away, and Shy finally gets involved, Matt.
I mean, bro, that is a must-win scenario. Route 66 is a difficult map to complete historically. To finish that with like 2:40 on the clock. Oh my god, no way.
Twilight.
Twilight in the Teru zone.
In the Teru zone. I appreciate the irony here. He's waiting for a 1v1, or maybe, okay, no. Ops against it.
Just when he had the opportunity to do so, then he backs.
Something was brewing, that's for sure. Alright, 2 minutes and 7. A lot of support
all
offensively here.
for a second.
Got to give the moment the appropriate gravitas. Hopper, yeah, he knows his position is understood by
they
the
see you there, Hotba.
That's actually among them trying to hide behind a light pole. Same effect. Here comes Gushway, and Hotba eventually is felled. He can't stay healthy.
He tried to blend in with the ladder in the corner there. It didn't work either.
Godzilla trying to hide behind a fire hydrant.
It's two good defenses there from the Spark here towards the end of the map. No Kitsune rush from either side. Super Rich has been holding on to the sound barrier for a bit, so that'll benefit the Spark here later in the round. Can you get Kisu like on a flank possibly? Maybe that's your kind of play? He's been able to do so a few times here on Route 66.
Yeah, I mean, Shadow steps across that gap in order to prevent himself from getting kicked off by Shy, but also to hide his movements. But pretty clear when Reaper comes to play. Kind of announces it. Finale's overclocked here. Most of it, again, trying to be used to nullify Gushway's impact. He, though, pretty discreet about this. Jumping back to the rest of his team here. Hangzhou disengaged.
Well, Gushway takes a ton of damage, and then as he's going back, here's the overclock pop, and uses the primal just to make sure he doesn't die during that.
DC might have liked to Wraith Walk off the back, rather Death Blossom off the back of the Wraith Walk, but wants to think outside the bubble a little bit there as he's forced to play from its extremities. Pineapple runs it down eventually as Hisu had no mobility left.
Maybe not the worst thing, though, for the Defiant. It's just going to be a Death Blossom here. The payload's still very close to completing the map. The Defiant going to come back with Sound Barrier, Primal, Death Blossom. 3 very strong ultimates, combination with each other. So you'll have the Sound Barrier to combat the Death Blossom from Pineapple here.
This is so important for Pineapple. He needs to wait out the Sound Barrier or get in before it comes down. I don't know about that one. Shy gets his bell rung there, and Hotba jumps on in. Pineapple at least able to bait out the Death Blossom. Hotba's in Primal right now, and Pineapple's in a bit of a rough spot. If he gets knocked back towards his opponents, he could be dead to rights here. And the flank for Finale's pretty scary. Pineapple surely not going to go for this. He can't. Comes out of Wraith Walk, is very low in health. But Finale's down. Shy is starting to fire up again.
We got to get a replay of that. I actually believe that could have been a game-changing play there from Gushway. So the sound barrier is going down. I believe Gushway bubbles it, and it actually only hits Chorong. I believe they don't actually get any benefits of that sound barrier. Let's take another look at it. But that big sound barrier you're talking about, where the Defiant were holding on to that for a little bit. I believe Gushway actually jumps right on top of him, gets it with the bubble, and obviously the Winston bubble blocks that line of sight. It looks like that's why it only connected with, I think it was just Chorong there in that final moment. As no, that's a huge game-changing play.
I mean, that is subtle, right? As we're in the midst of this, pretty intense fight, but could change the whole direction of this entire series. What a moment from Gushway there.
Yeah, so let's take a look at it. So here's the beat. Comes down. Here comes the bubble.
Unreal!
The bubble.
The cone of silence, Matthew.
Time.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, that is so good. It's not a large jump in the air to put the bubble down, right? Because it wouldn't have gone down fast enough. The barrier would have actually just kind of been falling towards the ground. He actually just drops the bubble instantly right over the top of him. I mean, just the reaction time there from Gushway is just sick.
Chorong there, a player who has really been on our radar all season for being incredible in this Lucio role. Absolutely shut down, and the one ultimate the Spark we're depending on for victory is not an issue anymore. It's ridiculous. Love to see that from Guangzhou. All right, the Spark have a chance to back up that showing now on offense. Which again, in fairness, Paraiso a little bit shaky. I think it's safe to say.
Yeah. So, see how the Spark go about on their offensive side. As I feel like the momentum was all Spark early on in the series. It just feels like Toronto is just like flipped this completely. So, he's really low, has to back out. So, not trying to make a play for the high ground here, the Spark. They're almost just kind of like playing this corner, maybe allowing Shy to just get some space.
Yeah, they're scaling up their control of this part of the map really slowly. But they have that high ground, right? I think the Defiant want to sort of re-establish that kind of control. Guangzhou, maybe a little bit out of sync for the rest of his team there. Takes a ton of damage. Force the Suzu now. We might see the Defiant drop off and try and punish the Spark and grouping up inside Big Earls here. Finale's rail goes Guangzhou's way, but Shy. Well, he's found Hisu already. Make it to that space that the Spark are trying to create for Shy really starting to pay off now.
Yeah, they don't want to play that aggressive with that Winston there in that scenario. The way they wanted to play that was, you know, just kind of slowly creep around the corner, right? Exchange damage, and then Shy gets around the corner and does what he does, right? Lands some big railgun shots. Are they going to be able to even recontest here? Though Hoppa gets on, but he takes a huge shotgun shot. Same with Hisu, he's really low.
That disruption shot, a big play there as well. Hard for Hoppa to reposition when he's slowed down like that. Guangzhou, he's lined up Finale. He's going to be in trouble as well. Hangzhou putting it together really nicely in the last couple of moments. Pineapple being the man at the door there. Couldn't ask for a better person to fill that role. I think already a headshot at close range on Hoppa before he gets to peek out at all.
Yes, I mean, well, Hotba has to do like a... You ever been in that situation where you're Winston, right? And you kind of can't get like the full leap. Like he kind of has to leap. His head almost like hits the ceiling and then kind of like just ends up coming straight down right on top of the card. Like he has to do that type of leap right out basically into the shotgun shells. Finale just gets dove from there at the top. I mean, this is the spot that we saw Twilight in, right? Where he was able to sit up here on the high ground. So, like, well, you have to use Primal Rage just to get out of that spawn door. It's not the ideal scenario, but you feel like it's one you have to fight here if you're the Defiant.
Classy stuff from Hoppa. He's mechanically more than proficient there, and the Winston able to get away. Getting that jump reset after the Primal Rage. Pretty important that the Defiant want to keep a staging ground here in this second phase of the map, but they have been forced to par with much of this real estate. Pineapple can't do much out in the open right now. He needs to wait for his team to close the gap. Yeah, make the shadow steps to the high ground here. The boot might have been there from Chong, but a little bit premature. He's not in a great position to find much more than Shy, but that might be the difference maker anyway. I think Super sends him careening in a different direction, but he got what he came for. He got the Sojourn. The Defiant are able to capitalize.
Reaper, Hisu from Pineapple's POV with the Death Blossom through the air. It looked like a Reaper helicopter just flying on by. As looks like it was just like a boot possibly from Subaru to sent him up in the air, but still good enough for the Defiant to get a hold. Interesting from the Spark, they actually, Guangzhou jumps up with a TP the same time as Pineapple. Teru swift steps to them and then drops a Casino Rush like on the ramp, and Twilight just answers with his own. So kind of use a lot of your movement abilities to get up in that position for really nothing you can actually fight out of.
Oh my goodness, what is this? Chorong sound barrier not enough there as the Defiant actually filtered themselves into this corridor. Shy knew they were coming too. He throws down. He throws down the disruptor shot like a bag of dung lit on fire on a doorstep. So the Spark can now sort of regroup up here, and a sound barrier committed to that. The Defiant had a clear plan. That's obvious. Oh, Finale.
Like a long way from Modern Warfare 2 spawn camp. Yeah, he's a little bit in the Teru zone, I would say. He's gonna slide. He's actually gonna get out.
Oh
yeah, he's gonna make it. That's crazy.
Oh my goodness!
And he gets a kill out of it.
Absolutely ridiculous. Finale grabs down the disruptor shot. Pineapple doesn't quite know where he is, but Goose right now is on the rampage. Finale and Twilight get their heads knocked together. And the Spark, despite those hijinks, are able to take an advantage here in this fight with Hisu out of the picture. You have to think they're looking to get this checkpoint here with a minute 46 on the clock.
You still have Hotba there. Yeah, you're not going to use Primal. Not going to try and fight that. I will say, though, this has been a good offense from the Spark. I still think this is going to be really difficult to do. I mean, you essentially have to get a full map completion, which is really hard on this map. especially with how close that defender spawn is there towards the end. Even 3 minutes plus is like really difficult to complete this map on. So if you're the Defiant, you're probably like, you know what, we're not going to hold here on checkpoint B. Let's just try and save some ultimates and then fight again.
Guangzhou's being tracked constantly. It's so hard for him to do what he's been doing over the last couple of matches. You see the Defiant see him slightly out of position, maybe make a beeline for him. They do expend the Kitsune Rush in order to win that fight, but they're more than happy to solidify their positions here up on this high ground.
Yeah, you invest early here, right? If you're the Defiant, keep the payload at this corner, and you start to dwindle some of this clock down, right? A minute 30 kind of creeps up soon here for the Spark. You know, this fight's going to probably kind of either kick off around then or end around then. And if you're in this spot, you're in a position where you have to use these ultimates time and time again. I mean, that is a sick pickoff there right at the start. Just a double dink right around the corner.
Pineapple forced a raid walk here, and they are not giving up the chase here. Super Rich falling as well. Hisu realizes he's playing inside close confines and goes for the ultimate. Justin Lucio, though, looks like the Spark can probably bounce back from this, but Terry reluctant to go for Kitsune Rush here. Just wanting to patch up some of these wounds.
No, and this is what I was talking about. Like, you're going to get exactly to that minute and 30, and you're forced to use these ultimates in this type of situation.
Long flank from Finale, very long one. Can he get into the fight in time to make a difference? Headshot on Guangzhou as he tries to return. Turns his head towards the Sojourn flanking, and Pineapple is happy to commit the whole ultimate to get rid of Finale. Hoppenau's in deep trouble, nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. The Hangzhou Spark now with more than a minute and within striking distance of this third map.
See, I don't feel like you needed to invest some ultimates there if you're the Defiant. Like, you could have held on and fought here at the end with those ultimates because you need a map completion. Now you give them Primal, Sound Barrier, and an Overclock to get it done.
Guangzhou's Primal Rage is going to make it a nightmare for the Defiant to actually get in position to adequately defend. An inside spawn. Finale is put to bed. Doesn't even set foot outside of his house. And the Hangzhou Spark snatch away Route 66. Oh, it's another hard-fought one. Make no mistake, but Shai comes out with 19 final blows and 8 deaths. Just going monster mode in that second half.
And I feel like that is one where the Defiant, you'll go back and rewatch that, and you'll wish you had played it a different way. In that type of position, it's so difficult to complete this map. You have some ultimates there. You don't need to kind of get in that position where you trade, right? You need to get the Spark to deplete their ultimate reserve, then come back and fight again. You know, right at that final point, they end up using everything and have nothing to fight at the end with. It ends up burning them.
Hangzhou coming alive, key moment there towards the end of that map. This is definitely the kind of series where the fatigue is going to set in. So who outlasts is the Toronto Defiant must win the next map to stay alive in this elimination match. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to this final elimination match for the day at the Overwatch League 2022 playoffs. And let's highlight Teru there. A key component, I'd like to say, of the Spark's success. Have a look at these 8 final blows. Some of those unlikely eliminations, final blows in situations you just don't expect. Teru is delivering, really showing us both sides of the coin when it comes to what Kiriko offers offensively, man.
Dude, he has been sick on this hero, as we've seen multiple ways, I think. Players have adapted and played Kiriko throughout the playoffs thus far. Teru, we just see he gets right up in the mix. I mean, no fear from him. I think back to Paraiso, right, when he TP'd up to the high ground, just 2-shotted Finale, and the Kitsune rush right after it. Just such an aggressive style of play on the hero. It's really fun to watch.
Absolutely. A play style that looks kind of risky on the outside, but of course with Swift Step available, perhaps it's much safer than we realize at first glance here, as Terry's quite often sort of rejoining the rest of his team. I will say, Gooseray is getting harder and harder to keep alive because the Toronto Defiant, with their season on the line, are starting to zero in on this Winston threat, Matthew. He has a much quieter map. Fortunately for the Spark, Shy comes alive again, as only Shy does. Getting most of his final blows in like the last couple of fights, they're really turning up.
Yeah, they're just, the Spark, I feel like, are just such an explosive team. I know at any moment, Gooseray, Shy, Teru can come up with these like crazy game-saving plays. I do feel like, though, looking back at that map, like Toronto had a really good chance to win that. Like that map could have gone either way. As we go into push, the team that wins the first fight and gets, the bot always has a pretty good advantage. I believe the team that actually, caps that first checkpoint, the team that does it first. So we get Teru doing the little flex there. Team that caps that first checkpoint has above a 70% win rate of the entire map. So really crucial to get that first checkpoint. Close to like 80, or was before the playoffs.
it was extremely high. Whether that's changed or not remains to be seen, but Esperanza, of course, is the Toronto Defiant's map pick their last chance to select a battlefield to stay alive. And circling back maybe to the Kiriko conversation, right? In almost every metric, almost every stat, Teru is outdoing Twilight by a very large amount. More than double the final blows per 10. More healing, way more damage by like a factor of, by 33%, so pretty considerable here. Squeezing every last ounce of utility and impact out of Kiriko, especially when so many players are still getting to grips with her, is extremely important, because in a match that's this close, Matt, it's the little things that make a huge difference.
And I also feel like from the support position, like the extra damage is so important, right? Like Lucio does a reasonable amount of damage, right? It's why you don't see like any mercy really in kind of even in ranked, right? Like not a ton, because there's no real damage output. Can amp damage, but no like actual damage output from that role. Where Kiriko, I think, is really feast or famine in terms of damage, right? Because you need to land the headshots to be able to do so.
Yeah, and with Winston bubbles often getting in the way, you don't feel like you can really break through them. You have to go around them. 40 damage from just like a standard non-headshot. Kunai feels terrible. You're not going to sit there trying to throw them out to break a Winston bubble. You're going to get around it. You're going to try and get more aggressive and get towards your target. So, finding value despite those obstructions quite often being played is going to be important. And like you said, Matt, the first checkpoint on these push maps is so critical.
Yeah, and that was not great if you're a Spark fan. 1 and 4, I think 1 and 5 in terms of your push map record in tournament play. Not ideal.
And they can subvert the history books here, keep themselves alive. Not a great start. Finale's able to pin Shy to the masonry.
The bot will be in favor of the Toronto Defiant first. Is kind of like wrapped around here. It's a really odd spot for the fight to be kicking off. Hey, Spark, they're going the other way.
Yeah.
We're not done yet.
It's really easy for the bot to get away from you on this map as well. Quite often. Especially when the bot's retreading ground it's already been on. To get away from you real quick. So Spark have to try and find some success here in a very weird fight. Shy is able to get into the pocket. Chorong maybe none the wiser there as that bubble just comes up to save Hopper's life in time. Shy tries to throw down a disruptor shot to protect himself from any would-be pursuers, but doesn't pay off. Still, the Spark get somewhat of a stalemate, which is broken now as Finale's brought down by Teru. They can start to make some progress.
And that kill by Teru is huge, right? Because if you still have the Reaper and whatnot in the mix and you can play around there on the bot, maybe you can kind of keep it at least in a position maybe middle of the map, right? Falling back a little bit, making it a little bit difficult on Guangzhou to push up. But those kills by Teru have proven to be impactful.
Still, Hangzhou Spark behind in terms of that progress. So getting past this bridge stroke going to be absolutely crucial. Gonna have a sound barrier coming into it. They have both support ultimates up before the Defiant gets theirs ready. But a Primal Rage comes out instantly, and again Finale finds a crucial kill. He's stepping up to Shy. Another big early pick.
And you can see how difficult it is to like level change. The fight's still going on. Teru gets really high on that wall climb. Then a swift step is he's trying his hardest to stay alive. But when we watch it from Shy's perspective, it can be very difficult in shooter games to like look directly up and then have another target that's like off of your screen, because he's looking up at Hotba and Finale's not even in his like camera shot, right? From the first person POV, and that's a shot that Finale is really kind of like unanswered to not have to worry about any damage being returned and just line it up, knock it down.
As this verticality, the map often allows you to play outside of your opposing Sojourn's field of view. Makes a big difference. They can't really course correct quickly enough. There's no bubble there for Hopper. Not one. The fight now quickly having to get this ground up.
As soon as you saw Hoppa take like a shot, the overclock was popped. Yeah, you knew he was a goner. That is just too much damage to take before that impact goes down. But the Defiant get ever closer towards that checkpoint. I was talking about how important it is to get that checkpoint first.
Starting to wonder if there's anything Finale can't do when it comes to the DPS. He's really standing up now, matching Shy's impact, if not exceeding it so far. One of the key reasons the Defiant are still operating from a position of power here on Esperanza. He's shooting out of the high ground. Looks like that'll be hotly contested as he opts to drop off here. The Spark aren't done trying to progress here. And we'll see an overclock from Finale. What can he do here? Can he command his high ground position? It looks like the Spark again backing up.
Yeah, he connects with Shy, he connects with Guangzhou a little bit earlier, but I was going to say not enough to finish off a kill, but he's actually going to take Shy out. Now you can go if you're the Defiant, and this may result in that first checkpoint.
Finale accounting for 5 of 7 of the Defiant's final blows so far. His Sojourn aim has been crisp. Can he continue it now? That bot is getting awful close. Remember that first checkpoint's a key metric in determining success for these teams. Going to have roads laid down by both Kiriko's here. She's trying to benefit from the fire rate increase, and it pays off brilliantly. Teru goes up in a puff of smoke, and the Defiant run over the Spark.
Yes, this will be the first checkpoint taken from the Defiant, so that is huge. Like I mentioned, the first checkpoint really dictates how often these teams win and push. As it is a huge indicator. If you're able to get that first checkpoint, you have a fantastic opportunity to win the map.
Sightline's initially going to favor the defenders here as Shy can peel towards that left-hand side, get a decent off angle. But the Defiant quickly want to move up here, take that space away. Guangzhou trying to thwart this particular endeavor. And again, whoa, double jump over the top. I don't know if they expect him to come from this direction. Finale under a heck of a lot of pressure, but Guangzhou's lost that extra health from Primal. The Defiant wisely opt to back away, but now they're playing inside an enclosed space.
I think the Defiant are fine taking these types of fights, Mitch, because they have such an advantage in terms of push that they don't have to be the team that kind of like runs in and makes a play. It's Finale with another one.
Finale is that guy right now, Matt. What a step up from him. Getting rid of Pineapple is big, but there's no Reapers to play right now. Shy at least able to reciprocate the efforts of Finale, and still the Spark opt to give up ground. They are being forced back. Quite the ferocious approach from the Defiant, but they may have to respect this. Shy's overclock will force them to turn tail.
Yeah, they have to. I mean, it's the only thing you can do is actually Finale. They push up a little bit. He actually pops his overclock. He's so weak, though, and he's now lost Twilight.
Twilight was hiding behind enemy lines, hoping to make a flank, but Pineapple's able to sniff him out. Get rid of that would-be flanker. of the Defiant's plans now starting to crumble away. Chorong's unlikely to get away with this. Pineapple's going to bring him down, and the Spark need to find that first checkpoint themselves. They need to get on even footing.
Still a long way to go, though, to be able to match this progress here from the Defiant early on. As you're going to have both support ultimates here for the Spark. You're going to get close to that Death Blossom, so see if they're able to execute as Hisu TPs to that high ground, then just gets knocked right down. Disruptor shot through the choke, so not going to be able to move through there either.
Hopper fainted there and forced Shy to slide away. A lot of respect being offered to the Winston right now. Chorong is in Pineapple's sights. And the pink brick road is going to be what the Spark use to get themselves in striking position. Goochway finds his second here. Spark winning multiple fights in a row is a big deal, especially with the Tuner Rush being used by Twilight here. Death Blossom is scary though. Super Rich gets caught inside that storm, but Pineapple's got one of his own. Hopper has to run away. Not much he can do from here. Now out of position, trying to get back to his team, or what's left of it.
Yeah, what the Defiant were trying to do there, Mitch, is they were actually trying to use that Primal and that Death Blossom to get Super Rich to use that sound barrier. So you remember, like, the first kill in that fight's Chorong, so he's out of that fight for an extended period. If you can get that sound barrier out from Super Rich, you can come right back. If you're the Defiant, have that sound barrier advantage, but they're not able to do so. Look at this, they haven't taken that first checkpoint yet.
The disruptor shot for Shy going a little more left than I thought it would be, but Finale's picked up early. Shy now doesn't need to worry too much about the threat of Hotbar. Yeah, not much he can do except float above the carnage, and the Spark get that first checkpoint themselves now, putting himself again closer to being within striking distance of the Defiant's total. 85 plays 53.
This is not looking good for the Defiant. It's a few fights lost in a row. It seems like the Spark's starting to come to life here. It's this next fight, and what? You're going to be very close to tying this game. As Hoppa drops down, he's got to be real careful.
Yeah, that's going to
get his armor ripped right off.
That's some space given up there already. Hangzhou, all they had to do was turn and look at the Winston. Finale needs to be the guy once more to step up, if I'm not mistaken. So far, 7-5, final blows to deaths.
I think both teams are going to play for their Kiriko ults here. Like, just kind of like, yeah, you see, just letting Twilight just gain that healing. Yep, farm the healing up. You see no damage going down for the Defiant, not giving an opportunity really for Teru to get it fast. Now some damage goes down from Teru as he's got this ultimate. Let's see how both of them decide to play now. This is what both teams have been waiting for. This could decide the game.
They're so cagey right now. This fight could allow the Spark to blow the Defiant out. They're the ones in possession of the bot right now, playing around this choke so carefully. Both teams are searching for an opening. DC is fighting on that corner.
Disruptor shot. Yeah.
Good damage to Guchwei as it goes in. Here it comes, the road is out. Guchwei back to his backline here. Teru caught amidst the fighting as the Spark very quickly back away. Guchwei took too much damage, and now the Defiant are in the position to strike at them. They're going to charge forward. Super Rich evading certain doom. This Finale can't finish the job. The Spark with 5 had to regroup. Finale's in trouble. Low ground disadvantage is plaguing him there, but he's kept alive.
Yeah, 40 seconds on the clock, but the Defiant did move the bot a little bit further back towards that middle of the map. So they give themselves a little bit of a cushion here. Now fighting.
Hopper's going to let the one go straight away, and there it is. Finale steps up. Guchwei is down. Pineapple's very close to a Death Blossom, though. He might try and salvage the situation, but this is bad for Hangzhou.
I like this for Toronto, though. Who cares if they're up here on the bridge on this high ground? Just get the bot moving the other way.
The sound barrier is unreal. Shark doesn't benefit from it either, so Hopper descends upon him now. Super Rich doubles back, but Pineapple's brought down again. Finale finds another key kill. 5 seconds left in the round, and the Spark are falling apart. Hisu Disco dancing his way forwards as they know their prize is within reach. Guchwei forced for a primal rage here, and it definitely seems an attempt in vain to keep this game going. We're in overtime, but the Defiant have the players. Guchwei barely touches the ground before being dispatched, and now it'll be trickle in here. The Spark realize they've let this one get too far out of hand, but Shy, he's alive.
Oh, no.
Victor goes down. It's going to be the overclock from Shy. He's going to have to find more, though. Playing safe around the corner. Sees Chorong, but Hopper's a more pertinent threat at present. He takes a hit himself now and has to respect Finale, who again comes alive. This man can do it all, and the Defiant stay alive.
So we got a game 5 here between the Spark and the Defiant. One map to decide the seasons for these teams. One will keep playing, one will go home, and I tell you what, Toronto, they looked pretty good on Route 66, even in that loss. And then here, obviously, they take it. They look really good. The decision-making, very smart there towards the end. A lot of the momentum sits with the Defiant.
Finale dusts off his hands and pulls off the deadlift. Unbelievable. 13 of, if I'm not mistaken, 25 final blows for the Defiant. Unbelievable performances. Now their fate rests in their own hands. Toronto versus Hangzhou goes to a map 5. The Defiant can surge forward once more just to keep him up and alive. Or Muse with a punch. This is dangerous. That was close. Okay. Power block. No power. Oh no! You can't do this. Another one falls to Muse.
Hisu, massive play at the very end to clutch the round.
Oh! Valentine draws the blade, but it's him that needs an ambulance in the end.
Hop with a commanding shout now wants to back out.
That's a big one.
The Toronto Defiant take the W.
In their hour of greatest need, the Toronto Defiant find the finale has answered the call. 13 final blows out of 23 for 5 deaths. He takes over Esperanza and puts the Defiant in a position to have a say in the result of this match. That's right, they've taken us to a tiebreaker.
And with the way, obviously, the game on Route 66 goes to Spark's favor, but if you kind of like just look at that final point, like on the defense, like the Defiant had an opportunity to win that. You know, I think they just kind of like played the ultimate game a little bit wrong there. Push though, they were fantastic, able to get that checkpoint first, like we talked about, a huge thing in push to really kind of signify if you're going to win or lose the game. They're able to do that first. Finale able to match Shy in that Sojourn battle. They push us to a game 5 in this series, which I don't think anybody really expected.
Well, this is it. No second chances, no redos, no takesies backsies. The Spark have made the move to bring Alpha Yi back into the lineup in this decider map. It's all on the line for this team, and they have put their hopes on this man's shoulders returning, presumably, to the Reaper role.
Right, we've seen Alpha Yi throughout this tournament. They decided to play Pineapple today, which we were a little bit kind of caught off guard as maybe they thought Alpha Yi wasn't the answer, but then, I mean, this is such a hard situation to bring him back into. What, he finds out today, like, hey, you're not going to start, we're going to play Pineapple, and then just, oh, game 5, season on the line. Like, you know what, why don't you get back in there? I mean, just be able to get in there and play in that position, so difficult. You see everybody on the Spark trying to regain, trying to refocus.
Teetotaling super rich here, trying to find a moment of solace amidst the churn. But this is the business of esports. This is the business of the Overwatch League. Times like this, when it's all on the line, you've got to dig deep and you've got to leave it all out there. Both teams preparing themselves now for Lijiang Tower, the last map in this series. And I mean, goodness, we really were high on the Hangzhou Spark coming into this series. We said the Toronto Defiant looked a little bit sloppy. And then Toronto come in with these changes, right? They put Finale in the Sojourn position. It's Hotbar coming in instead of Muse, and they turn up. They give as good as they get in this series. And the Hangzhou Spark found themselves on the back foot pretty darn quickly in this match. That's it. None of that matters now, Matthew. One more map to decide it. One of these teams advances in the lower bracket. The other will go home.
And if you think back to game 1 in this series, the control, the Defiant, it was kind of even in that first round. The second round, they got blown out. But I feel like they've looked much better. They started to kind of come into their own. You know, with some of these changes and substitutions they've had in the series thus far. I do think you're going to see that same Defiance from map 1 in this one. I think you're going to see them kind of continue this strong play. It's Hotba starting to figure things out on the Winston.
Absolutely. And the Defiant start to figure out how to unravel Guangzhou. In many of these fights, he's being forced back very early. They snap to attention and they answer the threat of the monkey in their front line. And all eyes now are on Alpha Yi. It is going to be the Reaper as he's brought in. Spotlight on him now to stand tall and get his team across the line.
TP straight across here at the start. You're going to have a little bit of an advantage for the Spark, and now a big one as Shy will take out Hisu. And without that Reaper, you see they start to back up right away. Nothing they can do.
Guangzhou postures really aggressively at the start of that fight. He takes a ton of damage, but it pays off. Shy has the room to move.
The kill happens so fast though that like the point doesn't even open up yet, so you can actually kind of like push in a little bit here if you're the Defiant. Flip this fast.
How does he find a melee here? I have no idea. He's out the corner. He's like his arm just bends.
And they only get 9%. So I mean that first kill happened so fast. You weren't able to actually get like a huge percentage on the points or even stabilize really.
I don't know, man. I'm feeling the Toronto Defiant. They've got a fire in their bellies right now. Twilight getting rid of Alpha Yi there. While the Defiant already were in a strong position, now they look to solidify it. It's kind of wild, right? 9% is all Hangzhou come away with, despite finding such a crucial pick at the start of that fight. Got to be frustrating now as they look to find a way to get back in.
Oh, and look at the advantage in terms of support ults here for the Defiant as well. They can start to rack up some serious percentage.
Shy again. Decent angle here for long-range play, but look at this. Hotbar surges forward straight away. The Spark are the ones that are giving a lot of this ground here, but Hisu extends too far into the firing line, and Alfie brings him down. Now, advantage for the Hangzhou Spark. They look to try and exploit it. Disruptor shot's going to slow them down for a moment, but off to the point they go. Juice goes in over the top. That's an overclock from Finale. Shy holding on to his for the time being as sound barriers applied. Toronto are using all of their ultimates here to try and hold on to the point, but Chorong is still going to be brought down. Alfie now draws a bead on Hotbar, looking to bring the Winston down, but Shy gets him first. Now he's trying to hang on. The Defiant spent everything and still lose.
Both teams dump just about everything into that one, though. So, Guangzhou finish off Finale, gets right up, finishes up with that right click. Primal and Overclock still available from the Spark. So, you know what it was interesting, Mitch, that right at the beginning when Hisu actually gets killed by Alpha, it looks like he uses the Wraith form, but then cancels out of it. Maybe he thinks he's actually like kind of safe, or there's a bubble going down and Alpha's not there, but gets killed instantly, so not great timing there from Hisu.
And a rough one for the Defiant, but they built such a nice lead early here. To be fairly conservative as they make their approach here, but Primal from Guangzhou, this has definitely got to elicit a response from them now. What do they do with Hisu? Okay, Finale able to find Alpha Yi, crucial. Chorong out of the picture though, and the Death Blossom from Hisu gets cut short by Shy, who pops off there. Fighting two off the Overclock, and the Spark will extend their lead.
I mean, Shy is just always able to nail some of these shots on the Sojourn. That's 3 in that fight for him to secure the point. They'll now end up taking the lead off of the back of that, but Twilight did a lot of work in that fight, Mitch. He's going to have this Kasuni rush right away. And I wonder if they have an idea, because you know, it's just been one fight since he's seen it last. They have an idea where Teru's at. This is a really fast build-up.
Twilight lays the groundwork here for a successful fight by the Defiant. The Spark are out of it.
Everybody disappears, yeah.
When do they come back in is the question. Alpha is not able to get away with the rest of his team. Chorong catches him out there. And the Spark from a play disadvantage and definitely not going to be able to get much done here. Teru has to Suzu himself, now draws the attention of Finale. The Spark getting bundled out of here unceremoniously.
Oh yes, Teru Shy are really low. It's going to be a Primal Rage from Hotba. Now he's trying to get back to the rest of the team. Doesn't need to force the issue. 90% for the Spark. You're going to get up to about that now if you're the Defiant. Double support ult here for Hangzhou. You got to have a big sound barrier here for the Defiant, and then also Finale to lay out some shots with the Overclock.
Junior rush here for the Spark. They extend forward now. Finale having to play pretty close. A sound barrier giving some measure of confidence to the Defiant. He'll play safe around the pillar, but the point's flipped and Finale now has to back away. Shy catches him in midair. Now the Spark have the advantage and they're ticking up. 97 and counting, but who from the Defiant is going to be able to stand up here? Hisu has to turn tail and Wraithwalk and play around the point, but Chorong is brought down, and that overtime, it ticks away, and the Spark have an early lead.
They're not able to touch, as that's as close of an opening round as we could have there. As just seemed like the Spark were able to, you know, always have that double support ult combo, and the Defiant, they needed to use one of them to get the point back. They kind of only had the other, and eventually, you know, you're just going to lose out in that game of sustain, right? With not having that extra support ult in the mix.
But look at how these last few moments went. This is Shy with a big shutdown.
Right around the corner. Oh, that is filthy.
And awareness to know he doesn't need a fully charged rail to guarantee the kill. He doesn't have to wait for that to build up. He just goes for it. Impressive round, 8-1 for Shy. What a time to come alive.
So, the Spark will take the side of the point first. They won't kind of like play this dance over by the stairs, so I'll actually just kind of play from the point. So now they kind of flip sides here.
Hopper repositioned there as Alfie is kind of in the midst of it, but he's able to take the Winston down. Finale though from a safe position, really getting work done. Teru now a non-factor in this fight. Shy wants to hang around and maybe try and turn this. Chorong has fallen, he knows where he's going to come from. Wraithwalk is available, but where does he go? Moved away, protection Suzu, and there's Finale chiming in once more. Hopper returns to the fray, and the Defiant have the numbers.
Finale has stepped up big time in this series. I mean, how many Sojourns in the league can go toe-to-toe with Shy? He has taken it to another level on the hero. As of late is Alfie with the TP straight across. As Alfie comes in here for game 5 as bubble down, move up a little bit for the Spark, trying to take some space, moving their way back towards the point.
Shy now has a better sideline, and Finale trying to play an off angle of his own is punished for that. The Spark paves the way, they get on in there with a disruptor shot and they make full use of that real estate. Twilight there trying to slap back against Shy. He's a scary threat to be sure. Shy though, plays it safe.
I mean, he's a beast. I mean, I just talked about Finale and he just comes right around the corner and he reminds him like can't play that free and loose against me. You see even Finale here trying to like get some damage on the choke, just takes a ton of shots, and Shy with a headshot on Ahisu before things even begin. So this is dangerous because coming through the choke against a Sojourn at this level, right? It almost feels like Shy's bound to kill one every single time. You always feel fortunate if you're able to make it in.
And he has done that, Matt. 11 final blows, 2 deaths. Teru trying to fight through this choke, very oppressive against this long-range kind of pressure. The Defiant have no choice but to wait. They need their key piece in this fight. Here we go.
So disruptor shots can slow them down as they try and move through as well, just make them easier targets. They have the Consumer Rush just to make it.
Teru uses it at the very least, but it goes down. What does the Spark do with this now? They have a bit of a lead to work with. Hisu's cut down. Alfie is able to use the Death Blossom inside that. That's ridiculous. Making use of the Perish Teru's ultimate. And he punishes the Defiant once more. Now you're up against the wall, Toronto. They need to figure this out. Both teams using a lot of ultimates, and it's going to come down to Finale's overclock.
Yeah, it's the thing that ends up saving Alfie there. It's the sound barrier from Super Rich. His sound barrier connects, and it's good enough to keep him alive as right on a little bit of a flank.
Dive low. Twilight chooses himself now, able to stay alive. Usher his team forward, but Hopper takes a faceful. It's Finale's overclock. This is what we were foreshadowing. A dearth of targets, though.
They get them off the point. Yeah, they get them off the point. That's massive. Just buys them some space. Now it forces the Spark to be the team that's running into this fully charged Sojourn.
Okay, the Spark regain this right-hand side of the map, right? The close quarters area is theirs. Shy has to get away from Hotbar, who will not give up the chase. Try to charge up those Suzu are employed. Looking for an insta-kill here, but it's an awkward angle for the Sojourn to play with. Now he swings out and Twilight is put to bed. Not a great start here with the Defiant able to flip the point back. It may not matter though. The Spark come charging straight back in. It's Hisu to try and throw a spanner in the works, but he's unable to get much done. Just the one kill. And here it is. This will be the last fight for the Toronto Defiant, and they all end here.
And who is going to be able to touch? It looks like Finale on the side here. With Twilight, they're going to be the ones that have to get on the point.
He's on his own! He gets surrounded! Finale tries to go for the gambit, but it blows up in his face. 4 players left for Toronto now. What can they get done? Toronto taking a lot of damage. He needs to get that sound barrier online. He stays alive, but can't keep Hotbar standing. Here comes Alfie. The Death Blossom may seal the deal. It's Shy finding 2 and another. Finale falling as well, and the man of the moment comes alive. He's anything but. As the Hangzhou Spark stay alive in this lower bracket, finally vanquishing the Defiant, who live up to their name in more ways than one.
Yes, that is such a close back and forth series. The Spark just own control at the front and the back. So you gotta feel for the Defiant players. They had a very good season, tremendous run at their own homestand, but in the overall season playoffs, they fall just a bit short.
The Defiant made sure they were close to every major event in the West in the Overwatch League. Hangzhou really had their ups and downs, but no one can argue that the time is right for this team. Shy, 20 final blows, 2 deaths on Lijiang Tower. Should be clear that that's a deadlift, but what a moment for him. Finale keeping him under the thumb every other map, having to adapt to a new threat from the Toronto Defiant. With the Spark, they strike gold at a key moment. This team is electrifying.
Ooh. And I think if you are some of the other teams in this tournament, you were probably rooting so hard for the Defiant there at the end just to get this Spark team out of here, because they look so scary and dangerous. I mean, Shy is like deadlifting every other map. Gushui is tremendous on the Winston. Teru's causing so many problems on the Kariko. This is a team that I don't think anybody wants to see in the loser bracket. Just because their players have so much pop-off potential that, you know, you're playing the right way, you're doing everything. All of a sudden, Shy pops an overclock, kills 4 people. I mean, it's so difficult and crazy to game plan against and play against. It's scary for a lot of the teams still in the field that Spark are still in.
Yeah, we labeled them as a dark horse threat, but we've got to hand it to the Defiant. We didn't expect them to put up such an incredible fight.
True.
That team who's had to adapt on the fly extremely quickly with some big changes to the team. But let's talk player of the match. Should be pretty darn obvious. With 2 deadlifts across the course of the series, the other player of the match is none other than Shy. What a player. What a talent.
I mean, some player, he just did not want to go home today. Regardless of who the opponent was, he was going to come in and just put on a show. It feels like every time with the overclock, I mean, dude, headshots like crazy, man. And like, look at this. I mean, he's being juggled by a Winston and just nails the headshot. Like, it just makes it look so easy. When you have a Sojourn player that's this good, you get Gushui on that Winston. I mean, the sky really is the limit for this team.
I mean, this is going to go down, I think, as one of the most intense playoff matches we've seen in quite some time. The pure amount of grit and determination that gets displayed by both these teams. Shy wasn't popping off every map. He definitely had some quiet ones. But you went with the series with north of 13 final blows per 10, those charge shot kills as well. So crucial. Both Sojourns had, you know, upwards of 66% accuracy for the most part with those charge shots. They were taking a real front runner's role in this series. And let's not forget, I mean, if you're Alpha right now, you're breathing a sigh of relief. You come in that map 5 and you're expected to deliver, just to add water, and deliver he did, man.
And I gotta say as well, like, the thing that impresses me the most about Shy is that, you know, you see these performances from him in the biggest moments, right? In the biggest games, against the toughest opponents. You know, not beating up on everybody in the regular season in the seeding, right? And then, you know, come to a tournament and just kind of, you know, not having those like big game-changing performances. Like doing this in the biggest moments against the best teams we have in the league. That's what I love about it. It does not seem like there is a fight he will not take, a battle he does not think he can win. You just love seeing that type of play.
There's never been a better time to be a fan of Overwatch esports, one of our most competitive playoffs of all time. And what a way to cap off the day of games. We're not done, of course. We're going to head over to the crew down in Anaheim to cap today off. Incredible stuff. We'll, of course, see you later for more playoff action.
나이스.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Butterfinger. Crispity, crunchity, peanut buttery. No one lays a finger on your Butterfinger.
Welcome to Watchpoint Post Show, everybody. Danny Lim here, joined by Tero from Hangzhou Spark. Tero, congratulations on the win. I want to start off this interview by just asking you, because we saw something interesting today. Unlike the previous two matches where Alpha E came into the lineup playing the Reaper, today we saw something different. We saw Pineapple play the Reaper for the team, and then Alpha E joining towards the end of the match. So what was the reason for having Pineapple play over Alpha E? 자, 오늘 승리를 축하드리면서 테루 선수, 오늘 첫 번째 질문 일단 저번 두 경기에 비해서 오늘 되게 좀 특별했던 게 아무래도 딜러진이 아닐까 싶습니다. 이제 알파이 선수가 이제 리퍼를 항상 이렇게 쭉 해오는 모습을 보여주다가 오늘 파인애플 선수가 교체가 되면서 파인애플 선수 쭉 하다가 끝에 가서 알파이 선수가 다시 들어오게 되셨는데요. 이 파인애플 선수가 오늘 급하게 투여된 이유가 있다면 뭐가 있을까요?
일단은 저희가 댈러스전에서 첫 패배를 겪어봤기 때문에 약간 한기성 플레이도 있고 이제 알파이 선수랑 파인애플 선수가 좀 스타일이 다르다 보니까 이렇게 기용된 것 같습니다. 그리고 뭐 주인공은 일단 마지막에 등장하는 거기 때문에 알파이가 딱 등장해서 이겼던 것 같습니다.
그 처음에 달라스랑 지고 난 후에 뭐라고 하시죠? 죄송합니다. 한 번 더 말씀해 주실 수 있을까요?
그 달라스전에서 진 이후에 이제 환기성 플레이로 기용한 것 같고요. 이제 파인애플이랑 알파이 선수가 그 스타일이 다르기 때문에 이렇게 네 기용한 것 같고 알파이가 워낙 잘하다 보니까 주인공은 이제 마지막에 등장하는 법이니까 와서 캐리하고 간 것 같습니다. 알파이.
네, 알겠습니다. Alright, sorry guys, that took quite a bit of long time because I couldn't hear a couple words that Tero was saying. So basically, what he was saying, after they had to make some sort of switch after they had their first loss in the playoffs against the Dallas Fuel, and of course there are difference. The way they played Pineapple and Alpha, there's a huge difference in how they play. So those were sort of the considerations that the team had thought of, and more importantly, but we did see Alpha E towards the end, mainly because the main character in any story sort of appears towards the end. So that's how we got to see Alpha E towards the end. All right, and last but not least, my final question for you, Tero, is tomorrow it's going to be the Battle of the Pinks, I guess. It's Florida Mayhem versus the Hangzhou Spark. Tero, how confident are you that you could defeat the Florida Mayhem? 자, 마지막 질문으로 이제 내일 경기 핑크 대 핑크일 것 같습니다. 이제 항저우 대 플로리다 메이햄이 될 것 같은데요. 테루 선수 내일 경기에 대한 좀 자신감 얼마큼 있으십니까?
네, 일단은 저보다 일단 잘하는 키리코는 지금 프로팀들 중에 없다고 생각하기 때문에 아직은 이제 NIM을 떠나기는 이른 것 같습니다.
All right, I would like to say that, there's no one better when it comes to Kiriko. I am the best Kiriko currently, so I think it's too early for me to leave Anaheim just yet. All right, Tero, thank you so much for all of your answers, and again, big congratulations on the win. 자, 오늘 승리 축하드리면서 좋은 답변 너무 감사드리고 보내드리도록 하겠습니다. 테루 선수 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
All right, Zoe, back to you.
Thank you so much, Danny. Thank you so much, Tero. Tiny hearts back to you, and congratulations to you and your team for making it one round further into the playoffs. Now, let's talk about this match. Funny enough, looking at the entire schedule for today's matches, I think that was the match I least expected to go all the way, being like very, very close, but that was the one which really took us all the way on an emotional roller coaster. And that makes it a very heartbreaking loss for the Toronto Defiant because they got so close to making it one step further. Alas, it shall not be. Let's discuss how the Spark got it done. They already just discussed there were a few changes that were made from the Spark side. We saw Pineapple in suddenly over Alpha E for the beginning of the series. What were your initial thoughts when you saw the lineup?
I mean, I think when I saw the lineup for the Hangzhou Spark, I was quite surprised because obviously we saw Pineapple back in the mix, but this is something they've done throughout the season as well when it comes to the Tracer play. Notoriously, Alpha E was a bit more of a solo artist, racking up the solo kills for his team and going on these big flanks on Tracer, whereas Pineapple historically on the Tracer played more with the team, and maybe this is something they implemented when it came to the Reaper as well. Maybe Pineapple has more tendencies to stick with Yushui, for example, and sticking with the team, making for more of a teamwork kind of effort. But in this series, though, it was back and forth. The big story for this one was Toronto Defiant they subbed in Hotba, an off-tank player, historically an off-tank player, onto that Winston role instead, and they swapped around the Reaper and the Sojourn player. So he played the Sojourn for the Toronto Defiant yesterday in their loss, and now today it was Finale on that Sojourn role. And Jaws, knowing you're a Toronto Defiant fan here, what did sort of you make of the two damage player swaps here?
For wait, what team?
For Toronto.
Oh, right, okay.
Damage switches,
I was
yeah.
like, what are you saying? I don't know, bro. It's been a long day. It was a long series. Yeah, no, it's it was interesting to see how Toronto Defiant did tackle this meta, because ideally you would have Hisu on the Sojourn. Historically, he has been played Sojourn for a lot of Toronto Defiant's game time, but we were kind of talking about this in the green room a little bit earlier on today. Like, Reaper requires such like an interesting playstyle this meta, but maybe Hisu has that kind of grasp in it more than Finale does, in the way that the Reaper's there just to kind of force out cooldowns from the Winston, from Kiriko, or like from the other DPS. And maybe Hisu just has the bigger brain in that aspect, and he just lets Finale just sit up there and aim. I mean, it was a very close series in the end. I think both Hisu and Finale had pop-off moments individually.
Yeah, I think as well as someone who's played in moments like this, it can be. This is something I mentioned about the Atlanta Reign series as well, like subbing and Gator, for example, on the tank role. It can be a bit of a confidence boost, sometimes just making a change for the sake of making a change. I mean, so many of the viewers watching right now, like, sometimes we'll just change up our sensitivity at home, just like, oh, I aim better when I swap my sense. Do not do that. Because the viewers, I know you viewers at home, I know you guys are doing this at home. You're like, oh, I swap my sensitivity. I'm like, oh my god, it feels so much better. I'm shooting heads, right? And actually, that can sort of be applied to the role swap sometime itself. I'm not saying this is a smart thing to do, right? Because the LA Gladiators, for example, put Happy on the Sojourn, put Kevster on the Reaper. That makes the most sense, right? But for example, the Toronto Defiant, they had a really rough game the other day, and now you get into this series, and maybe you change things up a little bit here by making this change. And honestly, they looked quite good. I want to wrap though on the Hangzhou Spark.
Yeah.
Obviously, went to map 5. This is not something we expected from the Hangzhou Spark, because we expected them to be dominant. But I do think it's noteworthy going into the playoffs. When it comes to the escort maps, Hangzhou Spark is the worst performing playoff team we have on escort maps, and they're the second worst team we have on push maps as well. That kind of inconsistency is not going to fly if you want to go deep in the playoffs, because then you're essentially reliant on just winning control and winning hybrid maps all the time. But then, like, you look at the hybrid scores here. LA Gladiators, they win hybrid maps 75% of the time. So if you're the Hangzhou Spark, is your win condition to just come in there and beat people on the hybrid maps? I'm really worried about this inconsistency from the Hangzhou Spark. You need to be able to find a way to win push maps. Maybe Esperanza, the new push map, would be one of those win conditions for Spark, but a bit worrisome going to map 5 against the Toronto Defiant here. I think they should be expected to be better.
I mean, one thing which does stand out if you're looking at that roster, okay, some statistics might work against it. The stats say otherwise. But if you're looking at the eye test here, I mean, Shy, he deadlifted not once, but twice in that series. And in fact, I don't know the stats here because, quite frankly,
you don't need him. He deadlifted, okay?
I mean, if you're looking at how many deadlifts per match we had, historically, because this match had 3. Is that unprecedented?
That has to be
I feel like that's got to be a record.
Oh,
it's gotta be.
We're making up stats again, Zoe.
No. I'm not making it up. I'm questioning.
Yeah,
Someone out there has the answer, so please provide them to us here, because I would really like to know. Shai managed to deadlift twice. Finale on that Sojourn, really stepping it up for his team. So it's never been free, which just we got just word from production. This is a first.
Yeah.
So,
really?
Yeah. What a way.
Not made up.
It's real. I didn't make it up.
Wow.
Epic.
That's actually really epic,
Yeah, it is epic.
There's no way, map 5, 3 deadlifts, like, these players are fighting tooth and nail to stay in the competition. Like, you can just see it there.
Yeah, and to have one of those deadlifts done by Finale, who had to pick up that Sojourn role for today after not playing the Sojourn for the last 2 days, that is huge. So let's send Toronto off with some kind words. Their season obviously has been... I don't want to say mid, but it was...
It's been hot and it's been cold. They've had moments where they haven't.
But they made it
good.
all the way to the playoffs, and I think a lot of people did not expect that. But they deserve to be here for sure.
It's definitely been a step in the right direction for this franchise. And I think the Toronto Defiant themselves, if you compare this to the 2019 roster, the 2020 roster, for example, they had Kariv in the lineup for quite some time. Agility is formerly part of the LA Valiant, but now like they have this roster right here. I think they're onto something. I think Chorong and Twilight has been a standout in the backline for them, and obviously they've been hot and cold at some points throughout the season. But it's important to remember we had the Toronto homestand in the Summer Showdown. They got third in their very own homestand, and like I know some Toronto Defiant fans who are down home, you know, cheering for their own team, and it was so rewarding for them to really see this franchise succeed in the Summer Showdown and make their fans proud. So I hope the Toronto Defiant, I hope they can build on this season. I think they got something going in the right direction. Build on this roster, improve for next year, and maybe you'll be better off in the playoffs next year.
Absolutely. There's so much talent on that roster, so it was really heartbreaking to see them go out, but they went out with a bang. It was an amazing last showing for that Toronto Defiant squad, and we can't wait to see more. So thanks a lot, Toronto Defiant, for everything you've provided throughout the 2022 season. Now, with that double, triple deadlift, actually, we actually got some
double
stuff.
triple.
The double triple deadlift. We got some work to do on our bingo board. So of course our guest
Joss,
will
do the honors.
head on over.
It's my job today.
Yeah,
I don't want
it
to
is your
trip
turn.
over the cable though.
And unlike Costa, you actually have a mic too. So
Yeah, he's got long gangly legs. I'm a bit shorter than Scott.
all
Funny
right,
enough.
so we can cross off the deadlift.
Yeah, let's see where we're at. We're really
that
close.
happened.
We're
Yep.
really close to bingo on the left side.
Deadlift.
with the
Yeah.
Winton jump.
It's gone.
That's
So wait, Winter jump. Okay.
Did that happen?
How do you define this?
Well,
no
Winton
honor,
is
right?
a nap.
in-
There's no honor. Yeah. So no, he can't nap.
Yeah, I guess we can't nap like that.
Trace
We need to wait for the honor pick, yeah.
No silly
No grand
walkout,
final.
not
Kiriko.
yet. That didn't happen yet.
No.
The sneaky back cap.
Oh,
that
Yeah.
definitely happened.
Right?
Yep.
That was
yep,
a huge
yep,
one.
yeah,
Leave it on.
Giga Cena.
The biggest
Big one.
back cap of the year.
Yeah, that actually was. Yeah,
That was amazing.
It
So
definitely was.
Fusion gets second place. Well, that's not gonna happen.
Well, that's
Pause due
yeah,
to
that
players
bottom one
splitting
is.
we're gonna remind Fusion fans every time we bring up the bingo
Sorry,
board. It's
Fusion.
like, oh, Fusion got last. So
My bad.
Wait, do we have a bingo across the middle? Well, yeah, we do. Free field.
Oh, they're
right,
free.
right. Smack
Let's
that.
get the free.
The free one.
is that free?
There we go.
It's free,
We
baby.
did it.
Yeah.
Bingo.
Someone
Bingo.
mispronounces double LM with single boot.
What do we get
Sneaky
now?
back cap and a
What's the-
reference.
So there we go.
And now?
Overwatch League.
That-
What do we
that was
get?
it.
I think social media team has something prepared for us. So
Yeah,
we'll keep
what
you
do
guys
we get?
tuned on what the social media team
All right,
has
you
prepared for
won.
us.
You can come
That
back
it?
to the desk. Huzzah.
Yeah, let's go.
Worst case scenario, we'll let
just make a
Hardy.
new one.
We'll let Hardy pick what
We'll let Hardy
we have
pick.
to do with
I
this
think
bingo now.
I don't think you have to do.
A
It's not like a
firm
truth and
handshake.
dare situation.
No, we don't have to do anything.
I don't think
They're-
that's how bingo. I never played bingo in my
Well,
life. so-
people have been at home. They've been waiting for us to do bingo all week long now for like 3 days, and we finally do bingo, and there's nothing at the end of the tunnel.
I
We need to do something.
I gotta
We
be
need
real.
to do something. So
Is it in the
I-
budget? I don't know. We'll have to wait and see.
I don't know how bingo works. To be perfectly
You don't.
honest with
Well,
you.
we just did it.
Yeah, I know we got the bingo thing, but I don't know what it means. It's like me making sports references. I just make them a
The
chuckle, and I
football.
hope no one tries
Yeah.
to follow
The
up.
sports
because
ball.
if
Oh,
they
we
do,
lost
I
We've
was like,
lost
I love sports ball.
oh well. Moving on. We did the bingo thing, and now it's time for the best of the days. Those I know how to do, okay? Those I'm very familiar with. And I'm going to start us off with an absolute banger. This one is coming in from Guangzhou. We're going to call it the Cone of Silence. He decided to put down a noise-canceling headset over this beat. Nothing coming through. This is so good.
An unbelievable
So sick.
Winston play.
the entire beat nullified with a Winston beat or
This is
bubble.
it's amazing.
Dome.
Oh,
Still
the
proves
frustration
that it's one of the best
from the other
Winstons we
side.
have of all time.
Yeah.
Like, the presence of mind to do that is unreal. Guangzhou
Yeah.
beast.
I don't want to be that guy. I'm gonna be that guy. Okay.
Go on then.
Be that guy.
Was it
Intentional?
Bad? Was it bad play from Chorong to beat literally on top of the payload?
No,
Usually
I don't think
knows.
so. No.
Usually knows that Lucio has sound barrier. It's like, hey, I'm on the court. Hey, I'm on the court.
No, but like, did you not? No. So the Lucio did the tech, right? He uses beat uphill, shorter travel distance. I don't think he expected Guangzhou to react
Oh,
to
so
that
he outplayed the outplay.
Yep.
He outplayed the outplay.
That is big brain.
A 5-head turning into a 10-head if we do multiplication.
Love math.
So a 10
Keep
head.
on going.
Just like Mitch's head. It's
Yeah.
a 10-head.
And 10 head means
You're smart.
more wrinkles. So much more
Oh, yeah,
wrinkles.
that's true.
And that's what it's all about.
Not on this desk.
No, we're
too
smooth.
young and youthful.
We're young. Oh, thank you.
I'm trying to be nice.
That's
so
my
I can
best
keep
of
my
the
job.
day. There we go. What was yours? What tickled your fancy?
Well, It was the easiest best of the day
I know
ever, which was one of the better C9s we've had of all time. Of course, it was the counter Shang 9, the anti-Shang 9. I don't know what you really want to call it. But Lee Jae-gon hit him with the back cab real quick. This was just unreal.
No hesitation.
Exactly.
He knew what
That's
he was
what's the
going for.
funniest part about it. No hesitation. And the San Francisco Shock at that point were expecting Shanghai Dragons to fight them in that small room. They were like all just inting towards them, and you expect the rest of the Dragons to be kind of escorted back. Oh, you know, doing a little bit of kiting, and then Lee Jae-gon's like, oh wait, we can just win the game. The payload is
Hold
like
on.
2 pixels away from the completion. Well, okay, I'll just go over there. I think that's probably one of the better C9s we've had in history of Overwatch.
When you say better, it's also one of the most
egregious.
Yeah,
yes,
it
is
both.
better, but it is also rather egregious.
But it's weird. It's like a skillful C9. It's like we don't typically the back cap is a result of just like logic slaps, and you're like, oh wait, we forgot about the payload. That was like skillful back capping.
It looked like it looked like they baited a fight just to enable the Lucio to back up. Like it looked
Have
like
we reached that level of Overwatch
Yeah.
where it's like, okay, we're gonna bait a C9, and you're just like ginormous, like
Next level, I love it.
I mean, it's the best. It was honestly one of my favorite moments of today, and look, the playoffs is already ridiculous. Having a C9 like that, it was going to come.
It was a cherry on top for sure. Jonathan, what got you excited today?
This was one of my probably favorite moments of the playoffs right here. And I'm so happy that Florida Mayhem did it as well. I've never seen anything like it. Let's just jump straight into it, okay? It's the Atlanta Reign defending their spawn by Kai picking the Widowmaker, and suddenly you're like, oh, there's a sniper! There's a sniper on the map! Hide from the sniper! But we gotta push the bot! And so the Florida Mayhem team, they organize themselves in a row to push this bot, and they're going to make a choo-choo train behind the bot. Soon, it's coming. Lucio, he's hiding behind the bot, and then someone comes in, and
they all line up.
They're just gonna line up behind the bot, hide from the Widow! And they're just a little train.
They're lucky they're not playing Tetris, bro.
Yeah,
they'll
just
disappear.
It's like one of those little things, you know, take out and it gets smaller and smaller and smaller. I don't know what this is called. You know what I'm talking about?
Nesting dolls.
Yeah. I like that. So go from big to smaller, and
I have a physical reaction to the frustration of the Widowmaker where you're like, I'm ready for the shots, and it's like,
well, no peaks.
Can you not? But no, that was a fantastic play. We nailed the best of the days today.
Yeah.
Three really top.
This was the best of the day.
This might have been the
Put
best.
Put it on the
best
board.
of the day.
Put another segment in Hex.
That's right. Bingo.
Best of the day.
Is that how it works? I don't know. Brackets though. Let's take a look at the brackets because we got some updates for all of you. Starting with the losers bracket, we will be seeing the Gladiators taking on the San Francisco Shock. Loser goes home. Yeah, number 2 and number 3 seed. Who would have thought that this is what we can expect from the losers bracket? And then the Battle of Pink, as Danny dubbed it. There can only be one pink team remaining. One of them will be going
and
home.
And they've never played with these pink colors because Florida Mayhem in 2019 they were yellow and red. So we've never had the pink on pink matchup.
This is the first pink battle.
The first pink battle ever.
How exciting!
In the 2022 playoffs, right here. Tune in.
Yeah. Also exciting, of course, is our winners bracket. They will not be sent home, but into the losers bracket. We're going to see the Houston Outlaws and the Spitfire. So excited to actually see that matchup. And, of course, the Dallas Fuel and the Dynasty. And this is the order. We're going to play it all in. We're starting with the lower bracket, the Gladiators and San Francisco Shock. After that, we're going to see the Hangzhou Spark taking on the Florida Mayhem. Then we're heading into the winners bracket, the Seoul Dynasty and the Dallas Fuel. And the last match of the day will be fought out between the London Spitfire and the Houston Outlaws. Both those teams unlikely candidates to actually end up in the winners bracket, and I feel like both those teams are already playing with house money because they already went further than a lot of people would have expected. The winner of that match is going to be in the top 3.
Yeah.
Imagine that. It's either London or Houston in the top 3 after 2022 playoffs.
Yeah.
What?
That is nuts. Can I just
exciting as can be.
It's a crazy matchup, and like London Spitfire considered the worst team going into the league. Now they have a chance to make top 3. But also, can I just spend like 15 seconds before we go home to just talk about nostalgia? Because that Dallas Fuel and Seoul Dynasty matchup in 2018, 2019. Do you remember the hype when these two franchises came into the league? Dallas Fuel, envious, the best team in the Western region. Seoul Dynasty with Lunatic Kai, of course. We haven't seen Seoul Dynasty versus Dallas Fuel for over 1,100 days.
What?
And now finally, we're going to see this matchup between these two legendary franchises once more. And I looked, the lineups are not the same at all, but it's traditional sports, you know? It's the Dallas Fuel versus the Seoul Dynasty. You're just like, just seeing that graphic makes my heart warm.
This is a league. It's about the franchises. The players play for those franchises.
It's about history.
Too, right? Exactly. It's about history. And it's about creating storylines
We actually
out of
have
nothing.
history
And we're
now.
really
We're
good
old.
at that.
We're
We are.
old. We have history.
Year
No,
five.
we're not.
What?
I mean, you're not. You're a baby.
Yeah,
but
we are babies. Yeah.
We've been around since 2016. We're half a decade. We can almost go to school now.
I turned 22
Whatever.
What's
yesterday.
that?
Yeah,
Crazy.
You turned 22 yesterday?
Yesterday, yeah.
23. What are you talking about? Go home.
Real.
Anyway, yeah, but on this high, nostalgic, beautiful note, I think we should like, let's just go home. Don't worry, I'll release you in
What a
just a
day.
second because it is time to say goodbye. Jack, thank you so much for joining us here on the desk today. It was an absolute pleasure to pick your brain. It was like, yeah, it was fine. It wasn't great.
No,
but
I said it was fun.
fine.
It was no, I didn't say it was fun. It was fun. It's been a good time.
Oh, you said fun. I
It
heard
was fun.
I heard
It was fun.
fine.
It was fine,
fine, I
but it was also
guess.
quite fun. No, it's honestly a
Don't get
pleasure
that
to be on
close
the
to
desk.
his face.
Why
no,
not?
stop,
I like the
stop
zoom
zooming
in.
in on Joe's face. I don't want to see anymore. I want to go home. I've had enough. No! No! Get out of here! Come on.
All
What are we
right.
doing? We're being silly. Log off.
Time
It's
time to
go
say
out all
goodbye.
the fours.
Thank you so much for joining us. It's been another pleasant day, and we have many more to come, so stick around. We're going to see you again tomorrow.
I love you guys. It's the best.